Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hey, look at that. My screen is not what I needed it to be. There we go. All right, guys. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of High on Politics. We're doing something a little new today. I have a special guest today. I've been looking forward to having this discussion for quite some time over on my end here, because now I get to control the narrative. Ha 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 ha. Nah. I've wanted to ask the LETTERHACK some questions about how he got into content, and also just overall get to know the fella a little bit. So I want to bring him on. How's it going?
Hey, what's
Hey.
happening?
What's up, man? I really appreciate you coming on. If you want to introduce yourself to my audience, I'm 90% sure that like most of them know who you are, but just in case they don't.
Sure, yeah. My name is Matt Strackbine, aka the LETTERHACK. I go by the cartoonist for the left, along with that moniker, the LETTERHACK. I am a live streamer, content creator, one of the founders of this space. You can see the majority of my content at youtube.com/the LETTERHACK.
Awesome.
You never had a guest before? This is the first guest you've ever had? Or?
You're like kind of like the first official.
Wow.
I've kind of just
Cool.
like I had a debate with a guy once. Angry Ginger is a busy man, so I have been a guest on many a platform, but yeah, this is
Nice.
actually the first one where I've been kind of at the helm for everything. Which
Cool.
yeah. So you get to be the first here. So actually, I just wanted to get this kind of out of the way. I kind of worked on something for this.
Okay.
Here you go.
Nice, man. That's awesome.
I've been doing little
Nice.
busts for the people on this space. I
Yeah.
figured since you were my first guest, you would be the
Killer.
first. So
Nice. Thank you. I used to do that. I used to draw my guests while I interviewed them,
really,
like live. Yeah. And it started to take its toll. I was like, oh no, either the interview was suffering. Like, okay, I was pretty good at balancing it, right? Like I could look down and draw and listen at the same time. But either I wanted to have a more conversational, in-depth interview, or I wanted the artwork to be better. And I
Right.
couldn't strike the balance. So I was like, I'm just going to do interviews.
okay. So like, did you find yourself like doing just like smaller bust kind of things? Because like I literally knocked it. I kind of had the idea where I was gonna maybe do it for the thumbnail, but then I was just like, I'm gonna knock this out in like maybe 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I just gotta say, I forgot how bad I am at lettering this space. I tried to copy the fonting as much
Pretty
as
good.
possible.
It's not
I was
bad.
just like, I
Pretty
hate
good.
this. But no.
I used to do full figure and then just the head
Okay.
larger. And I would do that because it would last about 20, 30 minutes at first. And then the rest of the interview would just be talking. But like I got way too fast at it because I was drawing everyone in. Do you know what I mean by Bruce Timm style?
Yeah,
You do,
absolutely.
right? Yeah. So
Yeah.
so like, animated series.
Mhm.
So, the broad chest and everything,
Yeah.
shoulders up all the time, great posture. I was drawing everyone in that sort of style because I always like to, I have my own style, but I like to draw people in other styles. I think that's fun. It's like, I always say like I was the original AI prompt. Sam Cedar as Gary Oldman in Dracula, played by Mr. Burns. Like you
Whoa.
have to know it's all of that. You got to go, okay, this is Sam Cedar as Mr. Burns being Dracula
Yeah.
from Francis Ford Coppola's Dracula, but like the LETTERHACK drew it. Like you would have to get all of that. And Jamie Peck is a bat, and
I
Matt
actually
Leck
saw
is a bat
the
flying
comic that
around.
you did of Sam while I was kind of searching for some thumbnails, and I
Oh
was
yeah.
really impressed by that. And I actually I equated the style to more like Archie, like it was classic Archie.
Well, so was that the one where he's on vacation? He's on
Yeah,
the beach. Yeah,
yeah,
that was in the style of Archie.
that was cool.
Yeah, yeah. So see what I mean though? Like I'll
Yeah.
do that. I'll mix up the style, and I've done. I don't know, man. It got cringy probably for some people the amount of artwork I was doing about the Majority Report, but like
Oh,
I was doing that for everybody, but I was doing it in real time. But anyway, yeah, I would draw people and then change out the thumbnail after the interview and use the artwork in the thumbnail. And then I put it together and I have like this massive collage. I forget how many it was exactly, but it's this huge collage of all the people I drew. And I thought that was really cool. I thought that was fun and I wanted to make a poster out of it, but I didn't because you can't like all you need is one person to be like they're using my
oh,
likeness and
yeah.
they count it as a copyright thing.
So, have you thought about maybe doing it with permissions? Like, so for instance, I know that you said you were at the Majority Report live event. Like, would you
Yeah.
do something kind of like that? Maybe put like a poster together or something?
I did their poster for
Oh, you
that.
did? Okay. Well, then,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
shit.
I did their poster for that. That was like a paid gig. And yeah, it was really fun because I did Sam as Uncle Sam, of course. And I did
Why does that fit so
I
well just
I
outside of the
did
like the names?
yeah. I did Emma as Lady Liberty, but not like the Statue of Liberty,
Hmm?
the old school version. And I think I did what was the name of the guy who preceded Uncle Sam? It was something like Uncle John or something. That's
Mm.
why I made Bradley, producer Bradley. And then I made Matt Leck Yankee Doodle, which was hilarious. I thought it was funny as hell.
uh, wait, you said you thought, did he take umbrage with that?
I They all got to like see different iterations. Now it's possible nobody showed it to them,
Hmm.
but I have to think they did.
No.
It was on sale at the event, and yeah, I mean, I think they all pretty much were cool with it.
Oh man, that's
Been
crazy. All
going for
right, that's crazy
years.
cool.
It's been going for years now. I think they get it. Like they're always drinking out of a coffee mug that I
Hmm?
drew. Have you noticed that? Like the
No.
pause it mug with Sam and
Oh,
he's
you
saying
drew that? I
pause it.
didn't know that.
Yeah,
That's awesome, man.
it's really funny.
Man, you've been doing this for a long time then. How long have you been part like just like being brought up on the Majority Report? Like when did they like notice you?
Well, that happened pretty much right away because I didn't I I wasn't always as switched on to this space as I am now. Do
Oh,
you know what I
really?
mean? Like I was not that like, I'm 50. So this is my in a lot of ways this is my third act. Do you
Oh,
know what I mean?
yeah.
Like I
Weird.
had two whole previous careers.
Hmm. Yeah.
That I was a production artist and art director and production manager for screen print and embroidery. I was doing color separations, all kinds of stuff. That went on for like 10 years. And then I worked in the apparel industry in outerwear,
Hmm.
um, designing Olympic level ski apparel and
No
uniform.
kidding.
Yeah, for 5 different nations during the 2014 Winter Olympics, I designed
Wow.
those one-piece skin-tight race suits.
Yeah.
Not just the graphics, but the actual, like, the suit, the material, the zipper pullers, the properties, all, made as aerodynamic as possible. There's a lot of work that went into that stuff. But,
Wow.
like, then I went freelance and started art directing on my own around 2015 and really started to pay attention to politics, obvious reasons. I mean, Trump was about to get the nomination. I was just
Yeah.
like, this can't be. But then, like, what they did to Bernie and all that stuff. So I really started to pay attention. I was watching a lot of like legacy media and cable news, and I just didn't know about um, all the independent stuff. But the algorithm started giving me the Young Turks. So I started
Yeah.
watching that. And I really got into it. And I was like, oh man, listener supported. This is, or viewer supported,
Hmm.
reminds me of listener supported AM radio from when I was in high school. This is totally badass, right?
Hmm.
Like I'm here for it. And I guess my politics are progressive. I just didn't have like a label. I was
Isn't
still
that
just
weird
like
how
a
you
Democrat.
come about that? Because like I had that situation too, where I used to listen to like a lot of just talk radio in general, and we have WLS here, which is mostly conservative, and I kind of had that moment where I'm like, I don't agree with these guys on like 99% of the
Oh yeah.
politics they're
Well, it was
sharing.
all call-in for
Yeah.
me. I like that kind of though. You know, it was
Oh, I
like,
didn't mind that, but that's the thing. The callers that would challenge guys like I remember specifically it was Dave Ramsey of all guys. Like he was the finance dude, but he's also like in general a right wing, radio host. And he
yeah.
was talking like about prosperity kind of stuff, and it kind of led into like prosperity gospel. He's kind of like super Christiany, and I was like, I remember having like a pretty hard disagreement on that. And he went into this long diatribe about like, well, if you don't agree with this, then you're technically a liberal. I'm like, well, I guess I'm a liberal then.
Huh.
That's weird. I never really even
Yeah,
thought to
but
classify myself. So it's like he
then
almost pushed
again,
me
it's
into the
like,
pool.
yeah, but I mean, then again, it's like the opinion of somebody who's staunchly in one camp
Oh,
can be skewed. Like I'd rather liberals tell me I'm a liberal. But
Mm.
the thing is, the Young Turks got to me very early on, like in a negative way. I was like, this is all yelling, it's all screaming. There wasn't infighting across platforms. It was right there. And I was
Mhm.
like, this is weird. I don't like it. It's frazzled me,
Wait,
you know?
which one are you talking? Like, do you have a specific like one that you're kind of remember?
Jimmy Dore, the
The
aggressive progressive, was really
All right,
hostile
that
to
was.
me, but also just
I was
like
wondering
Cenk
if it was
Uygur in
that one
general.
specifically. I'm sorry, but that
But
that one was
I
bad.
get speaking truth to power and holding the left accountable, but Cenk Uygur was just, I was like, this guy, this is a bit. This
Mhm.
isn't real. You know,
Mhm.
I don't get it. And if it is real, dude, chill. Like you
Yeah.
cannot be like
Of
you're embarrassing
course.
yourself. Yeah, and I mean, look at him now. But
Yeah.
so then I needed something more boring and serious.
Mhm.
And so I found the Majority Report, and I was like, oh, he's doing, Sam doing an interview. It was very serious with some journalist about something. And then I could hear Michael Brooks cracking wise in the background. I was like, oh,
Yep.
this is funny as shit.
Mhm.
And it was sort of like the end of that second iteration of the show where it was really polished. And it
It
was
was before
Jamie,
they got the new
Matt.
background, right?
No, it was that background. Yeah,
Oh,
it
it
was the
was? Oh,
current
wow.
one.
So you're kind of a
It
newer.
was way
Wow.
late. Yeah,
Jeez,
yeah.
man.
Like I knew who
No.
Sam Cedar was from comedy, not
Yeah.
not
Uh.
media or news. But then I started drawing them, and the way I did it was I would draw because they were saying hilarious shit. So
Mhm.
they would say something funny. I would make a cartoon or a comic out of it, put it on Twitter, and it started to resonate with everyone right away. And like they were retweeting it
That's so
too.
cool.
And it was in real time. So they would
Yeah.
say something funny. I would make the comic, and everyone would be tripping on it by the end of
I kind of
before the end
remember
of the
that
show.
they would bring you up on air, like they would
Yeah.
kind of say that, like that's how you kind of got onto my radar. And then I remember the first time that I really like got introduced to your art. Like I remember seeing your stuff, but I didn't know it was you until the Leftist Mafia stuff, where I was like, oh, that's LETTERHACK. Like I know
Oh,
that
cool.
style. Like I know all that, and man, that had to be. How was that? Can I just ask? Like, it's a be awkward. How was the phone call where it was just like, hey, or like the message where it's like, hey, we need to get rid of the Illuminati?
Oh, yeah.
It's like,
I mean, I think that kind of stuff is awkward. Like, oh, and I don't do like, I do leftist mafia art and they've shown it all the time, but I
Mhm.
don't do like their thumbnail.
oh,
No,
shit,
that's somebody else.
that was
That's
not
somebody.
you. Oh, they were
Well,
taking your
because
style then.
no, but like, isn't that funny? Because I could do like a more anime kind of style, but no,
Yeah.
whoever that was they were bound to be. I don't know who that is. And look, I'll put it this way. I love this. I
Mhm.
love that you just had that little bit of confusion. This is why. Because the very first thing I did, I got off I got off social media in the beginning of 2019 because I was like, this is a shit show. And I don't want to be a part of this.
Amen,
And then
brother.
I got back on later because I wanted to be I wanted to promote independent left-wing media. See,
Mhm.
this has always been a thing for me, but I wanted to do it through art. I wanted to do these big group images. I did one with like 200 lefties watching like what I did was I took a crowd watching Wimbledon,
Mhm.
and it's all these celebrities and stuff. That's why I take a picture of the crowd. But I wanted to draw all lefty commentators looking at the
Mhm.
spectacle, the
Mhm.
thing that we're all commenting on all the time. I wanted to get all these different reactions. I thought it was really fun, and it cross pollinates audiences. And I'm like, everyone should be watching everyone.
Mhm.
We should be supporting all this shit. We should be subscribed and following literally all of these. They're great until they aren't, and then we know who's the grifter and who's not.
I don't
But
know, man.
like,
I've had some people just say, "I do not vibe with your content." I'm like,
yeah, I mean that's cool,
okay.
but it's not necessarily why they. It's not enough of a reason not to support you if you're
No,
a good
well,
faith actor. If you're
yeah.
doing an honest job and it's just your opinion, we need this counter to, you know, mainstream. But mainstream media. But
Mhm.
for my birthday of that same year, and I did this for several years afterwards, I would have an art challenge where I was like, all right, now you draw your favorite lefty commentator and tag me and tag them. And it was like, it went off. Everybody was in on it. People were like,
So much
l-
Hassan.
lefty commentators were drawing lefty commentators. Do you know what I mean? Like it was
Yeah.
really fun. And then I started to notice that people were doing it very seriously.
Mm.
And so yeah, and so there's people who do full on like oil paintings.
Oh, I've seen it. Actually, Jam Tomb, she's like really big into art. I watched a few of
There
her art streams. Like it's the same
but there
stuff.
was somebody doing it of like but only lefty commentators.
Man,
And then I found another person doing that. And another somebody else is out there doing kind of what I do. And so I'm not the first one to do this, but
no, no, but
like a lot of people are doing it now and they're being recognized for it. Like if you look at the Majority Report's thumbnail for
Mhm.
their videos now, it's a black and white drawing of Sam by somebody.
Mhm.
And like
Did you notice that it's
some
actually it's the same drawing colored for the main show now,
yeah,
and he
and
uses that as the fun half. I like the sketch.
somebody said, are you jealous? And I was like, no. What do you mean? Of like
No,
artists? No,
no,
this is awesome. Everyone should be doing this. And
no.
for the record, I've clearly moved on. And now I'm helping like achieve
Still,
this collective to promote other voices in that way. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I'm not gonna be the guy who's like, no, damn it. I'm the artist for the left or the cartoonist for the left.
I
Not
hate
you,
that.
it's me.
I
I'm not
hate.
gonna do that. So
I hate
just
when
want to
people
move on.
have to do that.
Yeah, no, I mean, there are so many people who feel like they have to tell you they were the first and they feel like they have to lay some claim.
I
Hey
hate
man, I was
that.
just messing around and I
Yeah.
still am, and you know what I mean? But when it comes to art, I have many outlets. It's not just that, but I
Mhm.
really love seeing other people doing art for these people. Because if you can't afford to support them monetarily, right?
Mhm.
And you can't watch all their streams or whatever, and you can't interact in the chat or send super chats, support them that way.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? It's like promotional material for free. And
Oh,
so I
vice
was
versa
always doing
too. I like to support other artists. Like, for instance, I have a big thing. I actually got a PO box just to have other people, like fans send fan art just in case.
oh, it's
You know,
killer. Yeah, I love that. That's great.
and
So I
that's
mean, it's the Majority Report wants me to do like a commission. Awesome. I'm totally there for it. Um, but I was definitely creating art with a much higher frequency in real time for that immediate gratification that you would get like from stand-up comedy.
mm,
And now I'm taking the approach of like writing screenplays, the
that's
equivalent. You know what I
actually
mean?
that
Like,
is a great way of saying that because I mean I think I've talked about it. I've dabbled in stand up and like it is.
so
I know.
you know what I mean?
No, I
Yeah.
know exactly what you mean because like the instant gratification is great and it was a big transition like when I started making videos and then especially with streaming, but there's also this other comfort level to it where I'm just like, oh, like even if I bomb, it's not as painful. I'll admit that. But
All right.
um
Well, but you're learning from it. You're bouncing it off somebody, right?
mhm,
You're like going to refine it after that. When you're writing something, like you're writing a comedy movie or series or something, like, you know, if you're just by yourself at home, like that's going to be the kind of thing where you're like, this is tougher because I can't bounce it off somebody right away. But
Yeah, and
and
I
so that's
actually
more what I'm doing now.
I do kind of like I'm not really good at like doing sketch comedy or stuff like that, but having somebody to bounce ideas off of, like doing just even something like this or just trying to make my friends laugh, that is kind of where I'm like, oh, that's like that's my strength. And I always like
Yeah,
it's the
that's what
same
I
thing
would
that you were
just want to
saying
make
about
people
not
laugh, really.
getting jealous with other artists, where it's like, no, if they're funnier than me, then great. Like I love a good laugh. Like that.
Yeah, and I mean, the world's not going to survive on one of a thing. You know,
No.
there needs to be a diverse group of people contributing to make everyone better. But I think that um, when it comes to like I've always drawn things in real time, like my
Mhm.
friends, my coworkers. I've always done this, and I've always done it in a way that essentially weaponizes the art is weaponizing my critique. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
I could just sit there and go, "Oh, you did something dumb. Haha, don't you feel silly?" Or I could draw it and then everyone's like, "Oh, you captured the expression from that one moment," right?
Right.
Like we're all going to remember it this way now instead of how it happened.
Were you
And
like
so I
trying to
think
be a
that's
court
kind of fun.
artist at some point? Because that's
Mm.
I've always viewed that as being like such a skill, and that
I have
it's
so much respect for them, but that is a bizarre thing. I'm not kidding. I even asked my local, like I went to jury duty this year and I was like, "Do you guys use courtroom sketch artists? You ever need that?" And they were like, "No." But like cuz I was like, I would totally do that. This is the funny thing. It used to be that they would, always do it with like pastels, chalks, color pencils, that kind of stuff. And it
Mhm.
was always on the fly and it wasn't like great. That's why you're asking me because it's like off the cuff, right? But
Yeah.
now that they can use, this is really weird. Now that they can sometimes use like an iPad,
Mhm.
they still make it look like it was done in chalk.
I don't mind that
I
actually. I
don't get
mean,
it though, because
do you think they did that like because it is just like it's a
I can make it
traditional
look,
style, so
I
everybody already
guess,
equates it to it?
because the evening news is gonna put it up there
Well,
and
could
they
you
don't want it to
imagine
be like
somebody
your
doing like
style.
Naruto or One Piece style art for a court hearing? That'd
I
be
think
kind
that
of
would be, I
funny.
mean, I do think it needs to be appropriate, but like I could cartoon it quicker than those people could do it in chalk and it would look better. But whatever. I mean, yeah, it's like a weird style. But that's kind of the idea. Like I wanted to be a daily cartoonist, but I mean, if you can't break into that after so many years of trying, move on, and
Um,
I'm
when you say
totally the guy.
cartoonist, did you want to be like a print cartoonist, like, working for a paper or something like that, or did you want to be an animator?
Not an animator,
No.
like for a newspaper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Charles Schultz style, like, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Charles Schultz, exactly. But like everybody was, editors and whatnot and publishers. I just, you got to be able to handle rejection. I totally was and am. But like it got to the point where they were like, you're not going to make it in comics, like there's no career for you here. And they weren't saying, but you could do this, right? They weren't
Yeah.
even doing that. And it was
Yeah.
just like, oh, okay, this is like, it felt like a club. It felt like there were gatekeepers. And I was like, all right, fuck it. But I I replied to one editor this one time and I said, just so you know, I am making a living at making comics.
Mhm.
And he was like, how are you doing that? And I was like, educational comics for the local Comic-Con is run by a nonprofit and they have a thing called Pop Culture Classroom and we make comics and
Oh, shit. Uh, we just lost him. Give me 1 second. Let me bring him back.
me.
Sorry, yeah, Streamlabs kicked you for some reason. Sorry about that. You good?
Yeah, I'm back. So
All right.
what I was saying was, editors are telling me like I'm not going to make it and I'm like, what do you like, hey, my goal is not to be a famous comic book artist. It's not to be like one of the most well-known guys. I don't want to be Mike Mignola. I do want to be Mike Mignola. I do want to be Eric Powell or Jim Lee. As a kid, that's who I looked up to and idolized. But like, I'm not setting out to do that. I just want to make comics for a living, and I fucking am. I was sending my comics to you because you allow your creators to retain the rights.
Mhm.
right?
Oh,
And
like
it's my
Image. Yeah.
property.
Yeah.
Or like Dark Horse
Boom, Dark
in
Horse.
this case.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was like, let's be straight here. I'm not pitching my comic to you because you're some badass.
Mm.
It's because of the business aspect of it. I'm already getting
So
paid.
when you say you were pitching a comic, were you pitching an original idea? Because I know that
Yeah.
like I know a few guys that kind of broke out into the business and they were lucky to, but they also said the same thing similar to you, where it's like, don't like, there's no there. This sucks because like they have to go to Comic Cons just to make a living anymore. But they were saying that they broke out by just doing like pictures of like just doing the established characters that they had and not even trying to get their own book over. And then they were like, then I'll kind of move over to Image. I know that Ryan Stegman, he's like a newer artist. He kind of did that. And then there's guys like Donnie Cates. He did that kind of like as a writer.
Yeah, I made 4 2-page backup stories for Hellboy.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, and so that was like my point of entry, but it wasn't going anywhere. And they were like, dude, you should, because they said, that's why I call myself a letter hack, because I was like writing letters and getting published so much with such frequency that they were sending me first issues before they would hit the stands and be like, can you write a letter about this? And then my letters would show up in like issue 1 and people were like, how do you pull that off? So I was
jealous.
like, this is cool. So they said, we want you to put yourself in these comics talking about that. I was doing brief history of certain characters and they wanted me in the comic as Matt. And so I did that. And I was like, they said, this is great. You should be doing this more. And I was like, let's go. Like, where's the gig? Let's go. What am I waiting for? So in the meantime, I started pitching my own stuff and it just never came about. And I was like, that's where I just really did feel like a club. And it felt like you already had to know somebody like beyond the working relationship that I had. And I'm probably sound bitter about it, but I'm not, because it was a great experience. And this is the thing, how like right now mainstream media is trying to do the independent media thing on YouTube.
MS Now, I'm covering it later in the show. Yeah.
So look at how like all of us self-publishers, like we're really kicking butt doing like Kickstarters and crowdfunding. Now Marvel and DC and Image and Skybound, they're all doing Kickstarters. All their books are Kickstarters now. Like it's let's do what the little guy was. The little guy finds a way. We find a way to make it work. And then we show that you could be successful at it even. And so then the big guys start trying to do it too. So now if you run your Kickstarter, well, you better hope it's not during that Transformer compendium that everyone's throwing millions of dollars at, because your book's not going to go anywhere.
It's fucked up. I know that artist.
Well, but you know what I mean? Like that really happens.
Support Daniel Warren Johnson. He's a good guy.
Yeah, no, he is a good guy.
He's a good guy, man.
Yeah. You know him?
Yeah, I went to a wrestling event with him.
Oh, no way. Yeah, I love Murder Falcon.
Yeah.
And like everything he's done, like me and my buddy John Salinas, the host of the Hellboy Book Club podcast, we are massive Daniel Warren Johnson fans. But so we should talk about him offline sometime, though.
Oh yeah, dude. I have so much. He gave me some
really
original
cool.
Do a Powerbomb art just because like he knew how much I love wrestling, and I commented.
There.
You have it?
Yeah. No. Well, it's a Murder Falcon. But right there.
Dude, Murder Falcon it's such a good book.
I love Murder Falcon. So anyway, I think there's this whole like, oh great, now here come the big guys trying to get in on the one way that we had to be successful without having to go through them or Diamond Distribution, right? And
well, they got theirs.
Kind of right, yeah. When they fuck everything,
they got theirs.
But it's just kind of like it's a real test of not being bitter about an industry that I got into for the art. I don't want to be an industry guy. I don't want to do
you ever feel that way when you're like reading a comic, or like when you're doing something that like is a bigger property, like the X-Men or like Fantastic, like any of these, because like you always have that like, oh, it's just capitalism. It's just capitalism. It's like, no, just because it's a brand, like Spider-Man's a big one for me, where like people will say he's one of the biggest brands ever. And it's true, but there's so much like lore and history behind like the actual art and the creative behind Spider-Man, even going
That's what I'm
back to
saying.
Stan
Yeah,
Lee.
it's like people have got to stop. Just they need to begin distinguishing between franchises
Mhm.
and comics.
Mhm.
And like the majority of the time, a comic book franchise, like I'm just talking about books, like, oh man, why are there so many Batman titles? I don't know, because people are buying them, like,
'Cause
and they're
everybody loves
good. Like,
Batman.
there's a lot of cool shit out there. What are you talking about? And they're like, yeah, but he's like, isn't he like a psycho? And I'm like, they're leaning into that. What's your point? Like, you should read this shit. It's
Mhm.
so much more in depth than you can imagine. So this is why I always promote comics and recommend comics. But like, there's a whole angle to it where people look at it as they wouldn't be doing it if they weren't making money. They wouldn't be doing this if they didn't already know that there were orders in hand or that it was a viable commodity. No,
Right.
they're doing it because of the reason they did in the first place. They thought it was a cool idea. And now everyone that writes and draws Spider-Man or Batman is a fan of Spider-Man and Batman comics.
Which is
I mean,
cool.
I think
Because
it
you
would
can
be
feel that sometimes. You can feel the ones that are just doing it for the paycheck, but you can really tell when somebody loves the book.
there are I do think that there's a lot of like, hey, you're gonna have to cut your teeth on this or that. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to start out by doing this. You're gonna have to do some grunt work and leg work, and you're gonna
But
have, you
isn't
know,
that like Todd McFarlane did that, where he like the Incredible Hulk wasn't a top seller book, so they put him on the Hulk before they gave him something,
yeah,
bigger and better. And then he did the thing where like he drew the Wolverine with it, obviously creating,
that
covers that are iconic.
totally blew up. Yeah, that.
Oh.
And if you, I, when Peter David passed, the guy who was writing those Hulk books, when he passed last year, I grabbed a trade of those. And I actually have like one of those giant IDW art books of Todd McFarlane, has some of that stuff in it, but it's just like all the ink scanned in like full size.
Mhm.
But when you read his original run on Hulk, you can see his evolution of style
Mhm.
and the way he started to like embrace certain techniques and
You
detail,
know what's
like
really cool
little
about that one
quirks and stuff.
specifically is he worked with Peter David, and Peter David was notorious for letting artists kind of have fun, and he was always in contact with his artists, where he's like, "Hey, if you need to do it like a dynamic page, just let me know," kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's a weird story too, because he was in sales and there was
Hmm.
this like hardcore rule that if you were in sales you couldn't work on books because they were worried that you would only sell your book, which was
Hmm.
kind of silly, but like he broke that taboo and then like really broke out, and he was writing a bunch of stuff. But anyway, the sometimes I feel like, why is this guy drawing this? He doesn't seem into it. And then I'm like, no, yeah, he probably doesn't want to draw Batman, but he's got work at DC, so he might as well, right?
I
And
will
that's
call this
fine. But
out and be confident about it. John Romita Jr. hates Spider-Man.
oh, you think so?
His recent work is ass.
Oh, I haven't seen his
It's
most
so
recent
bad.
stuff.
He's been on the
He's
last
getting
two
older. I
runs,
mean,
and
could
it's
that
like,
be it?
maybe, but man, I go back to his Daredevil run, and even in comparison, like you can not be a fan of his style, but
Yeah.
like there's a difference between his style and lazy. Like he's doing a lot of shortcut stuff where he's just like doing a lot of whoosh pages where he's hiding
Yeah.
the back end of the characters like coming in.
Huh,
Spider-Man.
maybe you should stick to covers. I have his first Spider-Man stuff in a book.
Mhm.
It's Roger Stern, the writer Roger Stern. It's a collection of his early spectacular Spider-Man stuff.
Mhm.
And like first appearance of the Hobgoblin and whatnot. And like that's where Romita started. I think he was like 15. He was a kid.
Wow. Yeah.
He was a
Well,
little kid. And like
again,
he was basically just trying to do Frank Miller at the time, like Frank
I
Miller
still feel
Daredevil.
that way though. Like I kind of
Well, but
still feel
now
like he is.
and like they both evolved, but
Well,
I don't know.
Frank Miller's again, his recent cover art has been memeable. Like he did a Wolverine that is embarrassing.
I
Like,
haven't seen it. I haven't
oh,
seen it.
yeah, here. Yeah, I wish I could
But I
just
mean, these guys are I don't
wish I had that up.
I'm lucky I can draw at all at 50. I couldn't imagine if I was, late 70s. That's a lot of effort. You know, I ran into some older guys one time at a con. I don't know if this is too risque to talk about on this show. I'm not
No,
going to
you're
say who
fine.
they were.
You're
These
fine.
older guys who had been in the underground scene for a long time, like decades. And they liked my personal style. This would have been like 2015.
Mm.
No, it's been more like 2017 or 18, but they liked my personal style because it wasn't refined. And I was like, okay. And they were like, yeah, it's kind of choppy. And I was like, oh, okay, thanks. Like, it sounds like an insult, but you like it. And they're like, you know what you would be good at? X-rated comics. And I was like, oh, really? Like what? And they started to describe it. And I was like, that sounds totally fucked up and racist. Like, what are you talking about? And they're like, oh, yeah, the more taboo, the better. And I was like, not for me. Thanks anyway.
What the hell?
But they were like, are you sure? Because it would be really easy for you because you could even draw, like, you wouldn't have to spend as much time on your art as you are now. It like the worse it is, the better. And I was like, no, I want to be a better artist.
Right.
I don't want to be a worse.
You're not
I
trying to
don't want to
also
have
take
to, like,
shortcuts.
yeah, I don't want to half-ass it to get paid. Like, that's ridiculous.
My chat's saying that you're live over on this space.
Oh, they're showing a
you're doing an
pre-taped interview.
That's kind of funny. Stream
Oh, yeah, see,
session.
I fucking own this shit. This is all me.
That's too
Like
funny.
that. I'm like,
No, but
Howard
guys like
Hughes over
Bakshi, like Ralph Bakshi and you know, even
Yeah.
Howard Chalkin, like I think they went through a similar thing.
Oh yeah, I'm the least favorite. I don't like Howard Chalkin at
That guy
all.
sucks.
I can
Yeah.
never. I was like, how is he getting work? I don't understand this.
Him and
Again,
Chuck,
I'm
him
not
and Chuck
bitter.
Dixon.
Okay.
I mean, they kind
Yeah,
of put
I mean,
themselves out there with that stuff. You know,
I'm not bitter, but you can see how it's one of those big clubs that you're not in. It's just like, whatever, okay, it's fine. I mean, I'm working on a project right now that I'm not talking about in detail, but it is, here I am, you know, this late in life or this stage in my life, and it's the most passionate. It's the thing I am the most passionate about ever. You know what I mean? So like that is what counts to me. That it's a project that is like every time I work on it, I'm like, I'm so excited. I need to like calm down before I like I'm gonna rush it or something. I'm too excited. I need to chill. But like that's what it's about for me. And that's why if anyone ever said like we need you to be like this or that kind of artist and get paid or in order for me to get paid, I would almost not want to do it. I mean, the majority of shit I do online is not for money anyway.
well, I mean, what's art if you're not going to do it for fun, like for yourself?
Yeah, and that's the thing is I've been that way. I mean, I've had plenty of jobs where it just wasn't fun. And I did it anyway. And looking back, it's like, yeah,
I talked about that yesterday. I actually talked about because like I've done some commission drawings and the difference like between where it is just being told what they want and just how to do it essentially, where it's like they visualized it for you. It's just, I don't know. I did one for like a bank where I was not happy about it. And I was just like, this sucks.
Try this. So all my designs for the Olympics, I had to run by the International Olympic Committee
Man,
and
that'd be
then
wild.
the National Olympic Committee. And I had to do it ×5. And
Jeez.
all the athletes and coaches, everyone had opinions about everything, right? Because it was like the difference between them getting a gold medal or not, and the difference between them looking cool or not, right? So like there was all this pressure, but then you had to like, you were scrutinized over it for the size of the logo, which could disqualify somebody. So check it out. This is off topic, but I always like to tell people this because nobody realizes this. So let's say it was a little brand name logo, right? They're like, oh, it can only be 7 centimeters long, whatever it is. But it can only be 7 centimeters because this is really stretchy material, maximum. And I was like, what do you mean? And they're like, find the guy with the biggest biceps, put him in the suit and see how much it stretches out to, and then subtract the difference. And I was like, this is too much pressure. Somebody's going to get disqualified for that because they pumped iron before the race. I mean, and it didn't measure. So what I did was I made just naturally through business, I had to work with the guys who actually would do that measuring.
Mhm.
Because there's very few people in the industry actually, and through working with them, they were like, dude, it's cool. We know, like, you're not trying to get one over on us, making your logo big or whatever.
No, and that's, I mean, I kind of get that. Like,
But you got to be a cool guy. If I wasn't a cool guy, they would have been like, screw this guy.
I don't
You
know.
know, I was
Sometimes I feel
nice,
like
I was
being a cool guy
respectful.
has burned me in some regards. Like,
Well, not cool as
like
in
I've been
what's up,
taken
bro,
advantage of
but like,
specifically because I'm not professional.
well, that's not what I mean though. I mean just like on time, respectful,
Mm.
also friendly. You could hang with me, but like when it's work, it's work. You know what I mean? Like not cool as in, dude, he wears Doc Martens. That guy's rad. You know, not like that
Right.
or anything. But I do wear Doc Martens, but not. That's not. You know, it's funny.
No,
But I just think there's all kinds of, it's international. So I was talking to a lot of people who English wasn't their first language.
right.
And like I had to bridge gaps. It was up to me because that's an
Did they give you any
international
pointers
sport.
on like what they wanted, or like was there another designer that you had to kind of collaborate with?
Um we would so they came to my brand because it was Spider with a Y.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
know if
yeah.
you've heard of that, but like they
I
always
literally
use
got
webs.
yeah, I got some other stuff.
Yeah, okay. So they have that cool Black Widow and they
Yeah.
use the webs and people are like, do that. And so my challenge was to like do webs over and over without repeating myself.
Mhm.
So I had like what I called Halloween and stylistic, where it was like, no, yeah, that's supposed to be a web, but it's more designerly. And then others where it was like a Halloween decoration,
Right,
obviously a fucking spider web. But
right,
so they wanted that. And then everything you did after that just had to be like eye catching when somebody's moving as fast as they move, tucked, going around turns on camera. You know what I mean? And then it had to look good on a podium with the understanding they're putting a racing bib over it with their number and all this sponsorship
right,
that covers it up. The idea, the selling point is that whatever they wear in competition, we would sell at retail the exact same thing without any difference at all, right? So like that made it a big deal, and they would do photo shoots in the suits and stuff, and so they wouldn't give you any feedback until they saw stuff. So it was up to me to be like super prolific,
right.
and that's always been my forte. I can bust out like 1,000 options, whereas some people would be like, here's the 2 things I came up with,
Uh,
that's not going to do it, right?
well, that last bit, it's like, oh, I feel a little called out there.
I mean, if you're working for one nation, okay. If you're just working for the US, go for it. If you're working for the
Right.
US, Canada, Slovakia, and on, and Germany and Korea, like if you're working for all of those, you're going to have options. And the good thing is like whatever's on the cutting room floor from like 3 of those guys, you can kind of recycle for other people. So
Mhm.
there are ways to reuse your art, but a lot of times it was like you got to find something that works in a way that you can redo it every year. So like for Canada, I took the maple leaf and I blew it up real big and I turned it into design lines, but you
That's
still knew
cool.
it was a maple leaf. And I was like, here's what it'll look like this year, next year, next year, next year. And I showed them 3 years worth.
Mm.
And I was like, see how it evolves over the years. And they were like, great, let's do it. And my work was done for 3 years. So like there's ways to be, that's what I mean by
So
prolific.
you already
like,
knew like that it was under contract for the next wave of Olympics or whatever?
oh yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's
They
yeah.
were 5-year contracts or something, I think. But like you really do have to be like insanely creative to
Now,
hold those positions.
you doing politics, does that kind of hinder those types of jobs? Has that created any conflicts of not conflicts of interest necessarily, but like any conflicts in the industry?
Um no, I don't do a lot of outerwear stuff anymore.
Okay.
I will do the occasional production art.
Mhm.
Production artists are always in demand.
Mhm.
Yeah, because a lot of, I don't know if this is still the case in general, but in all the years that I did it, designers would produce something and go, doesn't look great. And they're like, yeah, let's show it to a production artist and see if we can pull this off.
Mm.
You know what I mean? If I was just designing a logo to go up on screen, fine. But if you're going to embroider it, screen print it, make a patch out of it, put it on a hat, like this woven patch embroidered onto a hat, you got to take all that stuff into account. Is it going to work on all those substrates? So I'm the guy who does the
Vectorizing.
design and the production. And so more often than not, all my old clients are calling me for production. Like, man, this guy gave us a design. It's shitty low res. It needs to be recreated. And like, I hook them up. But
Yeah.
like, for the most part, I get by on YouTube and the occasional art commission these
Nice.
days.
Man. Oh,
Yeah.
I hate to say it, like even me drawing that today, I think that might have been one of the first things I've drawn in a long time. Where I just
draw more, dude.
I gotta. I've been focusing so much on doing this. I mean,
Just draw that same thing 5 times.
Well, a bust exactly. The bust is kind of where I was going with it, and I figured.
So
for
what
at
I
least-
do is, I have a light table right here under this iPad.
got one of those,
I
yeah.
draw it in pencil, then I trace it on a new piece
Same.
of paper and ink.
That's what here. Actually, I can show you for my
There you
logo.
go. That's
Um,
now your muscle memory is building up.
well, yeah, like for my logo, obviously this was the finished one. But
yeah,
this is
I
the
love that logo.
this is the original.
Yeah, there you
Like,
go.
I just literally lightbox, and I always like to keep the original.
I use like cheap copy paper too.
Oh, I'm using literally like manga pad paper.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, I get like $1 for like 100 sheets or whatever it is,
Yeah.
like at $3 for 500 sheets or something, and then I just draw the hell out of that stuff and chuck it, recycle it.
Dude. Yeah,
I don't
do.
draw to keep. That's the thing.
Yeah, see, I gotta get better about that.
My mom's like, "Do you want all these sketchbooks I found?" And I was like, "Nope." And
Oh,
she was
what?
like, "Really?" And I was like, "I mean, if I haven't
Oh.
asked you for them in the last 40 years, then no, I don't."
I got all my sketchbooks. I don't know. I'm the opposite. I want every little piece of art that I've done.
I know a lot, and nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's how most people are. I think I'm probably there's something wrong with me. I'm over it.
Minimalist
I just want to move on.
at some points. You're just no. I mean,
It's
at some point it
thing
becomes
is,
hoarding.
well, all the things I create are for something.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm drawing, I rarely just sit down and draw for the heck of it. Either I'm going to put this online, I'm going to send it to this person, I was paid to do it, or it's a book I'm making. Like or it's thumbnails or logos or something. But I very rarely will just. Well, it's wrong to say I won't draw for pleasure because that's the only reason I draw is because I love it. But like I draw for, I don't just, doodle.
Right.
I guess.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's pretty much all I'll be.
I shredded. I don't have it here. I have this huge sketchbook, and I just filled the whole thing in preparation for this comic. I'm writing it now. I'm about to start drawing it next week, and I killed the sketchbook just sketching, but it's all gross. I'm just like kind of like this, and I have to like do a bunch of circles, and these are all going to be people. I'm just trying to figure out the layout.
Yeah.
But it's not sketching where somebody would go, my God.
Oh no! I mean, I got awful sketches in here. Yeah, no, it's the same thing.
I put something on my Discord recently. It's like 30-some pages. I took one page of the sketchbook and laid out 30-some pages, and it's like completely illegible. But it's something I'll do over and over and over and over and over again, just so that when I start drawing it, I kind of have it figured out, Well, no, I definitely have it figured out. It's important to do that.
Yeah. Now,
it's not, I wouldn't call it art, but there's an art to it.
Right. Well, I kind of wanted to pivot towards politics and kind of get your take on a few things. First off, actually, this is not necessarily political. I've been wanting your take on this because I'm not sure how much you know about any of it. How much do you know about any of like the bread tube drama that's happened within the last few years, or like some of the leftist infighting that is always being brought up? And kind of like, what's your opinion on that?
Like, I kind of know what bread tube is. Like these people that do like infotainment videos, right? Like essay videos and stuff like that. Like, God, I don't watch a lot of it because I stick to live streaming. But Like,
Well,
give me
some
a
of them
couple
are
of
like
names.
so
Like,
like Vosh. So like Vosh.
Okay,
Back in the day, it was like Demon Mama.
here's my
and
thing.
that-
Here's
yeah.
my thing. A dickhead is a dickhead is a dickhead. An asshole is an asshole is an asshole. I don't give a fuck if you have good days. The term "a broken clock"
Yeah.
is right twice a day does not apply to human beings because a human being was never as reliable as a clock,
Right.
like on its best day, right? So, like, don't give me that. I have to give credit to so and so. They
Right.
really said, yeah. Well, the rest of the time they're making arguments for why it's okay to use the N word.
So like
You know what I
so
mean?
like the MTG thing that they're doing right now, where I was just watching that actually on this space today, where those I keep forgetting the name of the podcast. I'm really bad about this, but the liberal ladies that went super viral.
Okay, yeah.
And they had Hassan on, and they were kind of going that way, where it was just like, oh no, you guys
Yeah.
are kind of getting, I don't know, like it was almost
they
uncomfortable.
The so I didn't get I saw that you were covering that. I didn't
Mhm.
get to watch beyond the first 10 minutes. That's one of the things about
No, don't worry about it.
organizing and programming and managing this
literally
is
lead
you
the
don't get to
channel.
like hardly watch. But like the I do get to tune in for Dieter and Alex every week for some reason. I'm kind of
Nice.
freed up right there. But like there's somebody has to be this is the thing. You can't be right every now and then and wrong all the rest of the time. I will not forget Marjorie Taylor Greene chasing, I think it was, what's his name? The kid from Parkland. She was
Yeah.
chasing him down the street saying like it
Yeah,
was
David
a
Hogg.
false
Yeah.
David, I think it was David Hogg she was
It was,
chasing, right?
yeah.
I have these coasters I made up. Marjorie Neanderthal Green.
Dude.
I don't know if you ever. That's something Ben Dixon coined, and that was something that I drew, and he put it on air before the show was over. That was really funny. But like I have. You have to earn my respect,
Right.
and that should not be easy for any of us, especially from a Republican. Are you kidding me? Look, if you were a good Republican, you wouldn't be a Republican. If
Right.
you were good at all, you wouldn't be over on that side. There is no fighting chance within that party.
Mhm.
So, like, if anybody out there is trying to sacrifice themselves on the altar of both sidesing it,
Mhm.
go ahead because you're in the way, right? Like, go ahead and play in those murky waters and act like there's something to be gained from it. You're just in it for clicks. You're just trying to find a new controversial angle to take. Does that make them a bad person? No. I mean, this is online media. That's a
Right.
dynamic of online media. It's just kind of like one facet of what we do. I'm guilty of it myself. But when it comes to politics, don't play.
Right. So
That's
so
what I think.
when I brought
It's
up
too
Vosh and you
serious.
brought that up, so like you think that he's in that same vein where it's just like he's
No,
always an asshole?
I stopped watching Vosh after he shared his screen accidentally.
that-
I was
yeah.
like, okay, I'm
Yeah.
not. I mean, I wasn't
Yeah.
like a huge fan of his content, but he and I would DM.
Mhm.
Like, he would I would have invited him to this space. But like it just came to a point where I was like, I'm
Bro.
not getting enough from this. I don't think this guy is serving enough of a purpose as far as political commentary
Mm.
to allow for some things to just turn a blind eye to some things.
Hmm.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So for me, I was like, there's dozens of other guys I'm watching right now. There's so many other political commentators on the left and in independent spaces. That's just one.
Right.
I don't need to. I can unsub now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I don't even think I like officially unsubbed right away. I just stopped watching. So like, what's one less sub to that guy? But like, I'm not. This is the thing. I talked about this with Dieter on my show last night. Actually, you're either a guru that people are following, or
Mhm.
you're a commentator that people are coming to for information. What would you rather be? Do you want a following? Do you want people? I mean, we call it following. We call it subscribing and follow me and all that. But like you don't want people showing up here because I only watch Pep Talks. Pep Talks is the only one
I
worth
hate that.
watching.
Yeah.
I'm in the community.
The tribal stuff.
I'm known amongst thousands of people in this chat.
Mm.
I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah.
I really don't. And there's plenty of people out there with huge platforms that are successfully not like that. And I think other people, they love it. And I think there's audience capture and all kinds of like sour, bad stuff that comes along with that. But they're getting that ad revenue. They're getting those partnerships.
So do you not see like, because like again, they make memes about leftist infighting all the time, so that makes me
See, now
like
I'm not
that's
on Twitter.
oh well, I'm not even
So
not
if
even
you're
on
on
Twitter
Twitter,
necessarily, but like it's
your
just
view of the
even
world
through
is
being on
what the
like
fuck.
like the YouTube spaces and just kind of doing that kind of thing.
No, I get it. I mean, I'm there's a lot of it about like the Young Turks, and people are talking about Destiny every other
Right.
day. That serves no purpose. My answer to that is this space. My answer to that is to bring people together. That's why when I was on the Majority Report, we talked about what we were going to say when we were on there promoting this space, Andrea, Ben, and myself. And then right at the end, I said something that we didn't talk about, but it's fine. I mean, we know where we stand. But I said, look, if you're out there bitching and moaning about how the left will never get along, they'll never unite, they'll never stop infighting, and it's all drama, and you aren't looking to us at this space as a place where we can at least begin to find the solutions, then you're just bitching and moaning into the void. You're not serious.
I feel like I was doing that for a little bit. I mean,
everybody, I do it now. I mean, it's okay. That's why I say it's a dynamic of what we do. This is an aspect of what we do. It's totally, I mean, come on. Are you an online commentator? How can you not? I have one video where Jesse Dollamore and I talked about the Young Turks. It hit 104,000 views. I got like 2,000 subscribers out of it. I was in the comments all day going, I'm not going to do this if I'm not in the comments talking to these people about this topic and making my case. And so I was trying to take it serious, but I could have had Jesse back on the next week. We could have kept it going. I could have had multiple videos like that, and
or just keep attacking the Young Turks. I mean, I had a situation like that with like I could have been just ripping on Joe Rogan all the time because some of my biggest hits was just ripping on comedians.
Well, but we should do that. We should be calling these people out.
Even though I want to do that, I don't want to make that the majority of my content. Like, because you were kind of insinuating like it's almost like playing to the algorithm because you noticed that little bump. And that's where it is kind of like,
It's more like I think it's more like this. If you were running a restaurant, you wouldn't just serve like, and you said, hey, it's a 3-course meal. Vegetables, vegetables, and vegetables. No, there's red meat, vegetables, and dessert, right? It's something like that. You know what I mean? I want people to eat their veggies. So, like, I really focus on that. Oh, but here's some red meat. You know what I'm saying? Like, chew on this. Oh, and you want some dessert? This is pretty good. This is some sweet content. But, like, what I focus on as a main course is whatever is most informational, because these are real serious times, and we all need to be able to. I love the videos where they're talking shit about this person or that person, but I feel like some of those people exist to talk shit about, and I don't get it.
It's because the drama content does kind of, it's like it
rules,
hits.
yeah.
Like it's stupid and it's rewarded, you know.
The most successful thing that you and I could do right now is start a beef with each other and then hope it lasts for a year or two. And we would be banking. We would.
Yeah.
The Google AdSense would be like, you know, thousands of dollars a month. We would be well off at some point because we made up a phony beef. It's like, that's so embarrassing.
It's integrity thing.
I don't want society to be that way. And taking into account that, you know, slightly more than half the internet is bots. I mean, it's not even, none of it's real. So
it's real. Yeah, that's actually a really good way of looking at it. Is none of it's really, like, it's all kind of manufactured at some point. And then on top of it, like going back to the Young Turks, actually that's kind of where I wanted to like go with that, was asking about what was going on with the Young Turks, like, and you know, that fall off, because that was so organic, where it's like they were so agreeable in the way that they were presenting their content, the way that they were helping other creators, and like the mission was pretty solid for a while there.
Not
until
the technique wasn't. So what they would do is, like, let's use Rebel HQ as the example. I think this is still how it works. They would bring you on as a commentator, and they would say, you need to be getting this many views. And they would check in with you and say, you're not getting the views. You need to get this many views here.
Really?
If you don't get them by this date, you're out.
They're not helping with that either. What the hell?
They don't produce your content. They don't do anything for you.
That's so messed up.
Sometimes they tell you what to talk about, but like if somebody else is talking about it already, that's weird.
Mm.
So the that attracts people who are better at getting views than
Mhm.
they are worth listening to about any given topic.
Right.
And so that's why so many people have left the Young Turks specifically and gone to the right. They've shifted right. There's more to it than that, of course. Like Dave Rubin's like, oh, I can be the token guy over here, or you know what I mean? Like
Mm.
it's there's levels to why it's greasy. But I think, and I don't know, I would just purely be speculating, but doesn't it seem like people are locked into some pretty long-term contracts over there?
Yeah.
Like, why don't
I
some
mean,
of the core people roll out? I don't know.
I've been
To
wondering
me, it
that about
seems like
John, personally.
no, not John. Although I mean that could apply, but like
Are
to
you talking more like Rick Strawman, those guys?
no, like Anna and Jake become increasingly bitter and start doing things in that same manner, like for views,
Mhm.
but they're increasingly angry and bitter and just fed up. And they're obviously, they said for years, this is one of the reasons I stopped watching them is because they always act like, oh, they make so much money on the right. There's so much money. And I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, you can stop talking about that now. Give me a break. If you're in it for the money,
Mhm.
go get a job that pays or
No,
something, you know, and
Anna
you're in
making
media.
those like critiques about his son, that kind of did it for me.
Yeah,
Where
that
like,
kind of stuff. But like, why isn't she left? Why isn't she
right?
trying to work at CNN or one of these? Why are you really stuck there? You can't get out. And so you're so pissed off about, but there, every job, if you stay there long enough, you will begin to commiserate. There
Mhm.
will be water cooler, hallway chatter, whatever you want to call it. There will be people who are just upset because they're stuck. They
Right.
haven't left. So like you really need to change a scene. And I start to think like, okay, I'm just going to assume you can't leave because this is obviously really bad. Like you
Mhm.
don't look, being negative all the time and upset all the time. I don't even care if it's an act. It's still not healthy.
No. Well, yeah.
It's going to take its toll, right? It's bad for you
I
mentally,
feel like you're my
physically.
therapist right now. Or it's just
Well,
like,
but like your
no.
ulcer doesn't know you're faking it or doing it for
Yeah.
clicks, right? Like your
Yeah.
ulcer is like, no, this sucks. We're always upset. Why are you expanding your
Oh,
diaphragm every time you talk?
no, I had a situation where recently I was yelling at something and like I just had that little bit of a headache where I was just like, wow, what am I doing? I'm gonna give myself a stroke if I keep doing this shit.
Yeah, don't do that, right?
Like I don't want to be this mad at everything, but it's like you were kind
But
of
if
saying, it is trying times and you feel like it is so serious.
okay, I like the Vanguard. I like Lance from
Mm,
the Surfs, but I do see like every like title for their show is like H3. It is H3, right?
mm.
Ethan Klein. It's
H3,
like
H3.
Ethan Klein said this, or
Yeah.
like somebody roasted this guy, and I'm like, okay, I'm glad you're covering that, but I feel like it exists to be covered. Like
You
I'm
would have
not
lamented the back end of my stream last
just
night.
it's this circuit. It's what do they call it? It's like the snake eating his tail at some
Yeah, the
point, but.
Ouroboros, yeah.
But, you know, like I said, I like those guys and they do a lot of positive content on top of that. And it's sort of like if you want to hook them, if you want to hook viewers, and then while you got them, segue into something more serious and important, do it. And
Man,
like I think they do it. But I also see a lot of channels out there that are, I don't know who they are. Their setup is just them in a dark room, no real microphone or
I feel
anything,
like
no
you're talking about
lighting.
Bad Empanada before you're even saying it.
I don't know, but like all they do is talk about. I'm not even sure
Shit
I've
about
ever
the left?
watched any of that.
Yeah,
But
Bad
no, just
Empanada
the
is
Young
like the
Turks.
most egregious, and he's actually the one I was calling out yesterday, where I was just like, you know what? I'm so sick of this because he creates this just utterly disgusting divide all the time.
So
You
why
know,
why not do like me and be blissfully unaware of that guy?
oh,
It would be so easy to
that'd
just
be
be like,
nice. I don't know because
screw this. I'm
I've
not
been in
watching
these
this.
other online spheres for long enough to where it's like
Get out of
I don't
there.
know, like, and it's kind of the same. I guess I'm guilty the same way that the Vanguard boys are, where I have a little bit of the the drama itch occasionally.
I mean, it's like you keep going to that one playground where all the fights happen instead of all the other playgrounds where there aren't any fights.
I grew up in Chicago. There's fights at every every
No, I
single
get
one.
it, man.
So,
I get it. I mean, you're being literal, but you see my analogy, right? It's like
yeah.
It's like, bad who? Okay. Destiny what? Who cares?
Oh, see, but
Although the thing about that is
then
he gets a lot of mainstream
oh yeah,
attention.
yeah.
And it's like and it's like
Well,
speaking
no,
for
the
the
thing is,
Democrats, and I'm like,
CNN unfortunately is putting Destiny, like this space, like to
crazy.
CNN would actually put us like in his, vein
I
there,
don't yeah,
or in
so
the vein
like
of Destiny.
they
Ew.
got to be called out. I get it. They're
Well,
already popular. They got to be called out, but I don't watch that stuff, man. I hate it. Although, even though I wasn't watching the Young Turks, if I see a clip where they're being anti-activist or transphobic, I'm calling that shit out. I'll do a
right.
quick video and be like, this is exactly why they're wrong. Here's all the facts they're leaving out. Here's
Well,
the studies they could
I mean,
read
that's kind
and
of
like
why
have the
I
right opinion.
personally left them with the Benny thing. That's when I literally quit my membership, was after they threw
That's
Benny
when it
under the
was
bus.
getting
And I
that's
was
when
like,
it was like, oh, we all see this now,
that was
right?
wild. And they kept doubling down. And it was just like, you do understand that this is your ego, because you guys keep talking about like how important your audience is and how much you value us. But then you simultaneously will tell us how we're all stupid for feeling that way.
Yeah, I had this. Did you see where I don't like I've been bringing this up kind of a lot. I'm not sure why, but I'm not trying to like brag or virtue signal. But I had
How
the
dare you?
all the mods that walked out on them.
Yeah.
I had all those guys on my show the next day.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Yeah.
And that to me was like when I was like, what happened? All the mods walked out? And like, I could see right away that people were like trying to play it down. But then I was like, no, no, no. That we're talking about online media. This is kind of a big deal. I want to talk to these guys. And for me, that was a moment where I could see that something happened.
Mhm.
There was a rejection by people. I mean, the mods are not just casual viewers. You know what I mean? Like those you're dedicated.
No.
That's your dedicated community right there. And they walked. I want to know about that.
Mhm.
And that's like really when you could see like there was a string. I don't know if it was like a matter of months or weeks or whatever, but there was a string of events where I was like, you got a chance to fix this, and they didn't. They leaned
No,
into
they
it, and
leaned in.
they really started getting
Yeah.
ugly. And I was like,
Yeah.
oh, you just okay, fine. You want to be miserable all the time and then some. All right. I mean, definitely not watching this now, but they're shitty. I was inviting Jank on the show at one point, and it looked like it was going to happen. And this was like the end of last year.
Whoa.
Yeah, and then he was like, I don't know if he was on with Francesca then
Yeah.
or
Was it
something.
was it the Franny interview? That was
The
more
timeline's a
recent,
blur.
but yeah.
But there was something, and I sent them a message back, and I was like, whoever I was coordinating with, and I said, hey, the invite's not out anymore.
Okay.
I mean, if he wanted to come on, I'd like to hear why, but like, I don't want to have him on anymore. It's not the kind of guest I want on my show. Thanks anyway.
Right.
However, if anybody at the Young Turks would like to talk to me about their experience working at the Young Turk, give them my email. Like,
Yeah.
I would love to talk to them. And of course, I didn't hear anything back
Well,
at all.
but it's still wild that like the way that that was where I was going to ask, is like, cuz you mentioned Lance, and for some reason Jenk had a special like hard on to go after Lance.
I know.
Like, it was weird where he kept
It was
saying, guys
weird.
like Lance at the Surfs, they just keep saying that I'm not even a leftist. Wah!
Yeah, he uses a fake voice. It's like Lance
Yeah.
doesn't look like that or talk like that. Why are you doing that?
Yeah, it keeps doing the snide little
I
thing.
think that's how you know it was fake. I think that's how you know he doesn't really feel that
Well, he
way.
didn't.
was just
It's
putting it
obvious he
on.
didn't respect Lance, or like even some of the commentators. Like,
yeah.
look at the way he treats Jordan. Like, that was always kind of disconcerting. Where it's just like, man, he really talks down to Jordan a lot.
I mean, I've had one boss that I worked side by side with,
Mhm.
and it was fine. Otherwise, I can't think of any bosses that I would want to like do the job with. Do you know what I mean? Like that I've ever had, and I've had a ton of jobs. I think there's a weird thing that happens there. So it went from like that was their whole thing, was to be like cable news,
Mhm.
to be a CNN or an MSNBC or whatever. but they're not. They have the main show, and it's like a tired format. I'm not saying it's a tired format. Like anybody could do that format, and it wouldn't be tired.
Is
It'd be
it
fresh.
okay?
But
So
like,
what do you
evolve.
think about the whole like trying to get more funding just to keep the fucking set up, like in the Poly Market studio? They don't need
the
that
thing.
garbage. They never did.
They haven't evolved. Here we
Like-
see, like I was saying, the mainstream guys are utilizing the independent guys' strategies for success now.
Mm.
But like they're just maintaining the same line. Their baseline hasn't shifted. I don't know why the rhetoric has, but like it hasn't evolved. But like don't listen to me. I feel the same way about all of sports. Like
I mean,
you guys are still watching. It hasn't changed. It's so boring.
I understand. I mean, at some point, it is
Godzilla hasn't really changed either, and I love Godzilla. So
Well,
I get it.
exactly. I mean, that's
get it.
another. Trust me, I understand the critiques there, but
I saw somebody giving you and I props during your show earlier.
yeah, they came in and said that they that we're both fans of the G-Man, and I'm like,
I wear the -1 hoodie sometimes.
nice.
Oh, dude.
I actually
I
just got the card
ordered-
game.
Did I already tell you this? Oh, there's a card game. No,
Yeah.
I might have told you this a couple weeks ago. I ordered Godzilla -1 color.
You did, yeah.
Yeah, and there was a really tiny print that said pre-order, so it doesn't come out till next month. But I was like, it's right there. It'll be fine.
No,
But I was like, where the hell is it?
I actually want to go to the Mall of America in
Cool.
Minnesota because they're getting the ride.
Yeah,
That's
no,
like, and there's only like 4 places getting it all over the world. I was like, oh,
I think that'd be cool, man.
that's not that far. Uh-oh.
But see, like the thing is though, like that is different. I mean, they did the what was the other Godzilla? Shin.
Well, there's Shin Godzilla, and I like the legendary Godzilla MonsterVerse. I love that stuff.
Shin Godzilla, yeah, me too. Except for like the very last 2 things that I was like, not so cool. But the Shin Godzilla and -1, that stuff is okay. I get it. This is very much Godzilla, but like it was done very artistically. See what I mean? What are we doing? And right now, this space is what it is. But we aren't saying it needs to be this way. And we aren't saying that it needs to evolve into exactly this other thing. We're not saying any of that, which means to me, that means let it evolve. What's it going to be? Maybe like 6 different hosts come to me in a year and say, hey, can you ask the team if it's okay if we do Fridays and it's just one big stream? We're all on there at the same time for like 7 hours. I don't know. But like the door is open. Do you know what I mean? Like there is like, let's evolve it. There is no, I'll put it this way. There's no case where like, if you came to me and said, could we do this? I'd be like, fuck no, dude, that's not what we're doing here. I would, unless you were like, can we have like right-wing debate night?
No,
that we have to talk about, but you know what I mean?
No,
it's like, we can evolve stuff.
Before I let you go here, I actually kind of want your take on that because when I was just breaking into this type of content, the first people that started really reaching out to me were right-wingers and like debate spaces. So like, what is your kind of take on that? Like, even if it's not for this space, like, would you personally involve yourself in any of that, or like, do you find any merit in that, or do you think they're just using us as props?
I do think that whether it works or not is different. I do think that that's their goal, to reinforce their base. It has nothing. It's all bad faith. But like, I don't think it always works because look at like the last time Sam Cedar was with Tim Pool's audience was like, you fucked that up, dude. Sam shredded you. So like, see what I mean?
Broke his toilet.
Yeah, well, but then also like his audience was really, he's like, oh, my audience is mad at me because they think you won. And it's like, well, then why are you debating? Why aren't you talking? Because this is bad faith, because this is gimmicky, because this isn't real, because what you guys call debate isn't fucking debate. No one's going to come out with a new opinion. You're just trying to convince yourself you weren't wrong. You're not even trying to convince yourself you're right. And that's like, there's this whole fear of looking stupid. It's why people make up their minds based on a Facebook post. And then if anyone challenges them, you're trying to make them look dumb, and they're not going to let that stand.
But
Don't
actually,
humiliate me.
to that point, I've had a critique about like the new online left that they're like Dean Withers and I forgot the other kid's name, but they're like the debate lords of TikTok. They're kind of shifting that, you know, because they are taking it to like the right wingers like Charlie Kirk. I'm
Yeah,
pretty
so
sure
that's
the unfuck America thing. I'm pretty sure that's them.
right. So this is my
Um,
other point: is leave it to the people that do it well.
Okay.
Leave it to the people that are capable of winning over, because I don't think that we should. I don't have to debate shit.
Mm.
If somebody was like, "Dude, you're wrong, debate me," I'd be like, "No,
I don't care.
I'm not insecure with my thoughts." Look, my whole platform is based around people
Parker.
telling me and correcting me, and me saying, "This is what I think. What do you think?" Like I was asking Dieter last night, "Am I right about this? Please help me out here." I am not going on air going, "This is exactly what you need to know, and you're only going to get it from me," which is essentially what people are doing, right? And I don't approve of that. I just don't like it. Do it if you want, but I don't like it. So if there are people out there capable of taking the debate to them, like Luke Beasley or whoever, go for it. Please change minds and get the young audience.
Actually, Adam Mockler's a good one. I mean,
yeah, but like
he makes like
the
Libby
younger
content, but he's
people.
good. You know,
Because we know young people are watching the internet for drama. It makes sense.
Yeah. But
when I was in my teens and 20s, I wouldn't have been seeking out the Majority Report. I would have been seeking out all of the drama, the Jerry Springer shit. So if there are people who can do that and make a difference.
The Air America version of the Majority Report back when Janine was on it, it was more about that though. Like they would
that's
play
what I
that
mean,
game.
younger.
You
They
know?
were younger audiences probably.
Oh yeah, you're right. You know what? Yeah, that's our.
I mean, I was in my 30s at the time, but like that. My point is like there are people who can do it, but we shouldn't all feel like we have to. Like if nobody's ever reached out to me to debate, but if they did, I would be like, well, why debate? Can't we just talk about it? I don't understand what's the debate for? Is it like fight night? I don't understand. Why don't we just pick a policy or an issue and talk about it? And I could tell you why I think you might be misinformed or flat out wrong.
Well,
and if it comes to the point where I think somebody's lying, I would call them out. But it's not like we need to prove each other wrong. I mean, that to me is
that's like
weird.
the modern discourse and like the modern debate style is literally like just winning. Like
and I don't
Destiny
think that's
was I can almost quote Destiny by saying like he at one point said, "I'm not trying to just win the debate. I'm trying to make you quit the internet."
So that's what happens when something like debate becomes a culture, I think, is that it evolves into something that's not as pure as it was. Like I guarantee in debate clubs or whatever in schools, they're not like, there is a thing in debate where you should be able to argue your opponent's points better than them.
Yeah. Well, that's what I learned how to do. But I also like, for instance, when I would debate, I was in debate club, but I would also do this thing where it would throw them for a loop, where I would be genuinely curious about their positions and have them explain it. And most of the time, like just them explaining their position would kind of fall apart, or they would just kind of almost in real time realize that their argument sucked.
Yeah, all they have is like this one fighting tactic, and it's like, well, I've studied the art. But
Christian debate was always that.
But like Jubilee,
oh my god,
that is the epitome of, because you can see like just using Mehdi Hassan, which is kind of where I drew the line. But I was like, I'm done with these. But like you watch how Mehdi Hassan's just sitting there like, what the fuck? It's not a debate.
That's what
like,
sucks, though. I admit that there's entertainment merit to it.
Like,
I understand why. Like, I'm disgusted. I'm simultaneously disgusted with what they're doing, but I also, I contribute to it by even watching it, and I also recognize that I am finding the entertainment value in it, even though it sucks. And it makes me, it does the thing where it's like the rage economy or whatever. We watched a video about that
I mean,
yesterday.
they are releasing chemicals in your brain that feel good, but
Right.
it's not.
And it's easier to get people
good.
angry. Like you respond, or like people respond when they're, mad at something or they perceive something to be like a slight.
Yeah, I'm worried. I mean, I think the internet's already gone. We can keep using it as a tool, but I think as something really important, no, not so much. I don't. I wouldn't be as dramatic to say like we're gonna have a whole generation of people who feel this way. But look at all the quote unquote influencers in the White House right now, working in the health department. Like freaks me the fuck out. So like, if Jubilee, like if pay attention, I guess, because you're gonna see those same kids, and they are like kids to me, but you will see them like in holding political office just because they did a Jubilee. That can't be the pipeline to government work. You know what I mean? Or like being in the administration.
That is Trump though, because like look at the Janine Pirro thing, but also
but the Democrats want to do that.
Like,
the Democrats want to do that too.
Well, now because they're playing catch up. They're always doing this. Like that's what always pisses me off about the Democratic Party is like they've always been viewed as feckless. They've always been like the beta male accusation bullshit. They've always had that stamp on them.
I think you're right. But what we need is to pay less attention or invest less energy into politics. Electoral politics, elections, that is one part of the solution going forward. But I think there is so much more to be gained in labor and labor militancy and unionizing. And that is not online. I mean, it is, but not in the way politics is. That's in the streets. That's on the job. That's on the picket line and the strike line. And I think that is like serious fucking business. And like people they're not doing it for clicks. They're not doing it for views. They're doing it for paying bills, feeding mouths. You know what I mean? Keeping a roof. And that is serious fucking business. It's the bottom up is where all that politics stuff starts to matter less because you realize they want you to think it's left and right. But what it actually is we are all workers. We are all earners.
I'm just like, well, I mean, here I am, political commentator. I'm just like,
Like, no, well, that's my bread and butter, buddy. But like, I mean, what are we doing if we're not inspiring boots on the ground?
Right.
If we keep, I'm not saying you do this, but if we all keep looking at politics as some form of like, entertainment, or there's an entertainment value to it, then we are helping maintain the status quo instead of like, do we want the means of production? Do we want to be able to determine our salaries? Do we want a more socialist way of life? Or are we just looking for more government socialist like policies?
I would almost argue though, like the way that Hassan has made it entertaining has radicalized like at least a million kids to the left. Like, so like that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And I'm
class versus worker class. I mean,
I can't say enough that it all goes back to there are different aspects of what we do, and it's all included. Whether I think it's one thing should be prioritized or another, or is more valuable than something else, whatever. That's just my opinion on it. But and like obviously, like I'm very hands-on when it comes to this stuff, or I try to be. But like I don't give a pass where I think other people do in the name of it's entertaining or it's what people want. I don't care if it's what people want cigarettes. I mean, you run a grocery store, you got to sell cigarettes. No, you don't, I guess. No. Or if you run a sporting goods store, you don't have to sell AR-15s. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to do that. But, oh, well, people want it. It's a lot of money. And okay, well, fine. Go ahead and do that. Who cares? I mean, it's
always going to the lowest common denominator. I mean, that's actually what I do like about this space and like the content creators that are on it is the fact that like all of us, I would say we understand like the YouTube algorithm and the game we have to play like with titling and all that shit, but rage baiting and like the actual like trying to play that game. I don't think that we're necessarily falling into that. I mean, I might be, patting ourselves on the back here, but
You're right, though. You're right. I mean, it's just naturally not that. And I don't even know if, I mean, maybe subconsciously I was inviting people who I knew weren't that way. But, like, on the other hand, if somebody wanted to, like, if you just purely started making content that was talking shit about the Young Turks, what other people may refer to as slop.
yeah,
Okay.
slop tube. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to say don't. Like, there was one person recently who was like, "Can I say this on my show?" And I was like, "It's your show." And they're like, "You don't care?" And I was like, "Whether I care doesn't matter. It's your show. I'm not the fucking, there's no boss
Right.
who's going to fire you or demote you or withhold salary.
Well, I know for
We're not doing
myself,
that.
I like, even if there is no boss, or like even if there is no like structure kind of like that, I view like being part of this space as like not only just a privilege and an opportunity, but also like I am also representing not just myself anymore. Like I'm representing
There
this
you
space.
go.
Therefore, it is kind of
That's
like
good. I
you
love
know, I don't I so like for in my case, I would bring that something like that to you just to be like, hey, listen, like this could bring, some heat here, or this is something like, would you just prefer me not to even say? Like that's not
Sure.
going to
Okay,
you as a
yeah, I
boss
mean,
necessarily. Like you just happen to run, this space. So I can understand where that might come from.
but don't you think like I love that we have like a private server. Don't you think you could just throw that out and ask everyone?
What do you mean?
I would just put that in the general tab on Discord and be like, "What do you guys think?
Well, I mean,
Should I like that?" To me, asking me is the same as asking anybody. And if I send you a DM on the side, then
right.
like
Okay. So no, I see what you're
I
saying. Actually,
probably could
funny
have
enough, I didn't
told
even,
myself not to.
I haven't gone to you. I've gone to our producer. I go to him with all my questions.
Oh yeah. Well,
Oh shit. Not again. Give me one sec. Hold on. Here he goes. We're back. Oh my god.
I should probably wrap it up anyway. But look, ultimately, I keep saying that this space, I am definitely back, right?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to have to say this twice, although I say it all the time. This space is a thing where anything can happen, and in that case, that's a good thing.
Mhm.
I want to see where it goes. Meaning, I don't know where it goes, but somebody has to be like overseeing things
Well,
to
yeah,
make
because
sure
I
that
mean, TOS is a thing.
yeah, we want to stay the course. And like, the only thing we ask of, I should make this public. The only thing that we ask of creators and content creators is to be inclusive,
Mhm.
no slurs, right? Like that's not too hard. And um don't violate any copyright stuff that's going to get us taken down because like you said, it's not just you, it's everybody. So I do think like that sort of set the tone.
Mhm.
And the fact that we're working class, I think really sets the tone. And the people are like, oh, this is what we're doing.
Right.
And we didn't even mean for that to happen. It just sort of happened. So I'm totally cool with it. The way everything's going. And I love that everyone is um so instantly a community.
Mhm.
Like to see, I mean, I never thought I would be on a Discord with just the host and the mods.
Oh shit! I just
That's cool.
realized. Actually, my first guest technically. Oh my god. Alex.
If you don't remember their name, it doesn't matter.
No, Alex.
Oh, Devil's Advocate. Oh,
Yeah,
right on. Yeah, he's
Devil's
everywhere,
Advocate
dude.
was technically my first.
That guy.
Yeah, no, he's a cool.
He-
He's a rad dude.
I wish he had said something to me like, "I'm nervous. I don't think I can do this," but he never did because I would
Yeah,
love to
it's
be like,
okay.
"Dude, you blew up. Like you're everywhere. You're so willing to talk and go." The
Yeah.
first time anybody broadcast on this space, myself and the team were watching, and we were in our own group DM. And when Alex went on, I remember Pastor Ben was like, "Look at this guy. This is awesome." And I was like, "Yeah, this is what I mean. These people need more exposure. We need to give them a platform. We need to provide the racetrack, the car, the pit crew, and just let them drive. Look at how well he doesn't have to worry about any of the technical stuff or the optimization. He can just sit down and cook."
Right.
And so in a way, being on this space will make you better at what you do. But look, I think everyone involved right now is super cool. Boston Brian's joining us tomorrow.
That's so exciting, man.
Yeah,
I've been a fan
so
of his content for a while, so that's really, really cool. And yeah, like
it-
Pinkerbell just said, Alex is a team player. He's also, as I
oh
said,
yeah,
just a rad ass dude. Like, it was so funny. I had him on to talk like politics. We ended up talking comedy for like an hour, just because we're into the same
that
obscure
is
like
politics,
comedy
yeah.
scene. And then we just started talking comic books and Green Lanterns and Kyle Reiner. Like, trust me, I watched my view count go from like, oh, we got like 13 in
That's
chat
funny.
to just like 4.
Huh?
It's just
You're
like,
gonna
who
have to
cares?
pause and give him some red meat. But like that is there is I call you the 1:00 guys now. I'm like,
Ah,
oh, we got the 1:00 guys. It's you, Boston Brian, and DJ exclusive. Those are our
hey.
1:00 hour. Those are like kicking off the streams.
The 1
I think it's
o'clock
a very
club.
big deal.
We used to call that
Carry
morning
a lot of weight.
radio.
Yeah, right. Carry a lot of weight.
Yeah,
I mean,
Let's start the
it's the
day.
first thing people see at the beginning of the stream. You got to bring it, and you guys bring it. So that's what I love about it. But I also like,
Can I
you
just
know,
admit something kind of funny?
yeah,
Like segueing into Jake and Dan even today. This is where I kind of feel like a silly Billy, where I'm just like, oh, I'm just kind of like a very unserious show compared to these, very intelligent, well thought
no.
out folks. Even the Angry Ginger does the same thing to me, where I'm just like, I get almost intimidated, where I'm like, oh, you guys are a little bit more serious than I am.
After your first show, the very first like premiere,
Mhm.
I won't tell you who because they didn't know I was going to bring it up. But somebody said to me, "Pep's my new favorite show."
Aw,
Yeah, and that was after
aw.
one episode.
One episode? No shit.
And I'm not blowing smoke, that's real. But like that's I mean it adds. It's not we can't all be the same. We can't homogenize it right off the bat. We need like variety. And
Want
I
some?
don't
See, that's
think
the thing. Homogenized content has always been kind of like when
yeah,
you like
it's
see
terrible.
spaces like that. Yeah, like even going back to the Young Turks, like Jimmy Dore, that was his whole thing. TYT comedy. Like they tried to like branch out, whether or not it wasn't healthy. It's a whole
Yeah.
different story, but it is kind
But
of talking to the variety of like bringing those types of creators around.
I just want people to I've asked the most diverse group of people to join.
Mhm.
And people haven't accepted that invite for a lot of reasons, right?
Mhm.
So if anyone was to look at our content or our lineup and go, it's not diverse enough, that's not for a lack of trying. And I don't totally agree because
I
we're
can't.
not
The thing is,
all
that's the one critique I can't even like. What?
yeah, we're not all out there
No.
we're not using talking points.
No.
We don't come from the same school of thought. We
No.
don't present ourselves the same way. We don't have the exact same show. I know, like Alex popped in on Left Past 10 last week. Have you ever watched Left Past 10? I know you watched
I
like
was
at least
actually going to
one.
try and be on that show, but unfortunately, I was watching Alien in preparation for Aliens or
is-
Alien Earth with a buddy. So I was just like, I can't pop on right now. Damn.
It is so like not serious on purpose. But like I had to
I can't
follow
wait
up
to
with
be on that.
Alex
So
and be like, hey, you're a good sport. By the end, I was thinking to myself, oh no, Alex thinks I really think about Return of the Jedi this much when like I don't, you know what I mean? But like I was arguing with him about Return of the Jedi and he was taking it serious and I was thinking to myself like, no, dude, I'm not being serious. You're supposed to like be equally harebrained and weird about it
don't worry.
like
Well,
I am,
hey,
but
you
he
know
was
what?
being serious.
I
The
could
chat was being serious.
I can moderate this one because I kind of get like the whole like what you're doing and just being like, oh yeah, I'm being cheeky, but at the same time, my chat knows this. Occasionally, Pep can be a little gullible. So,
Well, but it's Left Past 10. So like hello, that's
well,
we're not
did he know that that it is just like
yeah.
the dynamic is supposed to be goofy and
Yeah,
you
he
know
was like, yeah, I forgot. But I think I was talking about something he's passionate about. So that makes sense.
geez. All right, that's it. Why is Oh, that was my Streamlabs. Give me 1 second, guys. Yeah, here we go. We'll probably have to wrap up because my sorry.
Bandwidth. No, it's cool. But I was just saying, like, occasionally we are serious on that show. So if somebody's watching going, oh, this is the unserious show, and then we got serious, it might be confusing. And I don't want to be confusing.
And Left Past
but
10 is the
anyway,
one on Wednesdays that you guys finish up with?
yeah.
Nice.
And tomorrow's an early one because we're wrapping up after like an hour instead of going for 3 hours because I'm on the road the next day
Right.
early. So we got to bail. And Jake is still under the weather. So we're moving
Yeah,
down.
yeah. Rest up, Jake. Jake's a solid ass dude. I had a lot of fun talking with him. As I said though, like kind of intimidated because like he has really like the fact that he can just lay out his talking points the way that he does and also like be so educational. That's where I do. I'm like, oh man.
Smart guy.
No, but I'm glad that I can lead into his show. He's a really cool dude. No, but also like just real to be real with you, man. Thank you for the opportunity and I really
Thank
appreciate
you.
it and I appreciate you taking the time to be on the show today.
Oh yeah, it's fun, man. Yeah, I love it.
Hell yeah.
And you know, it's funny when I DM with people, maybe you notice this, I probably seem like real short and like maybe even cold, not like
You
I'm not
literally
using a
DM.
bunch of adjectives and
No,
stuff.
you text like my friends. It's okay.
I'm just like, yeah, cool.
No, it's okay.
But like I'm just this.
Yeah, no,
I
the thing
hate
is,
typing.
you're not. You kind of just said it. Like you are very much the way like that you are in text in the the way that we chat too.
Oh, okay, cool. Good. All right, good. Yeah.
That's why like I don't hear it in a mean way. It's just cool or
I'm
like
just even if I'm upset, I'm always on the verge of
just be careful because
cracking up.
the whole like using the thumbs up thing. Somebody recently said they're like that's kind of passive aggressive. You should use at least this. I'm like, come on. It's like, dude, I
no,
only
I'll
have
just
the
start
thumbs up. What are you
typing.
talking about?
I'll just type message received.
Right,
or-
exactly. It's just, no.
God, what? Everything can't be wrong, man.
Well,
Jesus.
I
Like,
get
give me
it
some
because I got
credit.
a little bit of it where I can't differentiate all the time through text, like especially when I started doing this.
Yeah, let's
So
just agree that we know each other now, and
Yeah.
we can.
well, no, between
not be
me and
offended
you,
by the
yeah, between
thumbs
us and even the guy,
up.
like
Yeah.
the people I know. I'm just saying in general where it is like
Right.
sometimes context can be lost, but yeah. Do you want to plug your show real quick and then yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I have a lot of content on youtube.com/theletterhack. I believe Matt Leck is going to be my next guest on there.
Oh
We'll see.
shit.
We're just trying to coordinate schedules. It's not always easy to do, but that is the guy that I'm after right now. Otherwise, check me out on Hey Funny Book tomorrow on this space at 9 p.m. Eastern, and then immediately following that, Left Past 10 at 10 p.m. Eastern.
All right. Yeah, I definitely got to get on Hey Funny Book again. Talk some comics. Well,
Yeah,
it seems
man.
like you like to talk
Tomorrow
comics
night-
on almost everything. So I'm like, hey.
Tomorrow night, I got Brian Box Brown on. Do you know him?
Oh.
He makes documentary comics. The
Um,
He-Man Effect, Andre the Giant. He's doing a whole bunch of pro cannabis legalization comics right now.
yeah.
He's great.
Yeah, he did the Andre the Giant one. I actually,
Yeah.
I think that
That's a good one.
yeah, dude.
He's coming on tomorrow. You
That's
really wanna
awesome.
check that
Well,
out.
I'm
Yeah.
excited to check that out. Well, again, man, I really appreciate you coming on, and I will catch you later, man.
Okay, thanks, brother.
Bye. All right, guys, that was a awesome time. I got to run upstairs real quick, take a small bathroom break, but yeah, then we're gonna come on back. We got the stand man here, and then we got we got the normal your regularly scheduled programming. All right, fact checker in the house. Nice. Thor squishes Superman's head with Mjolnir, throwing it faster than the speed of light at Superman's head. No, Mjolnir. It's kind of like the immovable object thing. I think that literally it would just go bonk. I don't know, man. Unless we're talking like the Corn Sweat Superman, maybe. Would have liked to bring that up, but all right, I will be right back. Give me a second. Smoke and hang. Whew. Okay, guys. Hope you guys are all still hanging. All right. By the way, got some new content that I dropped. I cut out the James Carville falling asleep. That was one of the better ones, guys, I have to say. When I make myself laugh in a video, that's special. Man, him falling asleep was one of the funniest damn things I think I've watched in a long time. Also, something that I didn't catch the first time around was Kat. I'm pretty sure that she was watching on the screen because at one point she just goes, looking at him. But yeah, guys, go follow the LETTERHACK if you don't already. I kind of figure that we have a lot of audience crossover by this point, but hey, man, like we were saying, this is an awesome community. I really enjoy this. So, Star Wars radio drama. Ooh. I'll have to check that out. Thank you for sending that, by the way. All right. Bloodstone, what up? Angela, Sean, Etch, Tinkerbell. Hey, guys. How's everybody doing? Did I miss anybody? John? John Lithium. What's up, dude? And then everybody over on Twitch. Sylviana, you win TV. By the way, I appreciate you popping by, you win TV. If you haven't already, hit that follow button. Appreciate it. And if you guys haven't already, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. Try, what up, dude? Oh, dude, how'd I miss you? The hell? Hi there. Hi there. Why, hello there. All right, well, I want to smoke this. I was not able to celebrate with y'all, so let's do that real quick. Look at me being all professional. All right, I'm not gonna lie. The fact that there was somebody that said that I was their new favorite content creator, that was like, oh, pretty cool. Just came back, was doing a few things. Oh, cool. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the bit with the LETTERHACK there. Seriously, one of the nicest guys in content creation. That's why I felt bad, like, talking about the drama, even, like, when he's just like, yeah, I don't engage with it. I don't want to. It's like, oh man, I feel bad for even bringing it up. Which, by the way, guys, we have an update on the Ethan Klein stuff. Apparently, there was a major update with the lawyers for Frogan, or not Frogan, Casey Tron and Denims. So we'll get to that. I almost feel like I should just cover that first so we can get to the other stuff. It's a little more serious. Because I want to cover, I got the RIP MSNBC, because we're going to go through the story of them becoming MS Now. Wait, Ethan stuff is still happening. What is it now? Yeah, right? Anna, right? So yesterday, I kind of went through it where there were a few updates with so Casey Tron and Denims have the same attorney, and there were some updates as far as them possibly reaching a settlement. But just today, Ethan came out and insinuated that there was a fatal error in their filing. So I was not able to watch the full video about it, but let's see. That's only 8 minutes. Fuck yeah. Let's do it. Because we can get this stuff out of the way, and then I don't have to really think about it anymore. Woohoo! I do hate to say, guys, I'm getting sick of it. I really am. I'm getting sick of the Ethan Klein stuff. Just because at this point, he has to cause more drama with these creators to even stay relevant in like our circles. So I kind of feel like it's petering out. But at the same time, I have also invested so much into this shit. God damn it. Give me 1 second. The hell was that? Just got ding dong ditched. Yeah. Finally home with a bowl and ooh, some chicken asado. Got my bowl just in case to watch Ethan. Gonna need it. Yeah, you are. Here. There we go. I think that title should work. All right. Well, let's get to this. Also, guys, thanks for hanging for the interview. I really appreciate that. Let's pause that. And...
Welcome, guys. Another video. Today we'll be discussing.
Okay, that is kind of funny that he's using Penguin's
Venom's
backdrop.
and Casey Tron's response to my lawsuit, which was due on Friday of last week. They did respond, and I'm going to go over it for you guys now. And I'm just going to put it this way. This is just a total flawless victory for us. That's how I'm seeing it, and I'll explain why. So here's the filing, and I'm only going to show Denham's because they have the same attorney, and Casey Tron's was nearly identical to Denham. So I'm just going to look at hers, and it represents both. So basically what you'll see if you scroll this is they're answering the complaint, and you're just going to see a lot of copy paste. Defendant denies. Defendant denies. Paragraph 6 contains legal conclusions with no responses required. Lots of copy pasting. It's all very just formal, kind of saying as little as possible. Answer paragraph 9, defendant lacks sufficient knowledge or information to form a belief. Essentially just saying we can't say. This one says contains legal conclusions which no response is required. Just basically not saying anything. Number 16.
Okay, so that means
they start to move on to defendant denies the allegations. Defendant denies the allegations. They copy pasting. Deny, 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 deny. That's the Hassan form. Look at all this. Look at this copy pasting. It's the same answer between 22 and fucking 40. Is it the same between 22 and 45, which says answering paragraph whatever 32 in this case, defendant lacks sufficient knowledge or information to form a belief concerning the truth of the factual allegations contained there within. On that basis, denies such allegations. So they copy pasted that monster of a claim 22 to 24. This is essentially an exercise in saving money and cutting every corner possible and doing as little as possible, right? That's what's happening here. Continue on, more copy pasting, paragraph 46 to, Jesus, to 63 says identical things. It just says paragraph 46 contains legal conclusions to which no response is required. And they copy paste that. And then they move on to copy pasting here. 65 to 70, defendant denies the allegations. 71, defendant denies the allegations. So this is essentially what this continues to be. They really don't say anything in this. Everything is like, I don't know, we don't know. We can't, how can we conclude? We don't know. Just that repeated and copy pasted like 100 times. Here's when they have now the ability to set their case forth.
Too much words. I mean, dude, this is legalese, and honestly, I've always thought that this is stupid because realistically, they don't need to do this. You can boil all this down to just, they said no, they said no, They said they denied this. They denied this. They denied
Explained
this.
their
They're complained in each and every cause of action set forth in therein.
defense. They
Like
have
that bullshit right
claimed
there.
that our lawsuit is frivolous. Hassan has claimed it. They have claimed it. Everybody who is trying to support them, Ian Idubs has claimed it. They say it's frivolous. Why then have you declined to state, do the minimum amount of work in your case to explain it? Here.
He's like Trump. If he doesn't see his name in it enough, he'll stop reading it.
First, affirmative defense for fair use. Complaint in each and every cause and action set forth fails to state facts sufficient to constitute a cause of action upon which relief can be granted. Copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. This is their defense. This is their answer on fair use. Plaintiffs' claims are barred in whole or part by the equitable doctrine of unclean hands. I'll tell you, the only unclean hands here are yours, bucko. I resent that. That is actually a legal doctrine. I'm just being silly. Yeah, it's just copy pasting. I mean, it's unbelievable. The lack
That's 90% of legal jargon, dude.
of effort that's gone into this.
They have to go through so much of that, like in the redundancies.
So that's what it is by their attorney. Besides what's written here, the most interesting
Okay, so what's the
takeaways are these, and I'll tell you. Kind of as I touched on, one, they did the laziest, cheapest response, and they failed to tell their story. They had a chance to respond, and they did not take it. The biggest thing to me
Was this your attorney's assessment on this? Why do I have a feeling that he has explicitly told you not to make this video?
is they failed. They had the opportunity to file a motion to dismiss. This is what you do when you believe you have a frivolous case. You're telling the judge, this is so frivolous that I'll just set the facts straight for you, and it's so obviously fair use that we don't need to waste anyone's time going any further than this. They did not file a motion to dismiss, which means the attorney looked at the facts and considered them all, that they all have merit, and that there was no way in hell a judge would grant a motion to dismiss. That is essentially a confession, a concession that the lawsuit is not frivolous.
To me, it looks like them saying that if he's going to go forward with this, they're going to make it difficult.
If it was, they would have filed motions to dismiss. That would have been a no-brainer. They didn't do it. The lawyer said, let's not even do that. Let's save money, right? You have no chance of winning. So that's interesting. The other interesting thing about this is that they did not file any counterclaims. We were expecting them to try to file counterclaims, which means they would include in their response
What?
some ridiculous trumped up defamation or something, just something to give them leverage against us.
Or the fact is they understand that that's really hard to do because they are also public figures, that this is very, dude.
To be like, oh, so
This kind of goes into what I was saying before, that his case, like, to actually prove real malice, the only thing that they did that puts this into the courts, honestly, and this should be the only thing in all of these documents, is just that they said they wanted to take views away from the original video. And they did it in a way where they just laid it out there. That was severely stupid.
they have to deal with this. Or
I will say that much, but the fact is, like, he keeps, dude, this stuff is going to piss off judges. It's going to piss off, like, a bunch of the people that he kind of needs to just go and be like, oh, yeah, you have plenty of merit here.
you want to negotiate?
Come
Well,
on.
we're going to drop our counterclaim now, and you have to drop your lawsuit. This and
It's almost like you're mad that you don't get to, like,
that. They didn't even do that.
To be like, oh, look, the counterclaim does. You're mad that there's not as much drama here.
Because here's the truth. Because either their lawyer is lazy, which might
I
be,
don't know,
I
man.
don't know, or he
This crash out is going to be studied because, like, for real, even his, like, usually you could just pass off his demeanor as just being Ethan. No. Like, his tics have gotten severely worse, especially when discussing this type of stuff. I have to say, man.
he was like, I don't see.
And the fact that he has had multiple people on his show and in his life just say, let it go.
Any legitimate cause. It would just be a waste of time. But the thing is, they both each raised $40,000, so they have $80,000 in the coffer, the war coffers here. And this is the cheapest, laziest dog shit response you can imagine. No motion to dismiss and no counterclaims filed. So this to us is a total flawless victory. No motion to dismiss, no counterclaims, no case even set forth in the complaint. Lazy, horrible, dog shit. straight
According to who?
L's all around, guys. I'll be honest. Me and my lawyer were both pretty floored when we saw this because we were accepting these guys to go to war. They were talking a big game. Denims was just raising money a few months ago to sue me for defamation. What happened? What happened? You were so tough.
I thought she was wait. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that she was raising money in case she had to get a legal defense fund against you.
You were talking all kinds of shit. You started to GoFundMe. What happened to this? You had a chance and you didn't
Oh, never mind.
even write in a counterclaim.
God
What a
damn it.
coward loser you are. What a coward loser you are, Denims. No counterclaim, no motion to dismiss. Fat L's, cringe, you lose, I win. So what happens now is it goes to, basically it goes to discovery. And then after that, it goes to summary judgment.
Wow. Okay.
Which is where I think we're
Interesting.
going to win.
Yeah,
which is
then
essentially,
I do think they're. I hate to say this, if it goes into summary judgment,
after discovery, they have to actually write a response to the charges, to the judge. And then we get to respond.
reminds me of a video where some woman returned some fancy cheese and it was super easy, but she wanted to fight about it, so the worker obliged you. Ethan just wants drama.
To it.
Yeah.
And then they respond to our response. And that is basically putting it in the
Imagine being so pathetic you cover your own lawsuit.
judge's hands to say, hey, we're looking for
I do think that, again, is his lawyer not telling him, like, hey, don't?
summary judgment. We don't need to go to trial. And I think that's where we're going to win. Personally, that's basically it. There's really nothing much to say about it. It's just a total and complete loss. They talked a big game. They had a chance to show it. They failed to level any defense, any criticism at all. They've conceded that this lawsuit is not frivolous, and the fun is only going to begin now. So I don't know that they're going to be able to copy paste their way out of this one, but we shall see. I just basically want to know why Denims didn't sue me for defamation like she promised. I was really hoping to have a good time with her, and I was looking forward to that claim of defamation, but she had a chance right here. I gave her golden opportunity. No motion to dismiss, no counterclaims. Why is that? Lazy, dumb losers. No money spent, raised money, didn't spend the money. That's interesting, isn't it?
Guys, that is a little sus. This fact that it's coming from him sucks, but where is that money? And why doesn't she have a better attorney? He is acting like Trump. Yeah, he definitely learned like a lot of this from Trump.
That's all I have to say about that. So we will stay tuned. Again, this is Denims and Casey Tron. Frogan's response will be due in a couple of weeks. So we will enjoy that. Although I expect it to look something like this. But she has a different attorney. So,
dude, how wild would it be if he just like made the exact same room as fucking Penguin Zero?
Well, who knows?
That would be so. If that wasn't a green screen, I would actually laugh at that.
Maybe we'll see a
I'd just be
different
like,
strategy.
Okay, now that is another just level of insanity
unfolding. But me and my lawyer, we honestly expected too much. We expected way too much of our opponents. We thought for sure there would be a counterclaim at least, right? But they're dumb and they're bad and they're wrong.
What would the counterclaim be?
And they don't have the facts. They don't have the law. And also they're hateable. That's 3 strikes. You're out, ladies. This is, you think?
I mean, you're hateable. The thing is, like, this is, you're not, trust me, the judge is not going to look at you and be like, oh, you're so good at this. We're also big fans.
Klein taking a hit of my inhaler and saying, I'll see you guys in the next one. That shit hits good.
Fucking Ethan. Oh, hey, look, I'm featured again. That's nice. It's getting worse. Ethan Klein, Hassan Piker, Destiny situation is crazy.
This is Hassan Piker, Ethan and Ela Klein, Destiny situation. It was one of the most requested stories over on the text line, and it's crazy. With many saying it's gone past.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
That's the line of drama, and this is something
Philip DeFranco got forced to cover this shit.
else. Well, this mix of podcasters and political commentators, there is
All right. You know what I was saying to the letter hack about this shit just like taking over? Oh,
More
there it is. There it fucking is. Yikes.
history here than what's happening now. This latest controversy appears to start when you had Hassan Piker making a remark that many believe targeted Ela Klein.
Any kind of violence that Israeli settlers or the Israeli military experiences in the West Bank is literally legal, okay? It is legal resistance against an occupying military force. I cannot repeat this enough. Israel is actually engaging in an apartheid, which is a crime in and of itself. Israel's doing a genocide in Gaza and an apartheid in the West Bank, 2 crimes in and of itself. And every type of armed resistance against both the settlers and also the Israeli occupying force in the West Bank. Doesn't matter if it's your favorite podcasters like Wife that
Hearing Phil deeply sigh in the background.
participate in these raids. The violence that the Palestinians
Right?
engage in,
Dude, he was
In an
so
act
just
of
like, oh, God.
resistance against
I think that is he not friends with, I don't know about this anymore, but I know that he used to be friends with Ethan.
this illegal occupying force is
Or
literally
at least friendly with him.
legal.
Right, so it appears that he's talking in general about current ongoing violence there, but the call out to your favorite podcaster's wife has gotten a lot of attention because Ela previously served in the IDF. And this also has a little extra background here. Hassan and Ethan and Ela have been very publicly at odds over their clashing views with Israel and Gaza, as well as just, a number of other things. But in the here and now, you had Ela seeing Hassan's latest remark and accusing him of calling for violence against her specifically, with Ethan then later echoing that, posting a video yesterday saying,
Why even include a specific person who hasn't served in the military in 20 years? Why does he mix up past and present tense while he's discussing this? You know, is this a responsible use of his words and his platform? Don't you think that even if what you're saying is true and you meant only people on that raid would deserve violence, that invoking a specific person is really appropriate and true? And doesn't that have the risk for provoking the craziest people in your audience to think that maybe
Ethan was weird with Phil a while back, so probably not as friendly as before. That makes
It would be a good-
he's been burning bridges apparently with everybody on YouTube.
good idea to
Is this why he's going to kick? Is because he literally burned all the bridges with all the other creators?
kill my wife?
with that, then getting a lot of attention online, and even had the likes of Destiny discussing Hassan's comment in a chat, writing, I honestly think you could perfectly justify attacking/killing Hassan IRL for statements like this. With many then saying that escalated the situation to a
What
whole
the
new
fuck?
level, and you had a number of people calling out
What the fuck? Whoa. What the fuck? As I said earlier, why in the fuck is this the guy that is representing the left right now? What?
Destiny for
That's psyop shit. Putting Destiny out there and then having him just completely just crash out too.
seemingly condoning
God.
violence. With Hassan then also posting, this sociopathic
Insane.
cult leader is actively telling his audience that it's moral to kill me in real life because I said Palestinians have a legal right to resist against an illegal occupying force conducting a raid. When anyone joins an occupying force and participates,
Yeah, 100% psyop. Fuck. I mean, think about it. Him being on CNN the way that he was, and he was like presented as being like, oh, look, he's the leftist guy. Look.
participates in a raid in a legally occupied territory, the occupied people have a legal right to defend themselves through armed struggle. With him then also addressing the Destiny situation in a stream on Sunday.
That's definitely actionable, I'm pretty sure. It's also
What up, Seth?
So it's also weird that this guy gets to have a YouTube account. Like, that is a real death threat. What I'm saying is not.
That's that's literally a death threat. That is as like if that was anybody, you could take that to the police and they would be like, yeah, thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Not a death threat at all. What I'm saying is just what the law is
wild.
right now.
To Hassan arguing that
hell?
he wasn't even trying to give an opinion, he was just discussing international law and acts of resistance. With Hassan then also claiming that many people were taking his initial remark out of context and that he by no means was trying to condone or encourage violence against Ela Klein.
There is no point where I have said violence against someone who is not actively in combat is permissible. I don't believe that. That is illegal. This is not, and also immoral. It's a big part of the reason why I also advocate against what Israel is doing. I have also specified that IDF veterans are not valid military targets. If someone were to attack Hila Klein right now, of course they should go to jail. What kind of idiocy is this?
So there you even had some who said, hey, I don't think that you were calling for violence against Hila, but saying that it's at the very least very weird that you would bring up your former podcast partner's wife, right, in the context of what's happening in the here and now. Something you
yes, I'm glad that there is at least the objective view of just like, Hassan, bro.
saw that when people asked him, why are
You can't do this thing where you keep mentioning Hila or even like do the passive one and then be like, why do they keep being obsessed with me, bro?
you addressing this, asking him, why are you feeding into people dragging you into drama? He
Yes.
said,
So it has led to people issuing active death threats to their communities against me. So I think it's a little bit different than just like immature online gossip slop. At what point does it turn into like a real crime? I think this is the point where it has turned into a real crime. But
this is egregious. Like, how in the hell? Like, does he have to? I'm asking for real. Does he have to go to the cops with this?
will you consider it to be something beyond online gossip slop when I either get deplatformed or when I get killed, potentially?
with Hassan saying it's the goal of the people going after him to get him banned and fully deplatformed. And in terms of platforms and deplatforming, in the video that Ethan ended up posting on Monday, he took aim at what content Twitch platforms in general, arguing that the site allows too many calls for political violence, including,
Again, started with Hassan and now he's doing like the whole like, you know what, content police. No, this is ridiculous.
from Hassan. And then with that, suggesting that since neither Twitch or Amazon are doing anything, the sponsors who advertise there should.
If you use Twitch, if you're watching, when you get an ad, write them and say, hey, I would like to know why you are spending directly your dollars to support violent extremism. Why are you supporting a platform that sanctions, protects, safeguards, encourages, promotes language like what Hassan just deployed against Hila?
But ultimately, that's where we are right now. And in the meantime, I'd really love to know your thoughts on this whole situation. One, just in general, no matter who you are, but also two, I know there's at least some crossover of who's watching my show and who's watching these other three. So there's people that are more involved and more invested. What are your thoughts with where things are now? But also, I'll say, as we're talking about creators that are speaking out about platforms, we've got to talk about how creators are continuing to speak out against a different platform, and that is Roblox. Because Roblox, they've spent the last week trying to put out all the fires caused by the accusations that it's a haven for child predators. But just a quick recap of last week. You had a creator by the name of Schlep being banned from Roblox after a series of videos where he catches
I was gonna move on, but honestly,
child predators. Where he and his team, they pretend to be a
This
kid.
is
Some
interesting.
creeps approach them. They take the conversation to Discord before eventually meeting up.
I mean,
and at
dude,
those meetups,
Roblox
cops
seems
are
like.
there and
Did
arrest
you see that they lost billions in market share?
And around the same time that Schlep was booted from the platform, Roblox announced that vigilantism was banned. All of which led to a crazy amount of backlash from the community. And then Roblox made a move. They announced that they were restricting social hangouts that include things like bedrooms and bathrooms to 17 years old and up users who were ID verified. But then creators, including some of the biggest creators in the space like Creekcraft, writing in a tweet, this is a crazy
Roblox is sussy. Yes, it is.
hill to die on. Roblox bathroom games or sex games. Making them 17 plus doesn't solve the issue. 17 years old are still minors. Roblox is still allowing kids to be in these games. Holy shit, just ban the damn games. Nobody wants sex
at
games
this
on the
point,
platform.
what the
The whole
hell?
situation being so controversial that around the same time he left the Roblox partner program alongside many others. And then you saw Roblox scrambling with a wave of announcements, such as a statement to clarify their policy on romantic and sexual content. And so now the policy that bans romantic and sexual content also implies anything that implies sex. And then on top of that, they're going to prevent anyone under the age of 13 from accessing content that is unrated, as well as new tools to try and clamp down on violations. And then over the weekend, Roblox CEO David Baszucki made a video as part of a normal state of the game that he does for the company. It's titled Update on Our Safety Initiatives. And in it, they don't seem to directly address the accusations that many of the games on the platform are clearly inappropriate for minors. And instead, they call them sensitive topics, with a leader at Roblox saying,
This launch was really about giving parents more visibility and more choice into the things that our youngest users are engaging with on the platform. And one of the things we know about our community is, we have a global UGC community of creators that, as you said, are
Roblox's sussification as a business model.
just explosively
It's-
creative. But what that means
Dude, it's like it's synonymous with just like when you hear Roblox, especially if like there's an adult that's like he says he plays Roblox, it's kind of like
is that for super sensitive topics that families might have very different
kind of the way that like when one of your friends says that they're going to Thailand and you're like, why?
different opinions on, or might want to approach with their kids in very sensitive ways. We just can't guarantee that that stuff is handled in a developmentally appropriate way on the platform. And so we're giving parents the choice to either enable access to games that are primarily themed on those topics or not. That's in the parental controls now. It's their default unavailable for U13s, just to start from a place, you know, in our safety-centric vision of being a little bit more restrictive, and then let parents go in and change that if they feel for their family and for their kid. Roblox is the place to engage in any of these topics.
In that video, it's almost 45 minutes long, and they go into a lot more. They talk about why they want to ban vigilantism. They explain the scale of their platform and the efforts that the company allegedly makes with organizations to tackle child predators. But overall, what you saw is the video just not going over well with the community. Just one example of that was this community note posted on Bazooki's post announcing this video. Roblox has a history of ignoring child predator issues, silencing critics, and even suing those who expose them, Ruben Sim. Now they're threatening legal action against Schlepp for helping get predators arrested. Then for many, one of the biggest issues was the company's refusal to just make certain games 18+ and sticking with 17+. In fact, there was so much pushback that the company then announced it was considering limiting stuff to 18+, which once again got a lot of pushback. With, for example, Schlepp furious.
Realistically, that's oh my god, that's not you're putting band-aids on this shit.
This change. And that, as you had Creekcraft writing, making these games 18+ solves the problem of inappropriate.
Does this also, how does this address the fact that you're like, no, we're banning vigilantism?
Content for minors, I guess.
Like, dude, you're admitting that it was that prevalent that people had to like form like little vigilante circles to like go after these guys because it was becoming a real fucking problem. There were multiple news reports within the last few months of people trying to meet up with kids through Roblox. So I don't know. It seems like a bad PR fucking move.
But I still don't think virtual sex games should be on the platform.
What is with this company and why? Why is it still so prevalent? This is insane. Like any other time, this would have resulted in a mass ban, like, or just like not even a ban, just like a mass quitting of like everybody on the platform. This shit's insane.
It also doesn't help that users are reporting that these spaces can still be found on the platform. But to be fair, Roblox did say that it would take time to crack down on it. But then beyond community backlash, the situation is also causing financial and maybe even legal trouble for Roblox. Because over the past 5 days, its stock price has dropped almost 9%, which is pretty dramatic for such a short period of time. And then on top of that, there's this big loss.
It's insane what this world is going through with the fucking Epstein stuff and then this. It's like, it's fucking sane.
From Louisiana, where in a news release, Louisiana Attorney General Liz Murrill said,
like, where's the protect the children crowd with all this stuff? All of a sudden, they're fucking free market capitalists just like that.
Due to Roblox's lack of safety protocols, it endangers the safety of the children of Louisiana. Roblox is overrun with harmful content and child predators because it prioritizes user growth, revenue, and profits over child safety. But the suit then also backed up by experienced Louisiana police forces who say they've had to deal with it. For example, Livingston Parish sheriffs claiming they've had multiple cases that involved Roblox. Or in one instance, they had a guy who was using a voice changer to sound like a young girl. However, they also added that no arrests have been made in relation to the platform. But regardless, the lawsuit's moving forward, and one big thing that Louisiana claims is that Roblox doesn't really have an age verification process that works. And arguing because of that, minors are exposed to adult content. Now, in response, you had Roblox saying that it's working on a more robust age verification system. And on top of that, they deny that they purposefully made the platform dangerous, saying in a statement, while no system is perfect, Roblox has implemented rigorous safeguards such as restrictions on sharing personal information, links, and user-to-user image sharing to help protect our community. And adding, unfortunately, bad actors will try to circumvent our system to try to direct users off the platform where safety standards and moderation practices.
I don't think it's outlandish to think that people who make decisions at Roblox are predators themselves. At this point, like, they're going to have a real hard time counteracting that kind of narrative.
We continue
because for real, they keep doing things that is there. It's antithetical to the whole like protecting children's message that it. And on top of it, again, what's being ignored here is just blatantly where it's like, okay, so these age verification things are the same ones where they can always just be clicked on. So it's essentially like, oh, we're not responsible. Like, come on.
Work to block those
outside, and this is where it is problematic because of the age verification laws that are going through for video games as it is. Like, this is going to make that fucking harder.
Efforts
because now they are going to make the case where it's like, no, we kind of need to have ID verification. See to enhance. Like, this is a real problem.
Hence our moderation approaches to promote a safe and enjoyable environment for all users. So notably, this is not the only lawsuit that Roblox is tackling.
I gotta say, alleged and
right.
Please Please just type allegedly, please.
Now, right over in Iowa, there was a lawsuit filed last month after a
Ass coverage. You know what I'm saying?
13-year-old girl was allegedly contacted on Roblox, partook in adult content, and then eventually
For yourself, too.
was kidnapped and trafficked. To that case actually leading to a man facing statutory rape charges in Tennessee, with Iowa prosecutors expecting to file similar charges. You know, at the very least, this whole situation is a PR nightmare for Roblox, and it's going to be very interesting to see what happens from here. And then actually, there's more we've got to dive into, but first, I need to thank a sponsor for making today's show possible and say, you still dealing with fees every time you make a mistake? Well, it's 2025. You deserve a bank.
Right. We got the drama slop. The only question is, are they just Preds like the normal capitalist profiteering sort of way? Oh, yeah. There we go. Thank you. Thank you for elaborating, because yes, that it could become problematic. Remember, I am responsible for, in some regard, for the stuff that you guys do, so I have to, one hell of an adult, segue. I just... not adult. Not adult. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I like how I'm just like... All right, what else we got here? Oh, man. By the way, guys, if you haven't already gone and watched that video of James Carville falling asleep, I not only would appreciate it, but you really should. You should go revisit that one. That one, God, that was one of the best moments on this show. That was so organically just hilarious. Oh, it is West Coast. Yo, hello. Totally missed it, as I usually do. All right, who's ready for some news? Because yeah, we're gonna get out of the Ethan stuff. Even though, like I said, I'm glad that at least he's not kind of gunning to change the existing laws, because that was getting a little problematic. Where that could have been an outcome. Cheers. All right. There we go. Woot! Indeed. You Win TV did not follow me. And you know what? Kind of upset about that, because they posited a pretty interesting question about Superman and Thor, which I'm not gonna stonewalk on, but come on, guys. Anybody just simply saying that Thor could win against Superman, I'm sorry. Outside of him infusing that, if he infuses the hammer with kryptonite, then yeah, Superman's donezo. So I'll just say that much. Alrighty. Let's get to some news, huh? Which, you guys know what's up. This is going to be the ground news segment. If I can find my... Where's my link? What? It's all gone. Oh, don't tell me I have to redo this. Oh. Okay, so... my presets all got reset. Unfortunate. Oh, here we go. Found it. That's why. Here we go. Also, I hope you guys enjoyed the having the letter hack on the first hour. Man, that was a really, really good conversation. But I didn't get to ask him half the stuff that I wanted to ask him. You know, I kind of went professional mode. I had my little notepad here with, you know, my topics that I wanted to cover. I got to 2. So, yeah, if you guys didn't catch the drawing that I did of him, here, you know what, screw it. I'll show it one more time. One more time before I put it away. Also, check this out. I'll show you the original drawing of the original sketch, I should say. One of these days, maybe. Who knows? Maybe I'll get like big enough to where I can start auctioning. Like, there's the original sketch for the logo of Pep Talks. There is the original picture of the logo of Pep Talks. Yeah, I did not do that on digitally in any way, shape, or form. I took a picture of it and just put it on there. And then here, that is the letter hack. I think I got Alex coming up next. We'll see who gets booked first. Right? Thank you. No, that's one thing I gotta say about Matt. He really inspired me to draw again. Him just saying get out there and do it. That's pretty much all I needed. Was just somebody to tell me like, no, go draw. It's like, yeah, I need to draw. What's wrong with me? What am I doing? I did have that moment too, where while I was drawing it, I noticed that like I had a little carpal tunnel thing. I'm like, oh no, that could be really bad. I hope you guys like the the new thumbnail with the letter hack too. That was pretty funny. I'm pretty sure that he does not partake. I think he has said as much. But it was really funny because I just happened to find a picture where he looked a little stoned. Drawing shorts. Yeah, I should do that. There we go. I mean, I could. I got the setup for it, so I might. Yeah, you know what? There we go. Bring you guys with me to do some art. That'll be a good time. But all right, guys, it is time for the ground news segment where I use ground news to give you guys the news. You know why I use ground news? For real, it is awesome. This is one. They really want me to make a commercial, but apparently when even without a commercial you get some subs, they don't really care as much, it turns out. So I know, clip it. And that's why I use ground news, is because it cuts through the algorithm and it makes it so much easier just to navigate all this bullshit that we're going through, guys. Oh, damn it. Restart. This is the one thing I can't do. I cannot swear. So, hold on. We're gonna restart this. All right. Well, this is why I use ground news. It cuts through the algorithm, and yeah, it makes it so much easier just to make it through the day with all of the craziness that happens all the time. Yeah, it is so much easier to use the blind spot feature. It gives you the breakdown of whether you're, missing some left stories or right stories. This is kind of based on the way that I set everything up. As you can see up here, you can also set up what you're interested in, except for the NFL. I don't know how that one snuck up there. Sorry, guys. And then, let's see. What story do I want? Police hunting violent thug after man attacked and racially abused. 49-year-old was assaulted and racially abused in an unprovoked attack while walking in Hart Hill, Lancashire. This is in the this is in Glasgow. I was about to say, is there Lancashire? That sounds UKAF. Trump says woke Smithsonian overemphasizes slavery. There it is. All right, we knew why he was doing it. Well, there it is. That's why I use Ground News. If you guys want to try Ground News and you guys want to get a nice little discount, you can click that link and help out the channel at the same time. Help yourself, help the channel by using Ground News. That was a bullshit fucking read. Just that from my end. The company rules. I suck at this, guys. Like, holy shit, I was trained in doing this. Oh, man. So many outtakes. All right, House panel to make Epstein files public after redactions to protect victim identities. Uh-huh. Didn't they already do that? Woo, making that money. All for that, guys. I will be a little... all right, you guys can help the channel out by getting yourself a membership over at on YouTube, or if you guys can get yourself a subscription over on Twitch. That really, really helps out the channel. Or I have my channel link in the description. As I said, this is the stuff, like, God, I've got to get better. One of these days, I'm just going to sit down and just do that. I'm going to start reading scripts. And I'm going to come back here, and you're just going to be like, who's this new pep guy? Like, why is he so capitalisty? He sounds like he's doing a car commercial. I joke. I kid. You know, hee-hee and such. Alright, so now I'm not going to do Fox News host and others torpedo crazy Trump hot mic moment. Absolutely disgusting. Trump sparks fury with quip on canceling elections. There it is. Do you think that, like, both MAGA and, like, the left are equally losing their minds about this, or... President Donald Trump sparked a wave of anger on Monday when he joked with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky that if the U.S. were in a war like Ukraine, yeah, I mean, we all saw that. So you say during the war you don't have elections, so let me just say 3.5 years from now, so you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, that's good. I wonder what the fake news, Trump replied. You like that? You like this idea? I wonder what the fake news, Trump will... What? What? You wonder what the fake news what? Democrat. Come on. This is what drives me fucking... What the fuck? You know what you need? Drugs. Apparently that's what they're saying. Only in America, right? God. Yeah, for my non-American viewers, did you see that? That was a legitimate pharmaceutical ad. That's how they go. That's how they do it here. All right, let's change the title here. There we go. It's gonna be a weird one, but it's technically what we're watching now. So, let me get stretch it. All right, who's ready for the next segment? I am. Now I am. Right? Yeah, now I am. Okay, guys, so Emma Vigeland was on MSNBC recently, and I think just like yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. And she had a pretty good moment calling out Hakeem Jeffries for not supporting Mamdani.
What is the issue then with Mamdani that you think breaks through that people like Hakeem Jeffries and the hosts of CNBC and the Bill Ackmans of this world don't get? I know the short answer is the capitalism part of it, but what is it about the mobilization of these people that they want and say that they would like and they say they need in order to win in 2026 and 2028, and yet somehow they're clueless to the fact that he has managed to do it?
I mean, what happened to vote blue no matter who?
Right.
I mean, what happened? I was told that, and then as somebody who is a registered Democrat but was supportive of Bernie Sanders both times he ran, I can't tell you the amount of times that was shouted at us. And many of us did. An overwhelming majority of Bernie supporters did end up supporting the nominee. So this is a very unfortunate thing that Hakeem Jeffries is doing for his own political career, frankly, because
yeah, but how is it serving his political careers where I'm like, everybody is kind of confused about this.
In that primary, which was the largest turnout in the history of New York City mayoral primaries, Zohran Mamdani won in Hakeem Jeffries' own district by double digits, by around 12 points. So this is just basically a siren call for anybody in DSA or anybody who is closely associated with Zohran Mamdani to primary Hakeem Jeffries in his own district. I think that's going to be happening also in Dan Goldman's district, et cetera. What people don't understand, I think, about...
Because of that sweet AIPAC money. Yep. It's so, I mean... so blatantly obvious now.
Pro-Palestine issue is that it's a litmus test for folks. If you can be brave and stand up against this genocide, then we can trust you on a variety of different issues. And Zohran didn't win in spite of his pro-Palestine position. He won a majority of Jewish voters because of it. Yeah. And that is what Jeffrey...
Wait, real quick. Did you... Tim Miller and Emma Vigeland go back and forth here. It's a pearl necklace, not a puka shell. Thank you for your support on our programming. Haha, all in good fun. Thanks for watching. Did she make fun of him for having a puka shell necklace?
Responding to as somebody who takes money from AIPAC. And it's why Democratic leadership is bogging down this party right now. We need a change in leadership because if you can't harness this energy right now,
I'm so glad that she brought the energy back from the DSA conference, and you can tell that she is just like,
we're basically
she has a lot of hope in this, and that gives me some hope.
Care if Donald Trump wins over and over again, and this authoritarian takeover
serving the establishment status quo. Everyone who Jeffries is listening to is of that comfortable elite class.
Because they're rejecting...
Notice who they're placating to. They're placating to like the, upper echelons of like the middle class and like the millionaire class.
Grassroots energy in favor
and just kind of going like, well, come on, we're, the way that him and Cory Booker, this goes back a while. But like the whole way that they placate to like, well, we're actually, we're the free market capitalists. Like, look how much we love this. Come on.
The core of the problem right now. We were talking about Gavin Newsom earlier. Part of what was so frustrating about his reaction to Trump's win was he was bringing on Steve Bannon and he was bringing on, I forget, whatever, Charlie Kirk, these right-wing figures, and throwing trans kids under the bus repeatedly.
That was ridiculous.
And seeding the issue on a variety of different things that Republicans, should not have been given credit for, because instead of micro-targeting this small sliver of voters, how about Democrats get behind a working class coalition that expands their coalition, that turns out folks like the Obama campaign did in 2008, who were disaffected by politics, who were inspired by a campaign, and it may not get consultants rich to have a great ground game, but we know that ads over and over again on television do, targeting those very small slice of voters, and the consultant rot in the Democratic Party has to be be completely taken out so we can have a stronger party and build back better.
It's insane that those people even have their jobs still. When you find out how many of those people have been working for, like, in the consulting class for over 20-something years.
You know, not to use that
like, you want to talk about, I don't know, maybe change it up a bit?
phrase, but yes.
I got to say, just really quickly, it is not a legitimate line of questioning. I know Hakeem Jeffries wants to make it a legitimate line of questioning what apartment Zohran Mamdani lives in.
Oh,
It's not. It's not. Move on. Just vote, endorse, vote blue, do whatever you got to do, but just don't pretend that that is a legitimate line of questioning and just drag us through for another several weeks of this like painful lack of endorsement. But
I hope he doesn't endorse, because it's actually hurting him more than it's helping than it's hurting Zohran Mamdani. Because the more that Zohran looks like an anti-establishment figure opposed to these guys, the better it is for him. That's how hated Democratic leadership is in this country.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy that they're just barreling through, and they have what, a 17% fucking approval rating? Like, that's complete craziness. Here, there's actually a part 2 to this. They asked her about or she chimed in on the Newsom provoking
we're
Trump.
fighting fire with fire. So. Donald Trump is not screwing around. He's trying to rig the next election in the midterms. There's a reason.
Someone called him presidential candidate Bateman, and I can't unsee it, the Patrick Bateman resemblance.
Team sent me a Trump 2028 hat.
Like, he literally looks like he peels that same mask off.
With a note, is they're not screwing around, and we can no longer screw around either.
That was California Governor Gavin Newsom telling Democrats they need to fight fire with fire in combating Trump and the GOP's redistricting efforts. Newsom has been on the offensive this week against Trump, repeatedly trolling him on social media by mimicking the president's often used all-caps screeds on Truth Social, including today's brutal response to Trump's bizarre Bella post by writing in all caps, "Donald Tiny Hands has written his autobiography this morning.
Funny.
Unfortunately, low IQ, he spelled it wrong, beta. Soon you will be a fired beta because of my perfect, beautiful maps.
Beta.
Thank you for your attention to this matter." And just a few hours ago,
I'm always number 2.
Newsom filed a FOIA request to investigate what he calls the Trump administration's misuse of federal law enforcement at his redistricting press conference, saying, "We will not back down in our defense of democratic freedom, and the Trump administration should answer for this pathetic and cowardly behavior." And joining us now, we have our friends, Emma Vigeland, co-host of The Majority Report, and Jake LaHutte, senior writer for Wired. Okay, so Emma, was that funny?
I mean, look, I'll take the partisanship, right? I think the Democrats for too long have been fighting with one hand tied behind their back when it comes to this issue of gerrymandering. Until there is some sort of federal independent commission that mandates this and standardizes it across the country, there's no reason that Democrats should be unilaterally disarming here. There was a Brennan Center, I think, analysis at the end of 2024 that showed that due to gerrymandering, there are an additional 16 seats that are more favorable to Republicans in Congress, and Democrats have to respond in kind because quite literally our democracy is at stake here. But I will say that it can't just be this kind of partisan fight. If the Democrats want to take the next step, they have to pair this with an agenda that puts working people to the forefront. Because we saw the resistance was effective in Trump 1.0 in thwarting him in many ways, but it was short-lived and not durable because the Democrats didn't coalesce around a positive vision that harnessed this populist anger towards the elites by basically saying we're going to tax billionaires and we're going to make your life better, whether it be via universal child care, universal health care, et cetera. And I think a winning message in 2028 is going to be the person that says, you see your tax dollars going to the genocide in Gaza. I'm going to make sure that your tax dollars go to improving your life materially.
So you've just laid out part of the problem, or part of the issue is the message problem. And I've said before, Democrats have a twofold problem. One is a message problem, and the second is the messenger problem. So And let's assume that you've solved the message problem. Is Gavin Newsom the right messenger?
I don't think so. I mean, I think that this is helpful right now, but we all know that the favorites 3 years out from a presidential race aren't going to be the favorites when time rolls around for the election. I think that it's going to be somebody, honestly, who stood up in the face of enormous pressure and stood against a lot of the unpopular things that the Biden administration did, who's going to win out in the end. Because I remember when I got really first interested in politics for the first time, it was because of the Iraq War, and it was because the Obama campaign.
Hello from a right winger. Oh, interesting. Hey, how you doing?
Against the Iraq War, and
Appreciate you popping in. I'm a lefty, but I'm definitely willing to have a conversation with you.
Hillary Clinton's was not, and I was.
If you're cool.
Outraged that she was considered the front runner when she had supported such a horrific.
Either way, welcome in.
Legal war that killed up to 1 million people by some analyses. So when you want to get young people back into the fold, it means addressing this very issue. And I think that the Democratic frontrunner in 2028 hopefully is somebody who has done so.
Jake, do you think that anger is there? And in California, their voters are going to get a say in this whole thing to a certain extent. They're going to have to approve this major change. So do you think they are going to get behind Newsom and actually make this move?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's.
So I came here to see what is the opposite. Oh, I genuinely appreciate your curiosity with that.
A decent chance that the ballot measure passes. I also think that just in
as I said, welcome in, man.
terms of the salience of the gerrymandering issue, this is not something that like the median voter or general public is like really enthralled in. However, I think what Newsom is proving is a thread that we're going to see play out going into the midterms in 2028. Which is not as much of a progressive versus centrist thing and more of just two diverging schools around the theory of attention, kind of to Emma's point earlier, where it's who's going to ruthlessly dominate the attention market. And we keep hearing these various platitudes that have kind of stemmed from, you have the Hakeem Jeffries, we're not going to swing at every pitch, the Michelle Obama, when they go low, we go high. And I just think that the folks who are going to be voting in these Democratic primaries, at the very least, do not want that. They want a fighter.
So to that point, when you kind of look at how Gavin Newsom has been trolling the president and take away the substance here for a minute, it does seem to be getting under the skin of the right wing. Let me play for you guys.
No, it definitely is. I mean, they're taking the bait, and I think it's hilarious.
Get your thoughts to it. Watch.
Congressman Greg Abbott, who is in a wheelchair, and Newsom says he rolled over for Trump.
Dude, I didn't even see that connection. That's pretty fucking funny.
We asked for a statement, and Newsom's office said something flippant like, you're...
Oh, come on. Spare me your pearl clutching. You guys literally champion the guy going, you know what? Ted Cruz has an ugly wife. I think that Ted, with all due respect, I know that you're my guy, Ted, but you know what? Your wife is ugly.
You're so woke. I don't know.
How about little Marco Rubio?
What he's trying...
Sanctimonious, like, come the fuck on.
to do, but it
like, Gavin Newsom he typed in all caps and he's being mean.
comes across as childish and what?
Oh, shut up. When he's using the exact tactics and that, like, here's you telling on yourself. That means Trump is childish.
Or you're the governor of the biggest state.
He's the governor. He's the governor of the biggest state, guys. He's not the president.
In the union. What are you doing?
You see how ridiculous this is?
It's a bit rich that...
I think we, the right wing, look a lot different media, or look at a lot of different media like this. And do not like this kind of stuff or just laugh at media like this.
Fox News hosts are concerned about childish behavior when you've had almost 10 years of the biggest child.
I mean, Fox News is what? Number one in the cable news network? So
that this country has ever had as an official.
Those numbers don't really, add up there, but online, I could believe that.
With Donald Trump.
Yeah, and I kind of think, I'm not sure if you'd agree on this, but the theory of the case coming out of the 2016 primary was
like he's so offended but can't get the dude's name right. Get the F out of here. Yeah.
Basically like no one can throw this back.
This is kayfabe. There's no way he actually feels offended, but he needs this. Yeah, exactly. He needs to get, the the suburban grandmas to go like, did you hear what Gavin Newsom said about President Trump? I don't agree with that.
Did in that one debate, and it backfired so spectacularly. Well, not everyone's Marco Rubio, and it turns out that they might actually be a bit underprepared for this. And I can tell you, it's from talking to
right-wing youth does not watch Fox. I mean, you guys are watching still like Charlie Kirk and Tim Pool, who like, believe it or not, are taking the same kind of thorough line, and they do kind of all ride the same
folks,
like
both in the
media spins.
White House and who stay in touch.
Look at the way that they react to Donald Trump and tell me that there's really a big difference
with the people from the campaign who were in the White House. A lot of these folks are getting pretty burnt out, I will say. Also, like in the comms shop, there is not a, how do I put this? It's a little too reactive, is what I've been hearing from a lot of people in Trump world, and they are kind of used to the way they dictated the tempo in the primary, where they're leveling all the attacks and framing the debate.
So they
flood the zone.
Actually,
they're not used to they're not used to being on the back foot. They really are not used to getting punched and going like, oh, why'd you punch me back?
Fear, you're saying, within Trump world, that instead of constantly pushing forward and being
boomers vote more reliably, it makes sense to message to them. I just wish it didn't make this world make the world worse.
Often.
Well, I have championed this cause on my channel here, where I don't care whether you're right or left wing on this one. I hate the fact that people constantly condescend to me as I am 38 years old. I'm pushing fucking 40, and they still treat me like a child. They still treat me like, when you get fiscally conservative, then maybe we'll give you the keys.
They're more reactive. I mean, that is interesting because they're so.
Are you saying I watched something I don't agree with? I don't.
Constantly
not trying to really accuse you of anything,
shoving out there.
I'm just literally saying, like, these are the media, like, this is the media oh my god, appetite
agenda, and
for other people, maybe not yourself,
actually have to respond that on their heels.
And that's an interesting point, because we hear a lot, and we even at this table, this conversation, have talked about how people are looking for, on the left or progressives, Democrats, a fighter. We want fighters. We want a fighter.
Mr. Amer doesn't know anything about the right. He's soy guzzling millennial cringe lord who mommy never spanked.
Also don't want losers. Like, nobody wants.
Wait a minute. How can I be a millennial and not get the spankings? Like, dude, we were like the last generation to be raised by our bikes.
Loser, right? And so when you're talking about the White House being controlled by Republicans, you're talking about that
local guy on the internet.
Chambers of Congress essentially being under Republican control. What is the metric, right? Like, what is the metric?
That's boomer media, and they decided U.S. politics right now. Yeah.
For a winning fight, if you will, is the metric?
I mean, Laura Loomer, you can't deny that somehow she has a lot of influence.
Getting the administration to be on the responsive and
You're the generation that got participation trophies. You okay?
Defensive.
We didn't get. What are you talking about? We didn't. I think that you're missing the boat on that one. Like, I'm a little older than you think.
Necessarily.
Like, no, go back a little bit there, guy.
Always being on the offensive. What is the metric?
No, we got told that, like, to be better in, like, intramural sucker.
That the Democratic
what are you talking about?
Establishment should be parroting to their base, like, hey, we're not just fighting, but we're making progress.
It sort of seems to me like what Gavin Newsom is doing, like him or don't like him, is the
yeah, and also who gave out the trophies. I always forget about that one. It's like, wait a minute. If you're of my parents' generation, which that's weird, hi, are you really hate watching on Twitch?
Bust.
With a name called the local guy on the internet? That tracks.
Democratic version of a response thus far. Can you think of something under Trump 2.0?
I would say as a response, I agree with you, but I would also just add as another template, probably Zohran Mamdani as an effective communicator with social media and offering to what Emma was saying, this kind of convergence of offering a vision for working class people in this country, rejecting the genocide in Gaza and the abhorrent foreign policy of this country, and willing to stand up and fight for Trump and kind of reject Trump for what he represents, and being able to do that on all three. Obviously, he's not trolling Trump the way that Gavin Newsom is doing.
And he's not like striking him back in an electoral
and
also an electoral strategy.
And also, he doesn't have the power that Gavin Newsom has. Gavin Newsom is the governor of the most powerful state in this country, economically and
millennial coding equals doesn't give a shit what other people do. No, I'm not weird like you guys. Like I don't know. Like this might not even, this could just be an individual thing, but I just genuinely don't give a shit what people do.
Perhaps politically,
if it's not hurting anybody, fucking dude, mind your business.
He's still a political
God
candidate, but I'm
damn.
just saying in terms of
There are so many people in this world, and this isn't generational, but it's like, yeah, they need to like learn that, the whole mind your business.
communications and messaging. I think you have these two templates, one that has proven highly effective in New York City, and Gavin Newsom, who's now kind of testing out this new model of taking the
Liberal, I
fight
hate
to
that.
Republicans.
Right. I would agree with you. I mean, I think that the gerrymandering thing is an explicitly partisan fight, and it's not necessarily one that goes beyond
And it's kind of ridiculous that like the narrative has gotten out there where they're just like, oh, the Democrats are doing this. Look, California's doing this. It's like, no, California moved to give it, like, to make the people decide. They get to decide whether or not the districts are redrawn, and they're the ones who have an independent commission. Like, honestly, that's the model we should be going based off of. I don't care right or left wing. If you don't want this gerrymandered bullshit and you don't want these politicians creating their, like, literally picking their voters, then maybe we should just have an independent commission, kind of like the Fed. But no. Donald Trump would never do that because he doesn't control it. I don't control it. You can't have that. I have to have people who are sycophantic to me because you know that leads to great outcomes.
to the areas that we need to do to build a durable, lasting coalition here. If we want to truly
Who's the guy next to Emma? He is the head writer for Wired magazine.
take power back from the Republicans,
No, I actually know who he is. I'm one of those losers that still reads Wired.
we need to build something that's like a New Deal style coalition where
Dude, they have a really good section on video games.
after FDR, Democrats were dominant for nearly 30 years with Eisenhower in there briefly. But and
What would I do with the? Well, number one, I'm not in any position of world powers. I would love to see a ceasefire,
that was because it was a
peace-trade. I mean, all of those things would theoretically be good, but the thing is that requires Russia to quit what they're fucking doing. This is also where it's like, whoa, weird how like Putin would have to stop, I don't know, trying to take their fucking land.
an agenda for working people.
I'm just getting I really am bothered how many people, especially on the right, that are like, no, they should capitulate. They should just give them the Donbass region. They're not going to get that back. Do you know how many times I've heard that from like right wingers? It's insane.
Put them to the forefront, and it can cut across racial lines and gender lines, et cetera, to make it so that Democrats hold on to power.
Or says violated 35 ceasefires. They mean nothing.
For a long time.
Yup. All right, so with all this MSNBC watching, we're actually going to get into a story about MSNBC not being MSNBC anymore. I didn't... So somebody brought that up in chat yesterday, and I didn't believe it when it happened, where they were just like, did you see that MSNBC is going to be called MS Now? I was like, what? No. I thought it was trolling. Turns out it's not. It's actually happening, guys. They're rebranding, and it's not just a rebrand. I guess that they're getting so NBC is leaving Comcast, I guess, and Comcast is keeping certain networks. I don't know. So I heard that it's also somehow still under the same umbrella. I don't know. What's going on there, but here, let's take a look at that. Also, yeah, if you guys don't know who Kyle Kalinske is, I have a feeling that some jokes are coming.
All right, so apparently it's actually happening, y'all. It is actually happening. MSNBC
talk about
is
millennial
cooked. They are
coding.
done so. It is over. As you all know, there was an announcement, I don't know, a couple months back where they said, we're going to spin off MSNBC. It's no longer going to be under the NBC umbrella, and it's going to be its own thing. And so now we learned, well, they can't keep the name MSNBC anymore if they're not part of the NBC umbrella. So you can see here from Axios, MSNBC to rebrand to MS
This clown.
Now. So this is their logo here. It says MS Now. Crystal said it's funny.
All right, so who's the person that I would equate to this, this clown in your, is it Steven Crowder, Tim Pool, or Ben Shapiro?
Trash. My source, news, opinion,
Charlie
world.
Kirk.
Okay.
Any of those.
MSNBC, the progressive cable network owned by NBC Universal, is rebranding to MS Now, an acronym that stands for My Source for News, Opinion, and the World. The rebrand is part of a wider effort.
Okay, that's pretty stupid.
By NBCU to create a distinction between the cable
That logo's ass.
networks it plans to spin out and the remaining NBCU
Okay.
parent company. As part of the rebrand, select cable networks that will be spun out into Versant,
Kyle is a true elder millennial. He has got tribal tattoos and everything.
C-
Wow, he's got tribal tats. Yikes.
NBC. Oh, they're losing CNBC too. Wow, that's surprising.
Yeah, see now that's actually a hit to the right because I know that like so many people are just like, wait a minute, CNBC's a liberal network. It's like, no, it's not.
The Golf Channel.
That's the one that reports the finances that Donald Trump really likes. So they all became very sycophantic to Donald Trump.
Golf Now, MSNBC, and Sports Engine will all drop the
Did they learn nothing from HBO Max? No, this is the
iconic peacock logo that has for decades served as NBCU's logo.
No, this WB merger has been nothing short of fucking like catastrophic.
The peacock is synonymous with NBC Universal, and it is a symbol that they have decided to keep within the NBC.
So no, it would only make sense that, you know, other mergers and other companies start doing the same the same exact shit.
Family. Versant CEO Mark Lazarus noted in a company-wide memo Monday morning, quote, "This gives us the opportunity to chart our own path forward, create distinct brand identities, and establish an independent news organization following the spin. Please don't call yourself independent news. You are not independent news. You're not even close.
No.
Hey, you're not in my lane."
No, and actually, me and LETTERHACK talked about this, how they are trying to do this thing where they're trying to copy, you know, what's popular now, like how you have up-and-coming channels that people are starting to copy.
Let's relax a little bit here.
I've noticed.
The rebrand represents a larger set of changes for MSNBC as it aims to separate itself from NBC News, broader news gathering operations.
I know a few channels that have at least seen one episode of Pep Talks and went, I'm going to make this change. Yeah, the timing's too suspect.
And develop its own identity. MSNBC has been hiring for dozens of new positions over the past few months as it prepares to be spun off from NBCU. NBCU parent Comcast expects the Versant spin-out to be completed by the end of the year. So if they stay with, like, you know, we're going to be the liberal news outlet, right? If they stay with that, I have to say, guys, I don't know if in this political environment that they're going to get the advertising money that they need to survive.
I don't think that they're going to last long. I really don't.
Because
this is going to go poorly.
In this environment,
especially if there isn't like a way to have like audience like carry over. Like if they lose channels, like if they lose the channel numbers and like it's not just instantly rebranded, oh, they are fucked.
I think the advertisers know, the companies know, if we give money to MS Now, and effectively you're giving it to Rachel Maddow, and you're giving it to Chris Hayes, and you're giving it to people who will openly criticize the president, that you might risk your
that network calling itself independent is insulting. To burn the dictionary. Words don't mean anything anymore.
own business ventures for the future, because the president doesn't want you to give any advertising money to MS Now. He wants MS Now to go under. So MSNBC no longer exists. It's going to become MS Now. And if they stick with the same political brand, you're going to run into real world problems where the psychotic King Joffrey-ass president is going to try to undermine you and destroy you by any means necessary. So any companies that would be interested in potential deals with
Joffrey, you know what? He at least ruined. He ruled with an iron hand. Wait a minute, wasn't that his uncle?
MS Now might go, you know what? In this environment, let's go ahead and pump our brakes a little bit. Right?
When is Game of Thrones coming back? If he would just finish the damn books.
Right.
I'm going to enact. Wait. This one actually requires a full one. I'm going to enact an executive order making George R.R. Martin release the last 2 books of Game of Thrones in a timely manner. I want him to be done by the end of my president. Well, wait a minute. Actually, let's just go to the next election, or maybe election.
The same thing as, like, you know, all the universities and all the law firms that bent the knee to Trump. And we're basically like, hey, whatever you want, dog, we'll make a deal. Whatever you want is what we'll do. So I think, unfortunately, advertisers and companies and corporations are going to do that as well when it comes to the news field. So then it becomes, okay, well, if their identity is not going to be liberal anymore, well, what'll it be? And they'd probably go more enlightened centrist route. And there's zero appetite right now for enlightened centrism. It ain't going to work.
Nope.
Not a chance in hell.
Nope.
But either way, for all of my criticisms of MSNBC, and I have a lot of criticism.
I actually noticed that when I was, I did my show today with Propaganda, and when I was watching the interview with Hassan from I keep forgetting the Bravo lady.
Of MSNBC.
The Bravo lady who keeps calling him taco tits.
The fact of the matter is, now we don't know.
Like they are, they did not want to have that like thrown at them. They don't want to wear that. But guess what? I'm pretty sure that like just a few months ago, they were more than willing to be okay. Like with maybe we need to kind of stick to the center.
Now we might be looking at a media environment where it's.
I want to go back to like their shows during the election to see what they were saying, because I kind of remember seeing some of their coverage, and I thought they were like super pro Kamala, and also like, you know, kind of like mom lived up.
One American News, Newsmax, Fox News, all these super right-wing outlets that are completely pro-MAGA and they're cheerleaders for that on a daily basis. And then to counterbalance that, you have the both sides neutral outlets, right? And that's bullshit, because then what you don't have is anybody, forget a leftist perspective, which isn't even in the room. They won't even give you a liberal perspective.
Yep.
And then the other question is, well, how many cable providers are gonna get MS Now and carry MS Now? I don't know. So now we're in the wild, wild west. We're in the wilderness. And really, there's this massive void out there for liberal and left-wing commentary. And the only potential upside of it is that means a lot more people will probably come online, will probably come to the podcast world, will probably come to outlets like this, outlets like Midas Touch, outlets like Breaking Points.
Yeah.
People will be looking for new places to go where...
Although Midas Touch has got to watch it with their sensationalist bullshit. I brought that up yesterday.
Okay, well, I can't get my news and information that I like from this place anymore. Where do I go? I guess I got to go online. But we could be looking at an absolute sea change in the media world where I'm not convinced MSNBC will try to continue to go down the same path, right? And usually when you have
outlets like Pep Talks,
have, new people involved, they want to chart their own path, and, they might swing the pendulum back in the other direction.
Just trying to be humble, guys.
They might end up making it more centristy. So rest in peace, MSNBC, bro. For all my criticisms of it, it's very possible that whatever happens now makes it worse. I guess there's a small chance it stays the same. I guess there's a small chance they potentially even get better, right? If they're not part of as big of a company as they were.
I mean, it could.
Under the umbrella of NBC. Maybe that does give them a little more leeway. But my fear is that in this business
no one likes liberal media. It doesn't sell.
Because of the
It
politics
really
of the
doesn't.
Trump regime, they're not going to get many out of
It only it sells to the people who are already because think of the way that it's the echo chamber effect. But also realistically, the whole attitude for cable news and just who it's geared towards and the age demographic. Think about who still has cable.
And then I don't know what's going to
kind of the same people that still have landlines
happen from there, right? And that means we're the only game in town.
MSNBC was great.
People like us are the only game in town. For liberals and leftists to come, these online outlets are the only game in town. And so it's a real sea change in media here that's coming about in the Trump era. And I have to be honest, this is not the time where this is helpful. This is not the time, because you're taking the one solidly liberal outlet and you're nuking them from orbit because of the spinoff. And so, if anything, the net result in the public consciousness is...
Yeah, but you know what also, you know what also got fucked in that spinoff? The sports channels.
It'll go, news just got a little more right-wing. Got a little more right-wing over...
It's so difficult to keep up with sports right now.
So, we'll see what happens, but MSNBC, going, gone. That's the show, y'all. You know the drill. I love y'all very much. Everybody, please.
Hello, I'm back in... Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Come on. For fuck's sake. Do I need to fucking ban you? Yeah. Try that shit again. I'm banning you. You fed post one more fucking time. I'm done with this shit, dude. That was a great pause. Quite funny. All right, so the Shane Gillis thing is going to be hilarious, by the way. Oh, thank you. Alrighty. Well, I appreciate you guys hanging out right now. Shane is hilarious, especially when he's Donald. Oh yeah, his Donald is... Yeah. As somebody who does a Donald, he's got it. I mean, dude, he's got the just perfect inflection. But yeah, let's have some fun with this. I have to use the restroom though, so before I start that, let's go here. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I don't know what the hell is going on with Piers Morgan lately, but for some reason he did the Shroud of Turin and now he's going with the pyramids. Is he trying to cater to the conspiracy crowd? Because that's kind of crazy. Just gotta say. Yeah, like what the fuck? Why? Because it's titled "Mystery of the Pyramid of Giza." Piers Morgan, top Egyptology moments. What? For the last year. Oh, wait. So this is just a collection of him talking to like the best experts on Egyptology, and like he's fascinated by the pyramids. So this is like his okay. So this is like his little fascination thing. All right, never mind. Cool, we can skip that because I was like, wait a minute, why is he going towards like conspiracy content? Because if that is the case, I want to at least give my 2 cents on that one. Breaking. Donald Trump dealt nightmare news? What? Hold on. Let's take a look. It's the most British coded thing ever, being obsessed with. Okay, that's pretty funny. Wait, ContraPoints deletes her Twitter after getting cooked by the entire left. Really? Well, let's do this Trump news
I'm
first.
joined now by the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker. Thanks so much for joining me.
Great to see you, Brian.
So we have some news
Interesting.
today as it relates to these Texas Democrats who have left your state and returned to Texas. The goal of their move, as far as they've said now that their quorum break is going to be over, is to really highlight this issue for the rest of the country. And so we've seen in California
That's what the shaky
how we're
cam.
moving forward with this redistricting referendum that's going to happen on November 4th. Obviously, you've been very present and forward-leaning in this fight. And so what's next as
they
far as
film
Illinois
this
is
on a phone?
concerned?
Well, remember that one of the purposes of the attempt to break the quorum was to give time for other states to prepare. And remember, there are 2 states, Democratic states, that have a real opportunity to try to counter what Texas is doing, California being the lead, New York perhaps being the other. And there are a few others, including Illinois, including Maryland and others. I think importantly, a strategy to try to push back against Texas and the entire endeavor is to try to pair up states, right? Texas and California. Does Texas really want to do this if California is simply going to negate it?
Right.
Does Missouri really want to do this if Maryland is really going to negate it? And so hopefully what we see is there isn't an arms race here or ratchet.
I mean, it does. The appetite amongst the American populace, it doesn't seem to be with like on either party comfortable with the idea of the other party rewriting this the way that they are.
Up of this, but rather ratcheting down. We can always be hopeful.
Right.
It's really 5 minutes away.
Unfortunately, I think what we're seeing now is that we're going to have to fight the fight in California. As a Democrat and as somebody who believes that we should have independent maps drawn, you got to do that nationwide.
Yeah.
Can't do it state by state. And in the end, that's why we didn't get it done.
What Texas is doing is illegal.
In Illinois is because
actually that's the problem. It's not technically illegal.
Doing it one off.
They did win. They won a court case to overturn the and rewrite the districts. And technically, what they're doing again is not illegal. It's just so far out of the norm that like doing this and like doing it in between a census and do it like that's where it's like, no, this is dangerous because it's like breaking a sense of like normal. Like again, like this is part of the problem with MAGA is like they're so okay with just destroying the institutions behind America if it doesn't fit their needs, and that's disgusting. That's literally like how does that work? Just being like, oh, we lost, well, we need to rewrite the rules.
Unilaterally disarming.
Yeah.
And so
because realistically too, this is showing that they are worried that they're going to lose the midterms. They know that they know that Donald Trump's not popular. They know that the actual, consensus of the American people is things are getting more expensive and he's not doing anything about it.
The Texas Democrats have done is given us time.
And people are finally waking up to that in MAGA themselves. Like, there's literally a show now that is just a bunch of people, like, day by day calling in and just saying, I'm leaving MAGA. He told me that things were going to get cheaper. He seemed like he actually gave a damn, but my business just went under. I'm done. You know how many Americans that's happening to? That should scare the shit out of any right-winger, for real. Like, the thing that really is kind of fun here, and I'm just going to be completely honest, is the right wing is in power. So nobody is to blame but them. As much as everybody likes to kind of shift the narrative to, like, look at how weak and feckless the Democrats are. It's like, yeah, they're not in power, dude. Of course they're going to be fucking weak and feckless.
And I think that's...
On top of the fact that now, like I said, this is the opportunity that the left needed to kind of just, like, I don't know, take it over. Like, the way that, as I have been saying, MAGA did something that there's merit to it, where they pushed the fucking party to fit their needs because they just couldn't, it was undeniable.
Being taken advantage of now.
You know, meanwhile, our biggest opposition is a dork named Hakeem Jeffries who can't even, like, he just talks in circles, and it's so obvious why. Like, it's APAC.
Oh, in a very positive way, because we're seeing a ratcheting up here in California, and I'm supportive of it and want to make sure that we're accomplishing what we need to.
But have you considered Biden, McBidenstein? Why didn't his Biden until Biden? Biden did. Biden.
This will stop between
Joe Biden,
Texas and California.
They really are, man. Seriously, we're like halfway in, or like we're about halfway into the year with his presidency. No, we're over now. So yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah,
like, at what point does it become? Because I had heard from somebody in my life that they were just like, listen, dude, because I was this was back in like April. They're like, hey, wait until June and then maybe I'll agree with you. June comes, things are still getting more expensive. Hey, you know what? It's not even a full year, bro.
Won't go further.
Moving that goalpost. I mean, it is literally like we were talking about the changing of the rules, like to fit their narrative or to fit their needs.
If we do see a ramping up, if we do see that...
And they're so proud of the fact that they're just so good at cheating.
...arms race continue, if we do see these Missouri Republicans redraw their maps, and then Indiana Republicans redraw their maps, and then Ron DeSantis's Florida Republicans redraw their maps, how are you going to think about Illinois' position in all of this in terms of being able to push back, knowing that we have limited resources at our disposal?
Well, let's step back just for a moment and recognize that they're breaking.
Agree. Hakeem is not a great leader. I have no confidence in him.
The law,
cheating and gaslighting everyone about it.
In Texas, literally violating the Voting Rights Act, and the purpose is.
I actually kind of made a observation, and it's kind of mean, but it's true. Republican women, like, just being so open to the gaslighting, it's like, oh, that tracks.
It's not just to get Republican votes in Congress.
Just look at the way that their men treat them.
Because they know they're
commodities.
They're going to lose in
property
26, and so they're trying to rig the game.
Yeah.
But they're also taking away votes from people in Texas, black and brown people, and their representatives. And the whole purpose of the Voting Rights Act is to protect those votes. So now we're seeing, as you're saying, there could be a contagion around the country. So the courts could have the possibility of standing in the way. We'll see. We'll see what the Supreme Court does on the Voting Rights Act in particular.
Yeah.
And I'm an optimist, but I'm a realist too. So I think where we are is that all the states that have the ability to make a change are going to have to contemplate what that's going to look like. Even Illinois, and we've got to,
well, and unfortunately, we have this whole thing where we kind of tied our hands behind our backs because we didn't expect them to ever go this far. So it's just like, oh, shit.
14 of our 17 members of Congress are Democrats, 3 Republicans. People think it can't be done in Illinois, that we couldn't get any more Republican seats. That's not accurate. It's just not accurate.
Yeah.
Having said that,
courts need to stand firm, but judges are afraid of lawfare.
I don't think that we should be doing any of this. And I think we should all be reluctant.
Well, okay, so I've been thinking about this where, like, you do realize, like, the Voting Rights Act is contingent upon some pretty arduous arguments. So, like, if there are lawyers that are worth half a damn, they should be able to fight for this and win.
In the endeavor, meanwhile,
But I mean, look.
But I am just a guy who commentates on politics on the internet, so I'm going to
Democrats
be
have
very careful with that one.
shown that reluctance by virtue
I know my
of
place.
offering up independent redistricting commissions in the states that would otherwise be our democratic weapons. They've been reluctant to do that, and that's why we have independent redistricting commissions in
Oh, by the way, guys, if you're just joining us and you're enjoying the content, hit that like button. Really helps me out.
California, in
It's free for you, and I'm dead serious. It really helps the channel.
New York, in Colorado, because we've tried to offer up
Voting Rights Act is based on the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. Yep.
these good government solutions in hope that Republicans will reciprocate, and we've found that not only are they not reciprocating, but in fact they're going.
I mean, these are establishing again, they already established a dangerous precedent by, I always hated that conflation there, where they overturned Roe v. Wade, right? A set in stone, you thought, court case with the Supreme Court. Now they're just making it to where, again, they can rewrite everything. And then kind of weird how, they broke all the rules to even get that majority. And again, Democrats being Democrats, let them fucking do it. That's where I am, and many people are just so fucking done with them.
The opposite.
I don't have that short of a memory. So when Obama just laid over and was just like, yeah, sure, Merrick Garland doesn't need to be in there. You're right. It's an election year. You guys wouldn't do that, would you? You guys would never renege on this and put somebody and try to nominate somebody during an election year. You're telling me that you're doing it 2 months before the fucking election now? What the fuck?
Direction, and they're continuing to gerrymandered maps even further. And so I guess at this point, it's worth asking, what are the mechanics of being able to do it in the event that we do see, yes, Texas cancel out California.
But think about it, from the standpoint of if a liberal court ever did come to term, and then they start going after, I don't know, the Second Amendment.
But
even though I would be pissed about that too.
Missouri, Indiana, Florida, and I'm sure there's a whole list of other Republicans that are waiting to get pets from Donald Trump that are happy to throw their
Tinkerbell is right. They've weaponized religion
as well.
Yeah. Well, I was not implying to you that we should be unwilling to fight fire with fire, because it's clear. All I was suggesting to you is that as Democrats and as people who believe in good government, we should just take a breath for a moment and see if we can't stop this from happening. Meanwhile, if it's happening, I'm a lead fighter here, and I'm going to do whatever I'm, able to do in order to push back, whether that's supporting California, getting it done in Illinois, or elsewhere. Look, we don't have a lot of choices here. We're going to have to, be in this fight, and the mechanics of getting it done are, of course, in Illinois we actually have fewer obstacles, arguably, than California or New York.
Certainly
right?
New York.
We don't have an independent commission.
No.
And we don't have to overcome.
Which we have had arguments about, and we voted on, and it's failed twice.
The problem of an independent commission. We don't, so that can be done. All I'm suggesting to you is that before we take that leap, what we're hoping to see is that perhaps a state like Indiana, a state like Missouri will actually choose not to move forward on what they're attempting.
Right. Switching gears, but I mean, not to an entirely different subject.
Actually, yeah.
To Trump coming out today, knowing that he's already kind of got his hand in one pot by trying to force these Republican states to redraw their maps mid-cycle. Now he's also debuting this idea that he got from the champion of democracy, Vladimir Putin, that we need to eliminate mail-in voting altogether. Just your general reaction to what we've just heard from him.
Well, you know that this is part of a broad swath of endeavors to essentially suppress the vote across the United States among people that would vote against his policies, right? Which is anti-American. It's not patriotic. It's something that I think we all should pay attention to, and everybody should be outraged by. And indeed, I've called for people to, we've got to have mass protests. The saving of democracy is not a small endeavor, and we only have a few chances to make sure that happens. One is speaking up in a very loud voice today to make sure that people understand there will be real consequences if the Republicans carry out these policies. Second is we have to make sure we win in 2026. This is the thing that I am most focused on.
Oh, it's actually the right wing in Illinois that's always just like, well, that's going to stifle our power even more.
We have to win. We have to win. And that means making sure we're electing Democrats across the board in districts across the United States. we have a lot of opportunities to do that. And by the way, the polls show
Southern Illinois, they have a big thing where they're just like, they hate Chicago. They hate the fact that we're overrepresented, except for, they don't know what population density is.
that if we put our shoulder to the wheel and are able to actually effectuate what the polls seem to show, which is we're ahead in the generic ballot by a lot, then we will be able to stop Donald Trump in his tracks. But it's a year plus from now. Right. There's going to be a lot of shenanigans that they're attempting to play between now and then. And at every term, we're going to have to stand in the way of his progress. As somebody who has not only come from a family that survived the pogroms and came to this country to escape the Russian Empire, which would have killed my family, and has seen the blessings of freedom, of free public education, the opportunity to succeed in this country, and in the end, for a great-grandchild to become governor of the state of Illinois. I'm somebody who also has studied and been engaged in the building of a Holocaust museum. And I can tell you that those experiences lead me to believe that if we do not ignite a pushback, a backlash, a rebellion in the streets.
Yes, yeah. No, that was the correction. Thank you.
Against what Donald Trump is doing.
Okay, so yes. So you're saying they shot it down and they admitted that it's because it would be too fair and they'd lose seats. Yes.
With megaphones and microphones and with the use of our ballots. That
also, it's kind of something that we, as Chicagoans, have always been be careful with what you wish for. Because, you have a bunch of people in Southern Illinois that have been pushing for secession.
Not have that opportunity.
I got stuck in Illinois once. It was pretty far outside the city. I went to the only diner in town to get food. They had these handmade wreaths on the wall that said...
Now, in fact, in a very short period of time. So that's why I've been engaged in trying to protect the mail-in voting in Illinois. Indeed, we expanded during my time.
American by birth, Southern by grace of God. What?
In office,
yep. Okay, so you were near Metropolis.
Expanded people's ability to
Southern Illinois
obtain a ballot.
It really is a totally different state.
Vote by mail.
Until you start. My big thing is until you start seeing green bridges. You're far south.
Making sure that we're giving people every opportunity. If you sign up for a mail-in ballot now, you can actually perpetually receive a mail-in ballot. Acknowledging that you're a voter each time. And that, I think, is something that...
either that or, Western Illinois.
Each state needs to do it. And by the way, this is a state by...
there's this county called DeKalb County. There's a college in there. That's pretty far. There are cornfields and stuff.
State endeavor. Donald Trump doesn't have...
So, yeah, I could also see that. And then, the Southern by grace of God.
Issue an executive order. He often blusters these things, and people, reel as if it's going to happen. Executive orders cannot...
JB is thug. It's a shame that everyone south of Joliet hates him because he's a Democrat.
Negate the state laws that protect our
well said.
Our voting rights in our states.
I like how you put Joliet. It's
about Illinois. We don't run our elections on a statewide basis. What I mean is, it's actually our county clerks that run the entire election system. It's probably the safest system in the entire country because you can't hack it.
Because it's decentralized.
It's decentralized. And indeed, it's monitored more closely at a local level than you can do perhaps at a state level. So we feel pretty good about our ability to protect at least people's right.
The problem is, this election cycle, they had a bunch of right-wingers that were part of the election commission where they did this thing with signatures where they just they were just nope, doesn't match, boom, nope, doesn't match, boom. They got challenged on it, and then they found out it's oh yeah, you can't do that. You can't just disenfranchise a whole bunch of people because your eyes suck.
Ability to vote and mail-in ballots, which have been increasing over the years,
especially when it's just kind of weird how they're all Democratic ballots. Odd.
There's one more thing, remember Donald Trump.
It took care of itself because it was easy to suss out.
Attempted essentially to interfere with the election in 2020 when we were in the middle of the pandemic.
Tired.
We had to create the ability for people to vote and making sure that that your ability to vote wasn't infringed by a disease that he wasn't letting us suppress across the country.
Okay. I'm gonna
and so
finish this.
we went through all of that in 2020.
I would have stopped there,
people
but I'll let
have
him finish
come
this
to
point, and then
see
we'll move on.
That more ways to vote, more opportunities to vote is better for the country.
Right.
But Democrats at key elections. Sure, James.
Better not just for
I
Democrats.
like how you made a Marshall reference.
But Republicans too.
Nice.
Republicans. Trump himself is a vote-by-mail voter. I think you're spot on in terms of acknowledging all of the issues that we're contending with pointing out. We've spoken numerous times now about the similarities between what's happening in the United States now and what happened, with the fall of Germany in the 30s, and all of the elected officials in this country that are in the Democratic Party have access to the same
Seems like Trump will get away with the Epstein stuff. Nah.
information that
Just wait.
you do, same information that I
Just wait.
do, and yet there are so few people who are actually willing to call out this moment for what it is. Why do you think that is? Why are they refusing to?
Because they still have to make certain moves. It's not going to go anywhere. The wheels have already been pushed, and he's just hoping that it's please don't take over the news. Please don't take over the news. Please don't take over the news. It's going to take over the news.
Recognize the urgency of this moment and the.
Unless he I don't know, does the whole suppression thing, which I don't know. Again, I if you agree with me or disagree with me, I would think that you might not like that.
Precarious state of our democracy, and what would your message be then in light of the fact that things are descending so quickly?
It's taken Democrats too long, elected Democrats, too long to recognize the challenge of the moment. I think there are.
You think he's going to release some
a lot of
fake
people
stuff?
Who, when
Yeah.
Donald Trump got elected, thought
It's hard to trust right now.
we survived his first
The fact that they took this long to do it, the fact that they have all the excuses in the world where it's just no.
term. If we just keep our heads down, maybe try to work together with some of our Republican colleagues.
The problem is there's a lot of right-wingers who would rather defy logic and just go, nah, you know what? I still support him. That's what's happening. And that's kind of where it's nah, anybody that even is remotely right-wing needs to call that shit out.
That's what they were thinking in Washington anyway. I never thought that. Several things I'd point out. One is from day one of Donald Trump coming down that escalator, I have been pushing back and fighting back against Donald Trump. And when I got elected in 2018, like a lot of other Democrats that were elected in 2018, it was in part because people were just fed up already with, 2 years of Donald Trump was enough for people to say, we've got to stop this. And again, every speech that I gave when I ran in 2018 began with, everything we care about is under siege by a racist, misogynist, homophobic, xenophobic president in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
And I mention that because here we are, it's heading into 2026, and much of the reaction to Donald Trump has been, well, we survived, the 4 years last time, maybe we can get through it. And yet, we're 7 months, going on 8 months of his being in office, and it sure doesn't look like the tenets of our country, the values of our country are going to survive if we don't all speak up and speak out. So I've been disappointed, I'll admit, in how slowly Democrats have risen up. But at the same time, I've seen more and more Democrats speaking out. It's taken people too long. Sometimes they've, tried to hide their heads, keep it low, and then they realize things in their states, things across the country are being eaten away at, right? Their rights, in particular, their freedoms are being taken away. And this idea that, you can put up with it continually, I think has finally gotten some to speak out in a way that they haven't before. Last thing I point out is that the public has never had to do anything like what we're describing, at least not in most people's lifetimes. It hasn't been since the 1960s that people have seen that things around them are crumbling and that they've got to do something. And so
this whole don't believe your lying eyes or lying ears type of thing doesn't work when people are everything is getting more expensive, guys.
People are just trying to get to work every day, take care of their families, pay their mortgage or their rent, and survive. And that was before Donald Trump. Now you've got on top of that every day, Donald Trump is attacking really what most working people are all about. Prices are going up. Your rights are being taken away. They're attacking the most vulnerable people. Sometimes it's your own grandmother because she's had her Medicaid taken away and can't stay in a nursing home, or your neighbor who's a veteran.
The problem, and somebody said it here, is that a lot of the right wing does not see this stuff.
Or, in my case, my father, my grandfather, my brother-in-law, all, veterans. The rights of people are being taken away in a way that I don't think people have seen in their lifetime. So now, finally, I think people are beginning to catch on that if they don't speak up and show up and vote, it may all be taken away from them. And you must have an opinion, though, about, why is it, I didn't ask you because it's your show, but why do you think that there have been leaders that haven't spoken up?
I just think,
You don't see that often.
I think it's not in our nature.
Aside. You don't see that from, like, I don't know.
Our, meaning
like
Democrats?
nature to like
People being
to
interviewed.
go to go really aggressive, to like think about how we can be creative about, look, like when Republicans wanted to squeeze seats out of Alabama and Louisiana
good
last
question, though,
cycle,
yeah.
they knew
No, that's
to
what I was kinda
put
taken
forward
aback by. I
illegal
was like,
maps that were in violation of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, knowing that if they did it late enough, the Purcell Doctrine would kick in, and you can't make changes that close to an election, and so the court won't be able to do anything, and that's exactly what happened. The court said these are unconstitutional maps, but it's too close to an election, and like it's just not in our nature to figure out how to break the rules, but we have to figure out how to like do what, like meet them on their level, and I think it's just an asymmetry that we've been contending with. I don't know why Democrats do it, maybe in hopes of like getting some like reciprocation that just never arrives, like this elusive reciprocation. Like if we just do good government things, they'll meet us halfway.
Is he just like, he's getting dangerous and close?
Way, and they just never do. But we, this is Charlie Brown over and over and over and over as the football keeps getting taken away. But I'm trying to create an incentive structure for them to do it, by amplifying the fighters and not amplifying the people who aren't,
And I do think that you're going to be judged in the end, in my view, about whether in this moment you stood up. I mean, I really think that's like your public service, whatever it may be, right? You're going to be a congressman for the rest of your life or whatever it is, but you're going to be judged because we all get judged by these moments, right? What did you do? What did you do when the Nazis came to your town?
But I don't know if everybody's afraid of like being called alarmist and being called like, oh, like it's happening. Like it's really.
This is where I have been saying this about like the irresponsibility of like places like Midas Touch by playing into the like alarmist fucking bullshit, like with their titles and just going, completely overboard.
It's like really
because you get so many people tuning out so much like quicker.
Actually happening, and I do my series with Mark Elias,
and yes, right wingers have come out and just been like, you guys are always like crowing about everything. Like, holy shit.
So I see like
I called BTC on this, funny enough. He had posted something about the Oval Office being trimmed out in gold, and I just said, listen, fine, it's gaudy as hell. Can we care about something that actually matters, though? Like this idea that we need to be outraged by every goddamn thing he does, that's where I'm getting tired.
Like the real interest.
Like save it for the stuff. Like there is no shortage of shit to be outraged at with Donald Trump. Trust me.
Intricacies of like what they're doing in the courts and the way that they're undermining all of these guardrails to really keeping democracy afloat. And I don't know, maybe Democrats don't want to like be seen as being like alarmist, hair on fire, like, Rachel Maddow, blah, blah, blah. But like, you're right. I mean, this is the moment where people are going to look back and say like, what did you do when? And it's going to.
Well, that's why I think that's the thing that I want to say to.
Constant outrage is exhausting for sure. Me and Letterhack talked about that.
We're in the year of every Democrat who's elected.
Yeah.
Which is like literally, this is it. Do you want to be remembered for anything?
Yeah.
Do you want to be remembered for capitulating?
And Sylvie, you're just going through it tonight with that chat.
We say in the Holocaust Museum that we built in Illinois, we say, particularly to kids who go through the children's exhibit, we say, are you going to be a collaborator? Are you going to be a rescuer? Are you going to be a bystander? Are you going to be an upstander?
Yeah.
And you got to choose in your life. It's easy to think, oh, I'm going to be the upstander.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then when the moment comes, you're tested.
Yeah.
I do think that we're here, and I think if we said that to everybody and asked, which one of those do you want to be? That I think they would all say, I want to be the upstander, and that at this point in their lives, this is the moment when you're going to get defined.
Yeah.
So
that's a
I
fair.
have a friend
that's
who
fair.
in Illinois who a state representative when they were voting on gay marriage in the state legislature before I was governor. I talked to him. He was a Democrat, got elected in a Republican district.
Yeah.
So he's a moderate Democrat, let's say. And he said, I don't think I can vote for it because I'll get voted out of office.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, here's the thing. Did you go into being a state representative because you wanted to have a title?
I have a feeling I know who he's talking about.
For a while? Or did you go in to actually do something important?
Yeah.
And this will be the important thing that you did. And by the way, we'll all support the hell out of you when you run for re-election. But meanwhile, this is what's going to define who you are. And if you lose, you lost because you did the right thing. That's what you'll be remembered for. And I have to say, he gave this amazing speech on the floor of the House when he voted for gay marriage.
Yeah.
And it was where he conjured up the images of, great Illinoisans and Martin Luther King too. And, talked about, that indeed he felt like this was the right thing to do. And he knew that people in his district wouldn't like it, but that they needed to understand that we're the party of civil rights, that we need to stand up for these folks. And he won re-election.
Yeah.
And I do think this is what defines you as a public servant. So anyway, you're helping people, I think, find their inner strength.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that.
Thanks for doing it.
And thanks for fighting.
Good to see you.
You too.
That was actually a really good interview. That was random. It was welcome, though. I have to say, because, as much as JB, he does stuff that pisses me off, man. And trust me, I get to say this. That's my governor. He's made some decisions that I have disagreed with. The gas tax being one of them. However, he did do an extension on a grocery tax cut, which I'm not sure how that got voted on. I need to probably look that one up. Yeah, taxes. That's a big thing you'll hear about, like from Illinoisans, is taxes, taxes, taxes. And it's just like, yeah, and it sucks. We learned something very similar to that framework in the Holocaust, or in Holocaust education class in school, collaborator, bystander, rescuer, and how bystanders are what allow escalation, eventually atrocities to go unchecked. Yes. Yeah, there's it's kind of scary that they're not teaching, the generation that has the phones and the TikTok and, the instant communications. I just aged 500 years in 2 minutes. What time is it? No, it's... Alrighty, we're gonna... Oh, well, man, I want to save this for the fun half. So you know what? We're gonna do one more political story. I'll get us to the fun half. How it's happening now in Palestine. People are just letting the atrocity happen. Yep. My big thing is, will history actually step in this time, or will... Because the whole history is written by the victors, blah, blah. Well, I mean, dude. The fact that he is going into the Smithsonian is just like, you know what? We kind of put an overemphasis on the slavery thing. It's like, well, why are you focusing on that one, pal? It's a little odd. A little odd, I was gonna say. Trump's most insane interview? Nah, we'll skip that. Trump vows no boots on the ground, says Putin Zelensky meeting in the works. Ah, here we go. Let's look at us to the fun
Almost
half.
2 years on from Hamas's devastating attack on October the 7th, the war in Gaza rages on.
Man, the fact that I almost have like a daily Piers Morgan react is kind of sad, but oh god.
With tens of thousands.
It led to our moment with James Carville, so but yeah, let's take a look. If it gets boring, then we'll dip.
Killed, hostages still in captivity, and starvation spreading across the Strip. Conflict between Israel and its neighbors, Iran, Lebanon, and Syria, have narrowly avoided escalation so far.
What the hell, dude? Did Piers is he just really tired, or did he age like quickly in just a matter of like, I don't know, 2 appearances?
But the region remains on a knife edge. Here's how we've been covering it. We'll begin by talking to Daniela Weiss, the leader of the settler group.
Oh, God.
Hala.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, well, we're dipping anyway. Okay, so this is literally just a collection of all the ones that he already did. Okay, he's on vacation. That's what this is. Got it. Well, cool. That means no Piers Morgan for a little bit. Break! All right, guys. I know that there's a few of you in the audience that just immediately went like, oh, thank God. I appreciate that. All right, so whoever made the thumbnail did a good job because it made it look like the most like the greatest hits. Excuse me. The people from the greatest hits are all like paneled out the way that they would usually do it. So it's like, oh, I thought that Jank was on there with, okay. Bye, Piers. Yeah, we done with that. We also didn't watch that, so he doesn't get my watch for that. People do it to me, I do it to him. Slurring and confused.
We always used to be able to say
Here we go. I've had it. We're gonna do an I've had it I've had it Piers segment. You know what? Why not?
American strength on full display. In Kankel's McTaco Tits administration, it is American soft.
I like that she's calling them cankles now, but yeah, see, this is what sucks about coming up with a banger ass line is you gotta be careful, man. And in today's day and age, it loses its
softness. And I mean that, pun intended, in the most Freudian
I mean, Taco works because he gets pissed by that
way imaginable. I mean that I think
that he now stares at tacos is like, God damn it.
These people are so.
Do you think that like he has a personal vendetta against the Doritos taco because he's just like, I can't do this?
Broken as human beings, pertaining to softness in the areas in which your brain takes you, all the way to the
This is the first time that I've seen her in a different color than white.
embarrassing display and the humiliation exercise that
she got pear. That's what that is. She has pear glasses. That's what I got.
Was put on the United States military by the boss of the military.
I got mine just because the sunglasses, like having the magnet, is very convenient. What is not convenient is when you sneeze with just enough force and your sunglasses will pop off your face.
I'm talking about Kankel's McTaco Tits. Now he's trying to spin this thing as any gaslighter does, and it works with
I picture him furiously deleting the Cinco de Mayo Taco Bell tweet.
people who wake up every morning and say, I'm going to be willfully stupid today. I'm going to wake up today. I'm going to put on stupid makeup. I'm going to put on a stupid outfit, and I'm going to watch a stupid news channel by a stupid president. And I'm going to listen to propaganda all day because I'm a dumbass. And that's what these people choose to do. They choose to wake up and be willfully stupid. Here's their leader. Take a listen to this clip.
It's very sad when you do.
Real quick.
You gotta go faster.
Yeah. I love this.
You gotta go faster.
Yeah.
That was my air. Oh, good. No good. No good. Watch it.
He's so scared of it.
Do the right thing. As an example, they said, because of the fact that Vladimir Putin came to American soil, this was a tremendous defeat for Donald Trump. No. it was really wonderful that he did it. It was a hard thing for him to do.
Bernie Sanders.
To be honest with you.
Animals know, yeah, they
It
do.
was the opposite of what they said.
Bernie Sanders, I like that.
But they said it. Now, if he didn't come, they'd say that was also bad for Trump. Yeah,
That's so bad for Trump. It's so bad for me.
Here's the thing on this that just sends me into orbit. Vladimir Putin is a murderous dictator. In 98% of all the other countries on the planet, he would have been arrested on sight. He is using this invitation to the United States. I mean, he is hammering home his welcome back onto the world stage. There are no sanctions against him. Trump did fucking nothing except get humiliated and dogged walk. And anybody that believes what Donald Trump just said, the thing is, we know he knows it because he's trying to project and gaslight about it. This was the most embarrassing moment on record for the United States in my lifetime.
God.
Maybe since the beginning of the
I mean, dude, he's had a lot. I can't, this is like you were saying, he floods the zone, but then there's this where it's just like, what is the worst thing he's done? I can't even think about it.
All right. Next up, we have, well, I don't know if we can say since the beginning of the country, we have a pretty horrific record on racism and presidents supporting as such. But in our post-World War II situation, as far as geopolitical situations, it is absolute faceplant American softness. And now we have Zelensky and Trump in the White House. They're not bullying Zelensky today because Zelensky had to bring
JBL 100 Classic Fan Club president. Oh, hey.
like 8 world leaders
What's up?
because that's how little and small and soft the Trump administration is. They like to bully allies to prop up a murderous dictator, as Pumps pointed out. But
really like the JBL 100.
Zelensky has not been able to have an election because they're in an active war. And Trump gets wind of this. And, you know, he always telegraphs everything this man telegraphs. That's why it's just so easy for him to be manipulated by Putin or anybody else. Play the clip.
Say during the war, you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if
he knew he was going to say this,
we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections. Oh, that's good. I wonder what the fake
This is something that in any other administration would be
I don't think
covered.
so. No,
This administration says very anti-constitutional, anti-democratic
Holy crap, we are one follower away from 1420.
messaging all the time. And they
what's up?
lie every single day with impunity. Legacy news is worthless in this moment. That's why you
Mhm.
see channels like ours and the Midas Touch and Brian Tyler Cohen and so many others growing, because what you just heard is not normal. It's not funny. It's not a joke.
It is weird that, like, I have to make this point though. The younger generation, like, what is it even? It's younger than Generation Z. Like, they are very into politics in a weird way that, like, my generation and going to Gen Z, just they were not that engaged.
He took the world leaders into his flea market.
That's a
off
little
the
weird, gotta say.
Oval to talk about all of his hats. They all talk about Trump 2028 and all of this stuff. I don't know who's going to tell him that the dementia is, very advanced. It's very obvious. I don't know where the fuck Jake Tapper is on this situation, but that is just so absolutely horrible.
I mean, Nate, yeah.
And then the Rolling Stones here is reporting that Trump pledges unconstitutional order to limit mail-in voting. After Putin chat, the president demanded that states do what the federal government tells them after announcing an executive order aimed at banning mail-in voting. Number one, Russia has mail-in voting, and Russia's mail-in voting
I'm happy about my generation was disillusioned from politics through the education system and our parents. So the fact that these people have grown up knowing the consequences and are taking action is awesome.
Everybody-
It is.
It isn't even.
Yeah. The last protest that I was at, there was like a pretty big group of under like 18-year-olds that were, I was like, wow,
Putin
that was really cool to see.
All of the elections. But this is how easy it is to dog walk Trump. Whoever is the last person in his ear is what he starts telegraphing.
Yeah.
And
he's like Joe Rogan.
This is a guy who tried to overturn the 2020 election. He's already talking about maybe starting a war so he can stay in. Now he wants to do away
just kidding,
with
folks.
mail-in ballots. It's not has a
That's the part
dictatorship
that pisses me off is that like a lot of people do the whole thing where they're just like, hey, he's just kidding. It's like,
arrived. Are we in a fascist moment? Yes, we are in a fascist moment. And all of these corporate media channels and all of these, establishment newspapers that sanewash this and have been sanewashing this for 10 years are every bit as complicit as people in the administration that are co-signing on places like Alligator Alcatraz, because you have to prime the American public. You have to prime them. You have to sanewash it. You have to normalize it. And that happens very slowly.
it is.
And the biggest
it is happening.
supporter of this administration.
Like people are waking up to like it is like the anti-Trump shit. Like they are kind of, he's gone so far that, and too quickly, that there are people within like the MAGA movement even that go, wait a minute, he did what now? Like, especially when they hear about it, because like I said earlier, they're not hearing about it.
Has been the media. And remember, he primed you for this in 2016.
Yep.
Fake news.
Yep.
Fake news.
Yeah, fake news, alternative facts. Like that was I think that was the craziest one.
This has been a targeted attack on all of our institutions, and we must fight back. So we appreciate all of you for supporting our channel.
Cool. I also love the support that you guys show me. Let's hang out for a little bit. Discuss. And then just so for anybody that's popping in for the Shane Gillis stuff, I'm going to be getting to that in about 20 minutes or so. Oh, actually, about a half hour. So you guys need to, pop out, come back. Important part is to come on back. It's going to be funny as hell. This is one of the things, like, honestly, I haven't laughed this hard at something in a long time. That's why I was like, oh, I can't wait to share this with you guys. Shane Gillis just cooks these assholes. For some reason, Shane Gillis has taken a special interest in these like TikTok alpha bros, and thank God for it. I'm not even mad about it. Just about it being an attack on the institutions. For me, it's more about being an attack on them without having a proper beneficial replacement. Yeah. Trump's White House is the best reality show on TV. TK, I wish you were like, I wish you were kidding or wrong, but you're neither. It's not that fun. I mean, living through it's not that great. Because realistically, like again, all the yucks aside, if you're not making a certain amount of money in this country right now, you are suffering. So, I can speak for myself and say that I've noticed some things get more expensive to the point where, yeah, I just can't afford shit anymore. So, like, is when you don't live in USA. Yeah, well, Nate, I know. Trust me, I know. Speaking of, if you guys want to help support the channel and the streamer behind the channel, consider getting yourself a membership over on YouTube, and also maybe throwing a Bezos subscription over on Twitch. I really appreciate anybody that does support. If you guys cannot afford to do so, which I totally understand, hit that like button. It really helps out the channel. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. There's a reason that, everybody on the platform, like, this is the most, consistent thing for all YouTubers, because, the like and subscribe. Well, there's, as much as I used to make fun of it, maybe that's why it's like, oh, no, there's something to that. Trump would be hilarious as a TV president, not hilarious to live through IRL, unfortunately. Yeah, exactly. Where it's like the concept of everything that, Shane Gillis, of all people, funny enough, had the joke where he's just like, can we just admit that Trump was funny? And like, that was part of the problem, is like everybody spent so much time looking for things to be outraged with him or just hating him. Like, and I did, like, I'm not saying that I didn't. Like, trust me, I hated the guy, but I didn't spend a lot of time, putting that much thought into it. I mean, as far as, like, my friend circle, yeah, I was probably the one that put the most in. But I'm just trying to be real. Like, it wasn't as all-consuming that it is now, where it's just like, holy fuck, man. And like I've been saying, like, there are people that voted for the guy that they don't make enough money to not be feeling what's going on, so they're already pissed. Like, these are the people that are just like, oh no, fuck this. Like, next time I can vote, I'm gonna vote for, you know, Democrats. And like, this is the people that piss me off, I have to admit, are the ones that just look at their financial condition and just blame the party that's in power. And I'm like, that is such an excuse to remain ignorant to politics, which I don't understand. I don't understand this, like, very popular aversion to politics, where it's the, ew, politics, gross. Like, I get it in some degree, but oh, thanks, Anna. I really appreciate that. Ah, man. A little boost in Twitch. Hell yeah. Oh, thank you. And oh, look at that. 5 months. Sweet. I would smoke for it, but we got something coming up here, so I don't want to spoil my appetite, you know. Oh, by the way, guys, if you also did not catch the LETTERHACK on my show, I had to have him on early. So we started the show with the LETTERHACK. You guys can always go back to the beginning of the show. Literally, I brought him right on. Yeah, we had a good hour, about an hour discussion, just kind of BSing, talking about the state of the left, state of leftist media, how he came to build this space, and just yeah, a little bit of the, like I was saying, shoot the shit. So. Oh, man. Yeah, this whole thing with the Democrats, though, I have to say, like, I know that I've kind of said this watching the Emma stuff, but in summary to this, it is refreshing. It's refreshing to see Hakeem Jeffries put, like, on blast the way that he is. Like, dude, every appearance that he is making, there is this aura of just, like, he knows he's cooked. And every time they ask him about Zoran Mondani, here, you know what? Screw it. Let's find one of these. Because I want you guys to pay attention to his body language. Like, he gets uncomfortable. Jeffries. Zoran Mondani. It'll be like the first one. Ha.
Thank you, Leader. No doubt New York is going to play a big role in who controls the House next year.
Yep, he literally went, oh, here we go.
The nominee for New York City mayor is a gift for Republicans in New York City.
Oh, my God, he's so mad about this.
Donald Trump is a gift to Democratic prospects.
Oh, shut up.
In Virginia, New Jersey, and in the midterm elections next year.
Jumping off of that, thank you. 2 questions. One, will you be meeting with Mr. Mamdani? He's going to be here in D.C. this week. So one is, will you be meeting with him when he's here, or when will you be meeting with him? And 2, do you agree with Cuomo's essentially thought or request that candidates who are not leading drop out by September?
I'm scheduled to meet with the Democratic nominee at the end of the week back home in
So wait, so does that mean Cuomo drops out?
Brooklyn. Haven't had a conversation with Eric Adams or Andrew Cuomo since the
Oh my God, is he even like considering backing Eric fucking Adams? Man, he really is just gonna tank his career, because there's no way, man. His district is not gonna know.
And have no current plans to do so.
I don't know, man. If I was the Democrats, I would tell him to fucking shape up, because he's about to, like, screw his entire career. And then what? Then what? What are you protecting at that point? Eternally channeling Sleepy Joe. He really is. Like, he has, like, no energy there. House panel to make Epstein files public. Journalist Twitter Palmieri. Donald Trump and his administration are pushing deadlines back when it comes to the documents related to the sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, only giving out small pieces to appease his base. Dude, that came from a right-wing publication. That's funny. Well, seems like, again, like I was saying, some people are kind of waking up to this shit, so that's nice. Yeah, I'm kind of getting... Because it's going to take the... I almost said Marjorie Taylor Greene's. Uh-oh. I need a soda or something. It's going to definitely take, like, the Brian Tyler Cohens and, you know, the guys that are Adam Mockler's, dare I say, Midas Touch. They are all going to have to essentially get on the, like, the Zoran train, and if they don't, and they start supporting Jeffries, and, like, dude, that's going to have so much, like, damage. Oh, my God. Why can't Democrats read the room and how unpopular they are? Like, that's insane to me. Like, I know, I'm just asking, like, a elementary question at this point, but it's like, why? Why are they so bad at this? Why are they so bad at this? Like, come on. God damn it. These are so fucking unpopular. Ugh. I need a soda. Sorry. Going caffeine free with a Canada Dry. Spicy water. Alright. Because their entire social circle is insufferable, know-it-all dorks. Yeah, but like, okay, so little discussion time. This thing with Dean Willers and Parker. Because you mentioned that your kid likes them, right? I, personally, and this is where I need to accept that I might be aging out of this. Because my problem is, like, the way that they shout. And, like, I don't know, man. There was one point I was listening to Parker outside in my garage, and he started shouting to the point where it almost, like, blew my speaker out, where I was just like, dude, like, you know that just like maxing the gain on your microphone, that doesn't do anything. Like, you're not proving a point, you're just being an annoying little twat. Hey, is my oldest 18? Jeez. That's good, actually. You know, again, going back to maybe I'm feeling a little old now. At least he's not into Charlie Kirk and those guys. And, you know, okay, that's also pretty cool because you know how it is as a parent where it could go either way. It really could. Oh, just having an 18-year-old kid in general. I don't have kids, so I'm just kind of at this point of, wow. But no, to my broader point is, 18, that's kind of like one of those that's the formative years where you either go with your parents' politics or you go completely the opposite. There are some cases that it happens organically, like myself, where it was like my political like change really happened with like me losing my religion. That song is one of my favorites. But no, if Parker and those guys are like, it's the debate bro influence. And like I was saying, the psyop with Destiny. Sorry, it's giving me a headache. Because, yeah, talking about that earlier, it really does kind of feel like the mainstream media is trying to push this narrative of Destiny, like as the representative of, leftism and, counter leftism, because they want us. Why else? Because like, then to use them to demonize the very concept of alternative media. Because think about it, like platforming him on CNN. And then CNN going like, yeah, well, he says some wild stuff, but he's very popular. He is very popular. Because, I don't know. My theory was that it's like they're trying to psyop this shit where it's like get people to go over to Destiny and then hear some of the shit that he has said and then find out some of the stuff that he's done and just go, oh, that's your bastion of leftism? Well... Yeah, they hear right-wing BS all day from their grandparents and peers. They don't really have an outlet to talk about all the dumb shit they have to endure, so I think that's the appeal. Interesting. No, I figured you were talking about your kids. That is interesting. Like, because there is also, like, for anybody that's always like, yeah, the majority of the kids... Yeah, okay. Yes, the majority of kids are for Donald Trump and love him. If that's the case, then we really are cooked. But I don't know. One thing that I went through as a kid that I hope other kids are going through is questioning authority. And when you go through that, you always tend to question authority, from your parents up to the president. Some people do just kind of stop at certain places, which I didn't. It's one of my favorite marks I have on a early report card is he questions authority. It's just like, good. Rebel. I also have this rule that like I really don't trust anybody that fully like support or like fully went along with the people that their parents support. That always does get like, and this goes for the right or left because it is also like, again, rebellion face. So I always like the ones that grew up in a liberal family, went towards Trump, saw how ridiculous he is, and then just went towards full communist. I really like those. I've heard that a lot too. Extreme in rural Texas, the Southern Baptist Convention has a monopoly on the culture here. Ugh, God, that sucks. Yeah, again, everybody talks about the Bible Belt, but I think this election is going to shift a lot of those young people back to the left because they were tricked. And now they see the results of their first election. They're going to have a shift in their politics. Yep. And I don't want to do the Cenk thing because Cenk was very guilty of this, where he's like, of course the youth are going to vote for us. They got burned by Trump the most. Of course. And then they're going to give me all the pats on the back because I started Justice Democrats. Oh my God, this fucking chair. I gotta fix this. I don't know what the hell. It's just like this little back pad. It became, look at this. It wasn't this loose before. Might be time for a new chair soon. I don't know. Hassan did make a really good point. It was funny because my wife was listening at that when he said this. He was just like, yeah, why wouldn't I spend money on a chair when I sit in it for 7 hours a day? I was just like, oh. He kind of had a wave of like, that makes sense. So somebody made that same thing, that same point to me when I was buying a bed, my first bed, after like moving out. That, oh no, again, shout out to the wife for doing the same thing where she was just like, no, we're not gonna just buy like a shitty bed. I'm like, why? we're asleep. She's like, no, you're spend, this many hours in it. It needs to be like decent. It's like, oh, right. It's a business expense, damn it. Well, at this point it is. Like, as much as I want to joke about that. Also, you know what? Coming up to the fun half here, I do have a pack of Magic cards upstairs, so listen, if you guys are gonna give me shit for writing off some goodies that I get to have on stream, then I don't know what we're doing here. I don't know anymore. I saw this viral post. It's actually really cool. Here, I'll just read it. I actually don't want to climb the corporate ladders. I don't care about job titles. I don't need accolades. I just want to have an income to fund my lifestyle, not be depressed, help other people, and be around good humans. Does it? If more people thought like that, maybe, just maybe. Oh shit, you just noticed the wrench? Ah, you're welcome. Nah, you've been showing up for pretty much daily streams, so it's just like, what am I doing? Also, appreciate it, because, seem to know what you're doing. You weren't like the one person that was like, I don't want this. I don't want this. This is too much. It's like, this is too much expectations. I always love that. I saw that one of my guys did that to LETTERHACK. Panic did that, which he hasn't been around for a while, so I think he got mad. I wouldn't doubt that he unfollowed and he just won't show up anymore. Because the last time I got kind of sick of his shit and I just ignored him. And that is the number one thing that people like Donald Trump that just seek attention, always attention, always validation. Like, that's honestly where MSNBC going under, this could actually have a good effect on this, because realistically, what we need to start doing is ignoring some of what Trump does. Like, just not take the bait every single fucking time. This is why I made my point about Brian Tyler Cohen going like, oh my God, the goal. It's like, shut up. Who cares? That dude got hit from LH chat almost immediately. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me. Yeah. I had to explain my situation here where I'm like, I have a rule where if they are engaging in good faith and they are not doing bannable offenses, I'm not just going to ban them. But I have also come to terms with the fact that I should probably tighten that up just a little bit. Because realistically, if they're trying to monopolize, like where I was getting pissed off is because they would try to monopolize my attention and then they would try to shift the topics to something else, or it would always like throw a wrench in the show. And that's where I'm done with that bullshit, because it's like, no, man. I see what was happening there, but that's bringing me back to my point about like not feeding. It's the whole not feeding the troll, the way that we all learned. What happened to that? Yeah, sorry that even happened. It was like what happened with Kirk, except somebody over in this space that was a mod didn't know Kirk's shenanigans, so they banned him, and I was just like, no! No, he's just being a silly goose, god damn it. You are George Lucas of the show? Oh, thank you. Still going? Yeah, John, why are you surprised by that? I usually go to my 420. I mean, I appreciate that. Thank you, brother. I'm like, wait, how is this? Wait, this is a surprise? Surprise. You live by the meme, you die by the meme. Kirk cracks me up. I mean, that was... That day was hilarious for me because I followed into Jake's chat and I saw everything that was going on, and I was doing some show prep, and at one point I look over and I just see his name go from message redacted. I'm like, oh shit. Like, oh, Kirk. But then I also he hit me up. He's like, dude, I was joking. I'm like, oh no. My geography teacher used to say, this is a dictatorship. I am Saddam Hussein when the class was disruptive. Man, people in their power trips like that, it's crazy to me. I don't know. I was friends with too many people that their moms were tyrant moms, where they could never play, they could only play on their by their mom's the grace of their mother, and at the same time they could only do what their mom said. So for instance, I had this one friend where we could only go in the front of the house, and she had to be able to see us at all times. It was just and this was well into his teen years. Knew there was something up with that. He was a funny guy though. I'm the parent who would tell the person taking care of my kid, you can beat him if they... that was my dad. That was my dad. That was my dad. My dad, he also did the thing where he's just like, you want him? It's just like, dude. Parents these days are just like, oh, sell their kids into slavery. Meanwhile, my dad is just at IHOP. That's a lot. Yeah, well, it was a geography class, but he talked a lot about politics and history a lot while teaching. Yeah, see, I actually had my geography teacher, I just realized, was my history teacher. Kind of makes sense. My history teachers were always my favorite teachers, and for some reason, they were also the ones that I always got along with. I gotta kind of give my 8th grade history teacher some credit, because he was really upset that there wasn't a current events class, or a current situations, or whatever the hell it's called. Current affairs. It was called current affairs. So he was mad that there wasn't a current affairs class, and he was just like, I'm going to teach a current affairs class in lieu of a study hall. And it was one of those, it was my first elective class, because they kind of did it the way that the Republicans are doing it with the gerrymander, where it was they did it before our winter break, so it became a second semester elective, essentially. A lot of people took it because we did get credit for it. And then I just turned out to it was one of my favorite classes. I had an A in it, which I was not exactly an A student. But yeah, he was very influential. I remember he had this thing where geography, where he loved saying it, where he's just when we would get to Saudi Arabia and the UAE, he would just be like, Abu Dhabi. It's point to Abu Dhabi. He would just make it a thing so he could say Abu Dhabi. It was kind of a trip, but he was for a Christian school, he was a pretty liberal dude, where he wanted us to know more than just the Texas Instruments teaching. He was always bothered by that too. He would look at our textbooks and just be like, what in the garbage? I remember World War II. That was a big one, where he was just like, no, a Garfield. I think he was. Now that you mention it, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think he had one of those sticky Garfields on the classroom window. Huh. I didn't never piece that together. Ninth grade history teacher humanized history. Probably put me on a path to left. Yeah, no, that's kind of Sean. That's kind of what I was getting at. He inadvertently kind of made me a leftist without even knowing it. Which, the funniest part is, I don't think he's a left. He was a liberal dude where he just didn't like the way that it was Cliff Notes history. And on top of it, he was like, this is bullshit. He's like, that's not what happened. He would bring like his own World War II textbooks and just be like, oh, here, we're studying this. I always appreciated that. We got 1 minute, so you know what to do. Load up and smoke. Damn it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that on its own. But yes, I'm still going because on the 420 mark, I'm watching this Shane Gillis thing with him making fun of the alpha males. This has absolutely nothing to do with the political things. It's just, I mean, we can talk about the alpha male, like Andrew Tate crowd, sure. But this is just a whole bunch of hilarity where it's like a bunch of, you know, comedians roasting the shit out of these perceived alpha males. The pickup artists, God, I always hated those guys. You guys remember Tucker Max? From like, I think it was like the early 2000s, mid 2000s. He was a real cringy pickup artist. All right, smoke them up. Right? Yeah, smoke. Sociology is political. The thing is, I went to a Republican mill. They were... we had a young Republicans class, but we didn't have a young Democrats. Like, that's why I didn't know that, like, I necessarily even kind of fit there. Oh, you popped in right at the right time there, Groovy Hot Rod. Made it just in time. Kenzie! Yes, you did. Cough, cough, cough. Too much pot. This guy. This guy. Thank you for proving my point. You're welcome. Thank you for showing up today. I'll try having a cup of coffee. Or are you doing tea today? I did tea today. You ever have that where you have too many cups of coffee consecutively to the point where your hands start shaking? That happened today. So I was like, oh, I need to have tea. Hotheads ruin their bodies. What are you talking about? Your super fundy school didn't have young Democrats in 1998 onward. Now what? I mean, it didn't. No. Like that was my lungs are fine. I just got my lungs tested. Of all the things that were like going on, that's not the one. Now my throat, on the other hand, it's a little dry down here. Now, my super funny school, like, had this weird thing where they purposefully, like, were hiding leftism. Oh, Kenzie, thank you for becoming a member for their seventh month.
Black
Man,
heart emoji.
We're getting,
Transgender
guys,
flag emoji.
this is crazy. We're gonna have, like, we're already over 6 months. It's nuts. That just hit me. Wow. Thank you. This is still surreal to me sometimes, guys. I gotta be completely real with y'all. But it is cool. Alright, so we're in the fun half now. And now that we are in the fun half, oh man. Remember when you told LetterHack you were kind of gullible? Obvious sarcasm? Should I not have said that? Just put it this way. if you guys have hung here for any amount of time, I'm pretty sure that you know this, right? That's the scary part. You guys are actually kind of getting to know me pretty well. Somebody pointed out one of my mannerisms. I was just like, whoa. That was... Yeah, wasn't expecting that. Guys, you know what happened? And I just realized it. We hit 420 views on the stream today. Right at the time. We're at 427 right now. That's cool. Let's see. Did we get the 14? Or the 1420? Ah! One more. Uno más. Hopefully. We'll see. This actually reminds me of an episode that I just remember this vividly, where Vosh talked to a chatter about, like, weed. And he was just talking about how, yeah, there's these guys that make it their whole personality, you know, like, 420, bro. And I was just like, he is attacking me personally, and I don't like this. Repentant man will love that. Or Groovy Hot Rod now. Can't fool us. Oh no, the curse of being perceived. Oh, hell yeah, that's awesome. Vosh is repentant man. Oh my god. That would be the biggest twist, but also quite hilarious. Because it's just like, this is what he does in his spare time. Okay. This is all because of he just knows. He just knows what he's missing, so he's just like, no. So he didn't like that people who smoke shared a community and shared a culture. Yeah. He made fun of he didn't know what it was called, and I was like, it's called a Baja sweater. And you're kind of ripping on me, bro, because like he literally described me. These guys, oh, they just smoke all day, running from their problems. I was just like, oh man, why? Like, God, I never I'll just be real, like I never really chatted in his on his channel at all, so it was kind of wild just to be like, what? Like, especially when you're doing other shit, because I do remember that. I was in the middle of something else, and I just kind of, like, having that perk up moment just of like, huh? What? Is he talking to me? What? Maybe if you rolled the joint. That was Dick Like a Gob. He changed his tune. I don't know, man. I just recently watched something that he was on. It was him giving his takes on something. I think it was the Destiny thing. Oh, no, it was the Destiny thing. Yeah. That was the last time. I'm just saying, don't make it your whole personality, guys. Vosh might make fun of you. Meanwhile, you got cool guys like, Zan and Dylan and a few of the other leftist content creators. Oh, the Vanguard boys, they all partake. Oh, the Majority Report. Pretty sure that Hassan now is the only one that's just like, I don't even do that anymore. I can't, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, whatever. Was it the one where he posted recently about Trump trying to rig the election? That might have been it. I do remember he no, because he covered Destiny too. Oh, whatever. LOL, I think that happened to me where a streamer was commenting on loners. Oh, shit. Oh, no, they had a hard opinion about that, and you're just like, hey, can we not? I'm kind of taking this personal. Yeah. That sucks. Wait, it wasn't me, was it? It better not have been me. I swear to God, if that's the big twist, then it was me. No. I'm sorry. I just figured, I was like, oh boy, I kind of remember touching on that. Well. Man. Well, anyway, guys. If you guys are just joining us, we are pretty much done with the politics for today. So what I will do is I'm going to hop out of politics over on Twitch, put my category into just chat, because that is what we are going to do. Well, not really. We're going to watch some comedy, and that fits more with just chat. So I don't remember. Oh, I was about to say, like, it kind of sounds like something that might happen here. But here we go. If you guys are, as I was just saying, let's get to the Shane Gillis portion of the show, because this is just funny. Shane Gillis decided to make it his new hobby to rip on alpha male culture, which this derives like from the Andrew Tates, but there's like a new subsect where these guys, like, they're pretty much like roided out, like WWE wrestler, you know, physique, and they like smoke these giant cigars, and like their whole thing is just being like, you guys smoke $100 cigar every 10 minutes. Can you do that? Like, ridiculous shit, right? So I have to say that for Shane Gillis to make this his new hobby, it really did kind of, like I was saying, make this into something that we can all laugh at. So, left or right, I hope that we can come together to enjoy making fun of some roided out, small-headed idiots.
Intimidate, guys. There's no intimidation. When I walk in a room,
Also, this is done by Too Lazy to Try. So I will link that in the chat.
You just find the humor.
They're just smoking cigars and being like, I'm the strongest man in the world. I am cool.
Yeah, I'm cool.
The Cusker's losing his shit.
Come smoke $100 cigar.
Everyone loves it.
Depeche Mood, what's happening, USA? Why you have a president bit con man, and maybe he really deserves the Nobel. They changed it up. I'm not getting the Nobel. I'm getting the Nobel.
Respects me. Literally, if that
They made a new one just for me.
guy walks in the room, I'd be like, dumbass.
Who's this? I don't
I love how he's. Who is this guy? Who is this guy?
like him.
Well, because King Azuli was like, I walk in and people fear me. He's like, you are wrong. People should love you, not fear you. He's like, I know that. I do.
All right, so
I know that.
Matt and Shane have been following some of these fake alpha males like Wes Watson, Ben Azuli, and now Ali Sobe, who's basically a clone of Ben. He's like the Muslim version of him. I mean, it feels like they're just creating these people in labs at this point. You know, they make the same exact content.
He only uses
They
the
go on
George
podcasts, and the whole
Costanza
time they
thing, so
try
I'll
to
just
sound badass and prove
up
that
here.
they're the most alpha. But everyone just thinks it's the cringiest shit ever. You know, they're cringe merchants, and there's a lot of competition in that field.
Doesn't even have to. Doesn't ring a
So
bell.
it's tough to stand out. You really have to make a fool out of yourself. Except Ben did
Or doesn't that have a ring to it?
just get canceled. So
God damn it! I wrecked the joke.
there's one,
Sorry, Sylvie.
one less alpha male.
I'll boo
locale.
myself.
And I guess Ali gets to fill his shoes. What an honor.
I asked God, why are you putting me through rough waters?
Oh,
And he already replied, it's because your enemies can't swim.
Yeah, so these guys are just out of control.
Fucking
And
the
before Ben got
lion and the falcon.
exposed for essaying a minor, Ali and him got into a beef
Fuck up.
because he felt like Ali disrespected him.
This
You know, Ben
dude-
refers to himself
Okay, it's one thing if this guy was like, see, I wanted, oh my God. If somebody does not make a wrestling gimmick based off this, they are missing a huge opportunity. Oh, Braun Strowman. Braun Strowman needs to make this his gimmick.
as king. So Ali made this video
Oh,
where he says
fucking
he's
that'd be
afraid of
wonderful.
the king, which got Ben's attention, and he couldn't believe someone would be willing to challenge his alpha maleness. You know, I think he felt threatened, and he might have thought that Ali's trying to steal his shtick.
You want to threaten me? You want to threaten me, huh? Huh?
Which is just hilarious. I mean,
You make fun of my lion and my falcon, huh? Huh?
imagine seeing a video this embarrassing and thinking, wait, is he trying to copy me?
Walk like a king, or walk like you don't give a who the king is.
The fucking back. Oh, music. Stares in Iron Sheik. Hey, Baba, this jabroni, look at him. He's a bigger jabroni than Hulk Hogan.
Everybody's tough
I would put him in camouflage, make him humble.
behind the screen. Well, nobody's tough face to
Nobody is stronger than Iron Sheik.
face. Ali, I DM'd you. Let's see you DM me back. And if not,
I don't care who you are. That's a fire Iron Sheik. Might not be the best voice, but
So we have
man, do I get his mannerisms.
battle the wannabe alpha males, and this got Matt and Shane's attention because these two decided to do a podcast together where they argued about religion.
Oh my god, a meeting of the minds and not even half a brain made.
Most of the time, but then at the end they tried to prove who's the most proficient in the alpha male arts, and then it ended in the most pathetic skirmish I've ever seen. I mean, Ben acts like he's the toughest man alive. You know, he claims he's trained with the Shaolin monks and learned kung fu, and he beat 30 guys in a fight and threw his dad through a coffee
I have been to the top of the mountain.
table and all this.
I have wrestled bears. I have bench pressed goats. What have you done with your life?
Stuff like every podcast he comes up with a new story about how badass he is, but then when it comes down to proving it,
It's a pointing Spider-Man meme. It really is. Wait a minute. You don't have muscles? I have muscles. You have beard? I have beard. Look, you have big pecs? I have big pecs. You smoke cigar? I smoke cigar.
here
We could be brother.
he doesn't
Did we just become best friends?
want that smoke, and
Yeah.
it just took some guy in a suit to hold him back. At least Ali, he seemed like he was down to fight. He needed a couple people to hold him back, but it seems like Ben is all talk, and of course he's acting like he's in a movie the way he talks. You know, afterwards he's like,
Do you have nice matching tracksuit? I have nice matching tracksuit. Mine is red. Mine is blue. We are brothers.
man, you're lucky you're there to hold me back because I would have broken his hand in half. But he was just holding himself back.
And now I take it personal because you're Muslim.
I'm not taking it that way. And even if you did take it that way, and what are you trying to get with this, man? Seriously, what are you trying to get with this? I'm not going to allow you to talk the wrong way in my presence, man.
Akhoya, you think you're tough, huh?
Oh yeah, you got tough, huh? Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Nothing says, male superior, or just like masculinity than sucking on a nice brown long.
Gentlemen, very quickly, there's a video. Joe, can we play that video?
Somebody made that joke.
Very quickly.
Walk like a king,
You look like a king.
or walk like you don't give a who the king is.
Get in the back. This posturing is the most beta shit ever. Oh, come on, Pinkerbell. How do you not? Come on, like this guy. Like you're not gonna show this dude to your son and just be like, you need to learn from this guy. He's the king. Come on, you need to learn how to walk, son. Also, flex that pec.
That's the video.
Dude, it's such a fucking. The saunter past the camera. It's like, you realize how many takes he probably had to do that? It's like, hold on, I don't like that shot. I'm gonna walk from closet now.
And said that he was speaking personally to me. Was it to me?
No, it wasn't to you. I'll tell you personally right now. I don't give a fuck.
He really wants to hit him. Okay. I've done. It's not like fights, but like it's the hockey player in me where like to see a dude like start doing this, but his fists are staying stationary while also twiddling something is like, this guy wants to fight.
Fuck who you are if you're gonna disrespect my religion. You hear?
Oh, he wants to fight. It would make a good series. This would make a good Netflix series. Okay. I guess I'm about to fucking... I'm about to fuck you up, sir.
Ali, you're a nice guy.
Ali, you're a nice guy. You gotta take that back, huh? Huh?
But you're not speaking to...
Let me suck on this a little bit.
somebody that will just let you speak this way, you know?
You're going to challenge. In the red corner.
What the fuck are you gonna do about it? I'm not gonna allow you to speak to me the way you want to speak to me.
Ali, if you have a personal problem with me, forget religion. Put religion aside.
You know what? Fuck this shit, bro.
Fuck this shit. Okay.
What the fuck you talking about?
Ali.
Yep. Okay. Ali was gonna go there. That guy. That was all a setup. Like that guy was doing a work. That guy didn't know it was a work, and he was about to shoot. That was about to be a shoot fight.
What time was that, bro? I mean, you guys were good energy.
Oh, okay. So they got the one guy on the other side on camera.
Can't always do. But if he thinks he's gonna stand up and tell me
for real. This guy.
So this was a new low for these alpha males. I mean, first we had Wes
They look identical. I know.
Watson getting into a fight with that guy, and he needed a whole crew to back him up. And now we get these two.
If they did the Fusion Ha, they would just become the same person.
Fighting each other, and all we got was a light.
It'd just be another one. Just you still look the same.
Push. It's disappointing. I mean, I've seen better fights between women on reality TV shows than this. Like, these guys just aren't committed enough. They don't have what it takes. They really are fake alpha males. But Matt and Shane, they saw this and thought it was hilarious.
All right.
They talked about it during a Patreon episode. And it sounds like Matt has been following these alpha male characters pretty closely. But
dude, McCusker rules.
he
I
doesn't
love
remember
that.
Ali's name. He's like, one of the guys is from Iran. But it's funny, Ali's from Michigan.
You know, do you guys follow, you know King Azuli at all? He's on Instagram. He's like a Jewish kind of bodybuilder guy. And then there's a guy. I sent you the reel.
Yeah, I think
and there's
I've
a
been
guy from
watching this
Iran.
guy.
Forgive me, brother, but I forget the guy from Iran's name. But he's another. They look like twins. They're just
And they're
jabbing.
battling? Or
They're
are they-
battling right now.
Yeah.
Dude, they're literally fighting. They're just like,
Might have
brother,
to settle this trial by
brother.
combat.
If you want the problem,
Yes,
then
I've
no
watched
problem.
these guys,
Yes. Dude, they went on a podcast. It comes out in like 2 days, or they tease it out. I think they get in a fight.
Fuck yeah.
They'll argue, and it doesn't make sense. They're fighting each other like,
They
you
don't know
think
what
you're
the fuck
big and
they're
bad, brother. I'm the baddest in town. They're just like professional wrestlers.
Yeah.
Middle East is in like 1950s America level of like, I'm the toughest
But
guy
they
around
all live in
here.
America.
Yeah.
Arno goes, Israel never starts, but we finish the fight. One guy's like, I will step on anyone's head to oppose it. Dude, but in the meantime, they're also just like, a real man leads with peace, not war. And he's like, when you want peace, you must war first.
Then actual shark tooth or comically oversized prop. I think it's number 2.
It's so fucking.
Although it could be. I don't know. McCusker spends money on stupid shit.
Funny.
Oh, man.
It's my favorite part about him is
Everyone
he's
in
just
the
like,
comments is like,
I got money
literally thought
now.
you're both
But
the
like,
same guy.
he did the sensible thing where he's like, dude, I'm not going to be like on this. This train's going to like come to a screeching halt. I'm going to put some of this away and I'm going to just buy some stupid shit and like just buy a house.
There's people in there goading them on, clearly being like, preach, brother.
I'll be right back.
You gotta tell him we need this fight to happen.
It's gonna be a good fight.
It's gonna be awesome. The
can put
podcast
together-
comes out in 2 days. I cannot fucking wait, dude.
Ali. There's a guy who's talking shit about you. I said, okay, many people are talking shit about me. It's normal.
You intimidate guys. There's no intimidation. When I walk in a room, I make people love me and respect me.
I make people love me and respect me.
Just that. They're just smoking
I command respect. My pectorals, they command respect.
cigars and being like, I am the strongest man in the world. No, I am cool.
I am cool.
Everyone's laughing.
You're gonna have a bro off.
Like when I go into a room, everyone loves and respects me. Literally, if that guy walked in the room, I'd be like, fucking dumbass.
Well, because King Azuli was like, I walk in and people fear me. He's like, you are wrong. People should love you, not fear you. He's like, I know that. I do. I'm so excited. I'm
You want to be respected, brother, not feared.
literally like, I think
You should
July
moderate
2nd.
this.
I wanted to get him
Try
on.
to
Someone
moderate.
beat me to the punch.
Fuck.
Having him on would be so fucking funny.
At the podiums?
Oh my god. Well, if they need to, you know,
sold this bump.
I'm gonna watch it if they have anything unresolved, which I have a feeling there might be some
there's no
unresolved
way.
tensions.
They could get along.
Dude,
It looks like they're into the same exact shit.
literally, they're the same thing.
So somebody showed Ali this video and he got offended by Shane making fun of him. So he made a couple of videos responding to it because
God
he
damn
also
it.
probably just really wants to get their attention again and get on their podcast, which it sounds like Matt might be interested in. I mean, he can't have both of them on now, unfortunately, because, you know, Ben got exposed for being a convicted sex offender, but maybe Ali has a shot. So he tried to call out Shane and he said Shane should never talk negatively about a man who's not in the same room as him. But then he proceeded to talk negatively about Shane and call him a coward.
So guys, this video is for Shane who?
Shane Gillis.
This message is directly to Shane Gillis. I'm gonna show you guys a little video for everybody that's watching right here.
Everyone loves and respects me. Literally, if that guy walked in the room, I'd be like, fucking dumbass.
Listen, Shane and everybody else that's watching, never as a man talk negative about another man that's not in a room. Never. That's cowardness. Big time cowardness. If you're gonna talk about a man and he's not in present, you talk positive about him. The weakest men on earth talk negative about any man that's not in a room. No matter if he's guilty, whatever, don't be talking about men in a negative way. Period. Get the f out of here, bro.
It looks like they're into the same exact
Fucking Falcon.
They're the same thing.
Do they have cool cars?
Probably.
Yeah, I got cool cars, and your gumpy ass won't fit in it. So if these guys want me on their show, we'll make a little bet. I'll pay for my plane ticket if I don't make you eat those words. Who's the big guy? The big guy? Shane. And if I make you say I'm sorry on the show, you pay for my ticket. All right?
Your roots are showing on your beard.
See you guys.
And I think this is his most viewed video, but of course,
You idiot. It's actually so cool you had your video with an Eagle Alliance out at the same time.
he's just getting roasted in the
Bro reacted to himself getting roasted.
comments, like with most of his videos, I'm sure. You know, it's either people just making fun of him or some
The moment he said, "Yeah, I'm cool. I'm smoking $100 cigar." Holy fucking cooked, bro.
NPCs posting fire
I'm so cool. I could buy $100 cigar.
emojis in the comments. But this guy at least seems a little better than Ben Azuli. You know, that guy is just the absolute worst. But let me know what you guys think about it all down in the comments. And make
Ben Azuli. Oh man. See, now I think I want to go down a rabbit hole of watching these guys just like just laughing at their bullshit. God, they're gonna have a bro up. I mean, counter offer. You hit me, I laugh. I laugh you at the poorhouse. I got cool car you won't fit. You're too tall. Sick burn, dude. The fuck? Like I said, I don't know. See, I think that most people are watching that guy and making fun of him. I think that we're all kind of in on the joke, but there's enough people that aren't. Because, like, I don't know. You think he's like that Dan Balzerian guy and just has to, like, buy the attention of women? Wes Watson goes off on his girlfriend. I don't care about that. Completely gutless. Ooh. we were all in on the joke of Trump 2016. Yeah. All right, so Hassan reacted to this, to Philly D reacting to his whole thing, but he's saying that this is coming from Hassan's channel directly, that this was too far. So.
This Hassan, Piker, Ethan, and Ela Klein Destiny situation. It was one of the most requested stories over on the text line, and
We're not
it's
going to watch
crazy.
the whole
There was
thing.
many
if he
saying
is,
it's gone
I wanna
past the
see,
line of
like, at
drama,
least a
and this
few
is something else. Well, this
bits
mix
his
of
commentary.
podcasters and political commentators,
I'll say, if he's
there's
eating, though,
more
fuck that.
history here than what's happening now. This latest controversy appears to start when you add.
Oh, the illegal occupying force is literally legal.
Right, so it appears.
So, thank God, respect to Philip for posting the full scope, okay? Because when you see it with the actual context, even though the original clip that they like circulated kind of was like cut short weirdly, but I still very clearly was talking about like participating in an illegal raid, okay? It just doesn't, like when you see that, it just makes no sense to try to like spark up drama. Because even the clip chip version also featured the context. I want to see what people are saying. The Destiny Hassan history is a can of worms you do not want to open. This goes much deeper than this one current conflict. I bet the comments will be very normal. Ethan not being live while this drops. I see you, Philly.
Appears that he's talking in general about current ongoing violence there, but the call out to your favorite podcaster's wife has gotten a lot of attention because Ela previously served in the IDF. And this also has a...
Well, no. She didn't just previously serve in the IDF. She participated in an illegal raid in the West Bank as a part of her service in the Israeli occupying force. And not only is what I'm saying not like a gray area or anything. It's just international law, right? Ethan Klein himself has on numerous occasions agreed with that sentiment. He has actually presented it in his context nuke, talking about his bona fides for how much he is an advocate, a stalwart ally of the Palestinians, as he said. Ethan Klein has said, West Bank settlers are valid military targets. Ethan Klein has admitted that his wife is a terrorist on stream. Were you saying if your favorite podcast wife was in Israel performing illegal war crimes that they would be illegal target? That's how I understood it. No, I'm saying in the process of anyone at all. It could be your mom, your dad, your favorite podcaster, anyone that engages. Okay, because the conversation that I was having was more so about the way that people look at those who adorn the garb, like state violence versus non-state actors, right? Versus any kind of resistance against
Pep chair streaming Hassan, what a power move.
And what I was trying to do there was to say it doesn't matter who it is that puts on the Israeli occupying force gear and participates in an illegal raid in the West Bank. They are, if they receive violence in retaliation from the occupied force, that is legal. That is a legal act of resistance. Okay? This is not a threat. This is not a threat to Ethan or Ethan's wife or anything like that. All of it is stupid. And anyone, and I mean anyone, that even remotely entertains this as a direct threat is actually 100% playing the role that a lot of these guys want you to play by creating additional drama around this. Okay? Like this person right here is duped. You yourself are refusing to recognize that in that moment, whoever this person is that has gotten because she did participate in an illegal raid in the occupied West Bank in a kidnapping operation of a Palestinian. That's why. Okay? Does that hurt your feelings? Does that make you feel bad? I'm sorry. That is something that happened. Within the confines of that illegal operation, my statement is 100% correct. There is no like seeking out vengeance after the fact. Okay? Again, You are not interested in the actual thing that I'm saying. You are invested in either the drama or your parasocial relationship that you have with content creators. And that is why you're doing this. If you truly understood that Palestinians were human beings, you would feel the same way. You would look at the situation and go, Israel is doing a genocide, okay? And people who have now understood that reality can reflect on their prior feelings, their prior analysis on the situation.
I respect the chopstick skills.
A person that participated in an illegal raid in the West Bank, an illegal military occupation, and its occupational forces, including Gillis Klein, who was a part of the illegal occupation, conducted an illegal raid in the occupied West Bank to kidnap a Palestinian, something that the Israeli military has processed and serialized. Okay? I hate Ethan, but you're just as bad because there's no mention of... Again, your feelings do not factor into this consideration. That is a real thing that happened. Now, maybe it didn't happen. Why would I know this, right? Well, I know this because she has reflected on this. She has talked about it. Okay?
Thank you, Oscar Isaac, for fucking making that a thing.
And when she talked about it, neither do yours about Gila. Yes, exactly. My feelings about Gila or...
Oh, he doesn't want to be like me. I see how it is.
Ethan have nothing to do with this conversation at all. Remove myself and your feelings out of this equation. Okay? Also, to say just as bad about like a podcaster or a podcaster wife that you enjoy the content of is so stupid. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Before you continue freaking out about this, before you engage in endless hysterics, I have interviewed people who have served in the IDF on this broadcast because I don't hold people's past actions as a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation. I do not hold people's past actions against them, especially if they've reflected on them, especially if they've changed their minds. Okay? Nothing I said is about, nothing I have brought up in that point has anything to do whatsoever with like what to do with Gillis Klein today. Okay? That is hysterics. That is There has never been a single moment where I've ever advocated for any harm to be done to Ethan or Gila. As a matter of fact, I have condemned things that other people have done to the Klein family. Make no mistake, whether it be CPS calls or whether it be skulls being sent or whatever, this is not something that I'm interested in. It's not something that I've ever engaged in. It's not something that I would ever condone. Okay? And you know this because I've made it very clear, even though I have nothing to do with it. And Ethan desperately tried to make it seem like it was my doing somehow. And everyone and anyone, anonymous Redditors, anyone who's ever said, you know, Teddy Fresh sucks, was responsible for the CPS, was responsible for the skulls. He just kept saying it over and over again. Okay? He said I was responsible for it. I didn't even know what the was going on. There's never been a moment where I haven't wished them well. Even at the point of the debate, even in our private correspondences, it's all...
Yeah, it's mostly your audience. Not
you will not...
Yeah, wait a minute. That's why Ethan sucks at that. I have to say, like, he really does the thing where he just conflates all of the, like, Hassan defenders in his chat as just, like, being Hassan.
Find me.
So he, like, saves all of this rage just so he's just like, see? Hassan
you will
did
not
it.
Find me... demanding that you know, any sort of harm befall either of these people. I have actively condoned that. I have never, ever in a million years would advocate for something like that. And I'm saying that even though both of them have spent the last year and a half spending every waking moment seemingly. What do you mean? What did I say? Did I say I've never... What did I say? You mean condemn? No, I'm saying I've never condoned. I've never condoned like violence. Did I say it wrong? Okay, well, whatever. Regardless, you know what I mean, okay? I think it's ridiculous. Oh, I've actively condoned that. I've actively condemned that. Sorry. Here we go. Can't wait for that fake clip to circulate. I think I said it right though. In any case, this is just people who are desperate to perceive themselves as victims. Okay, that's it. People are desperate to perceive themselves as victims after spending years and years like lighting their entire careers and their franchise, their businesses on fire in an effort to get one off.
I mean,
on a person that made,
from my understanding, the Teddy Fresh stuff is not selling.
Inclined feel small. Okay, that's
like
it.
Did this whole like summer drop, and like half of it didn't even like come to fruition.
Just never gave up. I
And
wanted
they
what was
blame.
best
By
for
the
him.
way, they did try to blame the tariffs and like the shipping stuff.
I thought I could convince him. I was wrong. But this
Unless they were
situation
joking,
is
which
completely ridiculous. Let's keep going.
Little extra background here. Hassan and Ethan and Hila have been very publicly at odds over their clashing views with Israel and Gaza, as well as just, a number of other things. But in the here and now, you had Hila seeing Hassan's latest remark and accusing him of calling for violence against her specifically, with Ethan then later echoing that, posting a video yesterday saying,
"Why even include a specific person who hasn't served in the military in 20 years? Why does he mix up past and present tense? While he's
what? People aren't into looking like 10-year-old girls.
Discuss.
I didn't do that. I didn't. I said
It is kind of insane when you look at like the fact that she's the one designing that shit.
Actively participating in a raid. It doesn't matter who it is.
This, is this a responsible use of his words and his platform? Don't you think that
the clothes are fugly even for LA quirky street
even
fashion?
if
really?
what you're saying is
I like that one chatter was just straight up repeating this take, by the way, in the chat. That's funny.
true, and you meant only people on that raid would deserve?
That's always kind of funny is when like I've had that occasionally where somebody gives a take. I'm like, that's pretty good. Then I hear it and I'm like, wait.
Violence, that invoking a specific person is really appropriate and true. And doesn't that have the risk for provoke?
If this standard was evenly applied, don't you think that spending the last year calling me a dangerous Hamas mouthpiece, a Hamas terrorist, actively demanding that people take action against me, would put you directly in harm's way for legal repercussions? You spent the past 22 months of genocide actively making a villain out of anyone and everyone, firing off hundreds of Instagram stories, so much so that you couldn't even imagine yourself. You couldn't believe the amount of Instagram stories you'd posted before this debate. You thought it was a lie when I brought up the receipts. You couldn't believe it. And then you turned around and fired off 10 plus stories every day. To this day, it's ridiculous. What do you think? Spreading misinformation about me, constantly clipping me out of context, regularly demanding that like people take action against me at a time when the government is taking action against me. What do you think you're doing? You know exactly what the fuck you're doing. Okay? The notion that like I was invoking your wife that you also openly recognize participated in an illegal raid in the West Bank as a part of the occupying forces that did a war crime for any reason other than the fact that she did do that is ridiculous. Okay? I wish that both you and your wife would really reflect on the harm that you are still actively causing. Every day, he just like hits the
like right back here.
Hen
where it's just
Mazik
like,
lines
this
over
feels
and
good.
over again, while also directly retweeting Hen Mazik, reposting Hen Mazik, who is a Hosberist, definitionally. Brother, I would just stop watching this. They done some today that will the vibe of the stream immensely. Just saying, I have no idea what you're talking about.
The craziest people in your audience to think that maybe it would be a good idea to kill my wife.
With that, then getting a lot of attention online, and even had the likes of Destiny discussing Hassan's comment in a chat, writing, "I honestly think you could perfectly justify attacking/killing Hassan IRL for statements like this." With many then
I still can't believe what is up with this, dude. Again, the whole thing with the saying the thing with the kids of Texas, like he's saying the most egregious, like rage baity shit, but then getting rewarded for it by CNN by being called the, what do you call it? like the gateway to leftism and leftist alternative media.
The situation to a whole new level, and you had a number of people calling out Destiny for seemingly condoning violence. With Hassan, then,
how has he not, like, of all the people, how is Sex Pestiny like just barreling through?
Also posting, this sociopathic cult leader is actively telling his audience that it's moral to kill me in real life because I said Palestinians have a legal right to resist against an illegal occupying force conducting a raid. When anyone joins an occupying force and participates in a raid in a legally occupied,
I really appreciate how much he loves One Piece.
Territory.
Like, I don't even like it's not that I don't like One Piece, it's the fact that I've never really been into it. But I just always appreciate somebody that's that into fandom.
The occupied people have a legal right to defend themselves through armed struggle. With them then also addressing the Destiny situation in a stream on Sunday.
That's definitely actionable, I'm pretty sure. It's also weird that this guy gets to have a YouTube account. Like, that is a real death threat. What I'm saying is not a death threat at all. What I'm saying is just what the law is.
Straight up just reacting to his own stuff
right now.
You had Hassan arguing that he wasn't even trying to give an opinion. He was just discussing international law and acts of resistance. With Hassan then also claiming that many people were taking his initial remark out of context and that he by no means was trying to condone or encourage violence against Ela Klein.
There is no point where I have said violence against someone who is not actively in combat is permissible. I don't believe that. That is illegal. This is not, and also immoral.
Unapologetic pervs are really in Trump's America.
It's a big part of the reason why I also advocate against what Israel is doing. I have also specified that IDF veterans are not valid military.
You guys pretty much said the same thing.
Targets. If someone were to attack Ela Klein right now, of course they should go to jail. What kind of idiocy is this?
So there you even had some who said, hey, I don't think that you were calling for violence against Ela, but saying that it's at the very least very weird that you would bring up your former podcast partner's wife in the context of what's happening in the here and now. Also, something you saw is that what people asked,
hope your beeper doesn't go off. Oh yeah. Did he also tell you, hope your beeper doesn't go off? Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter. And I'm glad that Philip is like literally posting the full context of this. I'm sure that will be very frustrating for a lot of the foot soldiers because, oh no, why couldn't we get away with just like slandering this person? And why couldn't we just like keep the clip completely out of context? This is an honest assessment. At this point, if people watch this and still have a hate boner for me and they go, nah, that, then it's their own prerogative. It's going to be very difficult to convince them otherwise.
Him, why are you addressing this? Asking him, why are you feeding into people dragging you into drama? He said,
so it has led to people issuing active death threats to their communities against me. So I think it's a little bit different than just like immature online gossip slop. At what point does it turn into like a real crime? I think this is the point where it has turned into a real crime. But will you consider it to be something beyond online gossip slop when I either get deplatformed or when I get killed? Potentially.
With Hassan saying it's the goal of the people going after him to get him banned and fully deplatformed. And in terms of platforms and deplatforming, in the video that Ethan ended up posting on Monday, he took aim at what content Twitch platforms in general, arguing that the site allows too many calls for political violence, including from Hassan. And then with that, suggesting that since neither Twitch or Amazon are doing anything, the sponsors who advertise there should.
If you use Twitch.
Yeah, this is again, a dude who has like spent the last year demanding that like advertisers pull out from Twitch for its anti-Semitism platform. I think it's important to remember, it's important to remind people that he literally is trying to go and get a kick deal right now. A platform that this past week was in the news again because a bunch of French kick streamers actually ended up torturing someone to death. He's going to that platform after spending an entire year complaining about how dangerous, violent, and anti-Semitic Twitch is, in collaboration with Destiny and Destiny's partner in crime, Dan Saltman. People who have said unimaginably anti-Semitic things, not that it matters because they're pro-Israel, and so is Ethan, and he doesn't give a shit when someone is pro-Israel if they're being anti-Semitic. Okay? This is a call to brigade, for the record. This is a violation of Twitch's, or this is a violation of YouTube's terms of service, for the
guy kind of sleeps like my dog.
Record. Just so you understand, the notion that like a guy who is getting a deal from a competing live streaming platform that is a cesspit of anti-Semitism, pedophilia, and all different kinds of awfulness would then turn around and try to harm the revenue streams of a market competitor with cynical attempts like this, demanding that his fan base go and actively spam advertisers with falsehood.
That one came through my notes.
Is so transparent. It blows my mind that people don't even understand.
Canada dry burps are always the worst.
I mean, this is like, I don't know what to say. This person used to be an Ethan Klein fan, by the way. Headband, what a bitch made move. He stood on his going after sponsors is. He made his name off railing against Keemstar and how much of a scumbag move it is to go after sponsors. He has lost the plot so hard, by the way. You made him quit going live. They only do 2 days live a week now. It's only 2 hours. I don't know anything about whatever the going on over there. Okay? But I will say this. This dude is literally trying to get a kick deal. Okay? He's trying to get a kick deal. And before he gets his kick deal, he spent the last year talking about how much he cares about anti-Semitism. He's demanding that people spam advertisers. He's using whatever...
Which is weird, because, like, that was something that he was one of, like, the main ones on YouTube to kind of call that out, where it's like, guys, going after, like, somebody's advertisers, like, that's the ultimate... No, like, trolls know not to do that. Like, you can go after the creator, sure. You can go after their comments, sure. But the second you start going after their advertisers, that becomes a huge problem.
Fraction of clout he has remaining. Whatever loyal fan base...
I don't understand, like, I mean...
he still has to...
I get why, but there's also that, like, bit of me that's like, wow, like, why do we draw the line there?
To literally go after a platform...
We all have kind of agreed to that.
...that has a way more rigorous terms of service than even YouTube does, than certainly Kick does. This doesn't harm me. This harms every content creator on this platform, on Twitch. Okay? What the are we doing? And
I am on Twitch.
Asmongold lean into it too. They don't give a this doesn't hurt me. Let's say I get deplatformed from Twitch. Okay? I go somewhere else. Ironically enough, I'd probably go to YouTube. Okay? But in that process, you are, through cynical smears, utilizing the backdrop of an active genocide that's happening to...
I stand a chance.
Go after
if you just
an entire social media platform that has tens of thousands of people that rely on it for their careers, their livelihoods, in an effort to play out a revenge fantasy for a guy who was right all along, and people recognize that I was right all along on this issue and you were wrong. It's far past the point of defense, and
that was actually why we draw the line there. It's because you F with the advertisers, you F with everyone's bag, not just the one person.
Still doing it. The reason why they're going after the advertisers on the entire platform is because they want to put pressure on Twitch to ban me, because I don't have any advertisers that they can go after. I don't run ads, and not only do I not run ads, but I also do very limited...
Wait, he doesn't do pre-rolls?
...ads in general, like limited sponsorships in general. It's so crazy that every...
I was about to say, he used to do the top of the hour ad break.
Israel Defender does the same just immediate calls to the manager. Oh, wow, this person disagrees with me. I don't care if they're right or wrong. Can we please get him fired? It's one speed, no matter what. Can we get him fired, please? Can we get him fired? Can this guy get fired, please? Can we fire this person, please? That's all. That's all. Is one note. Is one speed. Same script every time. It's crazy. Yes, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers. For you, the viewers. The only thing that you can do if you want to support me is subscribe. That's it. And if you don't have money to do that, that's also fine. It's not like you're going to see ad breaks. I don't run ads. I don't do none of that shit. The H3 podcast lost 280,000 subscribers and 75% of his monthly viewership over the past...
Like I kind of said, I'm not going to really do the mid-rolls.
2 years. The show is now testing uploading pre-recorded episodes. The revenue has fallen. Why so many people dislike you, though, like all the top streamers? No, the only reason why you feel that way is because the only people that...
Ethan is a cynical has-been jealous of a guy who's hot and hasn't fallen
vocally
off.
Speak out against...
Partially, but I don't know. There's something personal here. There really is.
The only people that speak on me...
Like, I keep saying scorn lover syndrome. It's just like, just admit you love them or some shit, or you got a crush on them, because, like, this is... It's hitting obsession.
My name...
And like the GQ thing, like I also know that he was partially joking, but I don't know, dude. Maybe the fact that you've been this obsessed with the guy and then you make the joke about, oh, sexy Hassan,
are vocally speaking out against me because they're right-wingers like Asmongold or Ethan over Israel, Palestine, the fallout, or Sex Pestany, who has been a stalker of mine in perpetuity.
Wait, Hila asked if Hassan could have been a third during leftovers. What?
I have plenty of friends in this.
Wait, are they into that
space? It's just that when they do actually actively defend me,
I don't mind. Like I don't king shame. I'm not into this, but I know people that are, so that would require me to also just be like, no. I may have my reservations with it, but as far as I've had it described to me, I'm just like, okay, if it's a subculture, fine. You have your fun.
Go after them as well, and they dox and harass
again, sarcasm
them too.
Oh,
so it creates this environment that like this platform itself is actually incredibly hostile to my.
I will say this: when I found out what the upside down pineapple meant, that was a day.
Worldview.
That was pretty funny.
And this platform is comprised of only streamers that are right wing. That's not the case. The issue, however, unfortunately, is that many people are just afraid of speaking out on this stuff. That's it. And I can't even fault them for it. Look at the amount of shit that I have to put up with.
Sean, that's twice.
I don't want anyone to go through that.
That's
the reason why. Most people don't want to do anything about it is because, like I said, they're just worried about the harassment. They see what's going on. They speak behind closed doors. They know who the weirdos are. They just don't want to say anything.
I'm not going to read it, but damn.
Because they don't want to invoke the anger and wrath, because there's not really anything that authorities or anyone else can do against this kind of behavior, against like mass brigading.
Chat's on point. Man, you guys are making me laugh today.
And endless harassment and basically stalking every single thing that you're doing in an effort to negatively frame whatever you're doing. Ultimately, these guys are powerless, okay? I think my resilience shows that. They're not powerful. They're only as powerful as other people make them. And if other people are afraid and choose to not recognize that we do have the numbers on our side, and they don't want to like invoke the wrath and actively chastise people who behave in this kind of way, then unfortunately these spaces are going to get more and more right-wing, more and more toxic. And then one day we'll all look back and go, how the f did this happen? It happened because no one spoke out. That's it. That's it.
If you're watching, when you get an ad, write them and say, hey, I would like to know why you're spending directly your dollars to support violent extremism. Why are you supporting a platform that sanctions, protects, safeguards, encourages, promotes language like what Hassan just...
Yeah, this is also true. Why is the onus now not on E to condemn the actual death threats made against you by his sponsors, podcast co-hosts? Because like that right there, Redact Dev, is sponsoring Ethan Klein's podcast. Okay?
What do you think it's called? Leftovers?
One of the last remaining sponsors they have. It's owned by Dan Saltman, who is a psychopathic stalker of mine, as many of you probably know.
Yeah.
And he also happens to be Sex Pestany's co-host on their podcast together.
Yeah.
And what's really interesting about this is that while I have, without any affiliation to the people that, and we don't even know the details of the CPS shit or the skulls or whatever, immediately, as soon as I heard about it, I was like, that's fucked up. That's completely unacceptable, right? So why has Ethan Klein not come out and said Destiny's direct death threat that he issued against Hassan Hassanabi Piker, my former podcast co-host, is also completely unacceptable? He still is advertising with them. He's still getting money directly from them. It's so crazy. The double standard is insane. It blows my mind. But it actually blows my mind when people are like, oh, I'm a liberal and I like watching this Goofs and Gaps podcast. And as a liberal, I'm going to spend every waking moment going after a person who should be ideologically aligned with myself, with the hopes that this fascist administration arrests him and throws him in jail.
I'm glad
Good
that he's
luck.
bringing this up. It's so weird. Like, why? Why is all this attention going to that?
Actually crazy. Are you aware that there's a Discord dedicated to stalking your parents and lying about them, and Dan Stalkman is a part of it? It's crazy. They're even putting your parents in danger. It's not new. I've been hunted
Jesus
by...
Christ. Why are these people so fucked up? Who the fuck has that much time to go after a streamer's parents? What is...
my whole career.
What?
So it's not new that they're still doing it. Yes, I didn't know about that, but let me tell you, it's not surprising to me at all. His audience are not socialists, they're liberals. They don't give a fuck because they want socialists over. No, that's not true. The average liberal...
No, and stop doing that. Realistically, that's exactly like... That might be the end goal.
Is not going to entertain the Trump administration going after a left.
Make it so you can't coalesce because there is like such an objectionable person such as Destiny that's there.
Content creator.
Think about that. Like how you wouldn't welcome liberals at that point, even though we do have a problem with
That's
that.
ridiculous. I think you're out of your mind if you think that. No, these are people who have baby brains who are...
Think about the people that look up to Destiny and who you'll have...
Parasocially invested in...
That's kind of the wild part. I really haven't met many people that are super into Destiny. I've met people who, like, they'll watch his content, but they don't know much about him. Like, that's one thing that I've been noticing is how many people don't, like, religiously watch streamers. They'll just, like, catch little bits and pieces here and there.
Playing out the desires of their favorite content creator. It's so sad.
Deployed.
It might be why I'm back to cutting up the streams and trying to get some clips out there, folks.
Against Eli.
But ultimately...
Which, by the way, go look out for the clip of James Carville falling asleep. Like, legitimately, while I was cutting that up, I was, like, damn near cry laughing at watching that again. It is so fucking funny.
That's where we are right now. And in the meantime...
That dude was falling asleep for 10 minutes straight, and nobody thought, like, maybe we should pull him off the show.
Really love to know your thoughts on this whole situation. One, just in general...
It's because hardcores don't go outside.
No matter who you are, but also, two, I know there's at least...
That's also why I have this weird thing where I don't really necessarily fear them.
Some crossover of who's watching my show and who's watching these other three. So there's people that are more involved and more invested. What are your thoughts with...
Like, if you're smart, and the second that you cross that line into becoming a public figure, you go and register with the police department.
Where things are now. But also, I'll say, as we're talking about creators that are speaking out about platforms...
Like, that's the perceived power that they have.
We've got to talk about how creators are continuing to speak out against a different platform, and that is Roblox.
Okay, so then he moves on to Roblox. Let's see what else. Let's see what the comments are saying, dude.
Yeah, here we go.
Most of it is just like in the Roblox side of things. I think it's pretty obvious why Hassan mentioned Gila. He wasn't calling for violence on her, but she's a proud ex-IDF soldier that still defends their monstrosities, and she's also one of the most prominent ex-IDF soldiers, so he was saying no matter who they are, and Gila is at the extreme end of that spectrum, although it is not a call of violence on her particularly. The whole call out to Gila was a direct reference to a specific story she has talked about. She wasn't part of the actual military.
Oh, he is reminding me that I need new glasses so bad. By the way, guys, if you don't know this, the reason that I misread your stuff so often is because I can barely fucking see it.
She was a desk worker, but she was bored one day and joined a raid on a Palestinian house one day with the actual militaristic part of the military just for fun. So calling her out was appropriate since she...
Modding a Vanguard stream with Destiny brings the freaks.
Talked about raiding homes.
You mod the Vanguard?
Before. That's it. And I think a lot of people don't know that, and that's part of the reason why they're like, why is Hassan talking about Gila? She was...
I really want to smoke with those dudes.
Just the secretary or something, which, by the way, I mean, you know, that's still, you're still participating in the military, but like, that's not even the reason why I was mentioning that specific story. And I think it's because...
I will say this. I had one disagreement with the Vanguard recently. It was around the time that Jank was trying to call them out for using members-only content. I have to say in that, like, on that specific call-out, Jank was right. And I don't like saying that, but he was. Because the way that what they did was they took members only content and then they put it behind a members only wall. I was like, oh no.
Because I think it's because people don't know about that.
Like you put it behind a paywall, like you put other people's paid content behind a fucking paywall, that's egregious.
I think it's because people
and they kind of miss that.
Don't know about that. And that's
because they kept trying to do like fair use arguments about it. I'm like, no, that's not fair use.
The reason why that's the reason why they act as though it's like so out of pocket. And where is the video? I mean, we've covered it on this broadcast before. She has herself personally.
Even worse is that they didn't at first, and then they moved it to a paywall. Yep.
Explain.
No, that was bad. Like, honestly, like I enjoy their content. I literally have no like animosity towards the guys, but I just have to call it like I see it. And it's like, if you're gonna sit there defending that, that's a pretty indefensible thing that you should have owned. You should have taken the video down, and you should, or you just admit that you're wrong and you just keep it behind it, like you put it, make it free. But yeah, putting it behind a members only wall, like paywall, that was my like bridge too far with that, where I was like, guys, and then they milked the content. They made more videos about it where they're just like, oh guys, they're still coming after us. It's like, because you're technically wrong.
Explained it. So I don't know why Ethan tries to actively lie to his audience and everyone else out of shame when he should also be he should be proud of it. No, I mean, after all, they did boast about it at the time. It's
you, the Falcon,
still on their pocket. It's got 1.2 million views. I mean,
and your whole
I have got to get a soundboard.
family served in the military, right?
Mm-hmm.
How was your experience in the military?
It was okay.
I missed that set.
Right below it.
I missed that set, but they got called out for trying to copy Howard Stern like directly. Like that's almost like verbatim the fucking Howard Stern set.
I didn't do
verbatim. Is that the word?
Anything like I wasn't like a combative role.
Yeah, you weren't a fighter.
I wasn't a fighter, so
this one's better.
2 years that I served in the West Bank.
Oh yeah, this is actually a comparison that I've made on the broadcast as well. A side-by-side comparison of a former IDF soldier who actually
This is my problem, though, with, like, the small disagreements, like, with that kind of stuff. If we can't call out people for that, that's insane.
Participated in the same style
just an aside.
of Night Raid that...
Because I remember somebody kind of saying that. They're just like, well, what's the point of even bringing this up? I was like, well...
Hila Klein had participated in, and how he's reflecting on those events versus how she has consistently defended Israel to this day.
Well, yeah, that's the biggest problem right there.
This isn't to like bring up any sort of this in and of itself is not to say like this war crime in and of itself that she participated in is reason to do any harm to this person. I don't believe that. I think it's ridiculous if you were to claim that I believe that. I think it's ridiculous if you were to do anything at all. Okay, shut the fuck up. That's not my commentary. That's not my beliefs. I don't believe that at all. Okay, but just look at the difference between how she speaks about this experience versus how he describes the great details. This person is also a part of Breaking the Silence, a group of former IDF veterans that are against the apartheid and against the occupation. On the left, you have a person who has reflected on some of the cruel acts that he has engaged in. On the right, you have someone who has not.
Very different than defending Israel.
You can apply for it, and it's a form that you fill out. And if I don't like the second one, then I'll just find a way to get out of the army. I ended up in a better place that I liked, a base that was far from my house.
Were you revolted by what you had witnessed?
Yeah, definitely yes.
It was kind of like just more of an adventure.
Every Palestinian in front of me was not any more human being like me, was an enemy, a potential terrorist.
You went on like a mission with them to like a terrorist city?
Yeah.
If Palestinians will get the feeling that the IDF is all the time everywhere, they'll be afraid to attack. So what do you do to give them this feeling? You make...
This is the bitch about it with Ethan, where he was trying to be like, there wasn't like any video of this.
Your presence fed. You start your night shift patrol.
They would go every night on a raid.
Right.
In Ramallah. So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Break into a house, Palestinian house, of course. Not a house we have
that's even worse.
Intelligence about. I'm the sergeant. I lead the patrol. I choose a random house.
I walked with them to one house.
Wake up the family, men one side, women the other side. Search the place. You can yourself imagine the dynamics, yeah?
You see people in the house, and then it's like the soldiers just walk into the house and look through their
Jump from one roof to another, come out through another house, wake the family, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It didn't stop for 1 second.
Does it feel like a normal neighborhood?
No, it actually looked like a nice city.
The idea is that every Palestinian will feel
these raids are illegal under international law. Israel's presence in the occupied West Bank entirely is illegal anyway. Don't listen to the designations that they specify, like, oh, there are 3 different zones or whatever. It's all. Every single settler that has settled in the occupied West Bank has settled there illegally. Okay, don't listen to Israel's own legalese will try to create like a
these 2 interviews clipped together is brutal and makes her look like a monster,
like a security presence in the West Bank or whatever.
Yeah.
No, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, this is. I'm glad that they're putting this full context out there because a lot of people didn't know this, and like the problem is the people that were responding like the hardest were the ones that did. They saw this and they were just like, no, I remember what I saw. I remember her talking about this. Like you just said, the fact that they're putting these 2 clips together is like, it's making it undeniable at this point.
Okay.
The military is right here. It's to do what we call in the military, ליצור תחושת נרדפות, to create the feeling of being persecuted. This is not an action of a rogue soldier or officer. This is your mission. There is no way of doing it nice.
People are so easy to judge Hila for.
These raids are illegal in Israel law since it's Area A2. It's even illegal in Israeli law, but it doesn't matter.
Doing mandatory service in Israel, right? Everybody goes, I would have objected. I would have chosen to go to jail and be ostracized by society.
They took me with them one time, even though they're not supposed to, because it was not my job. They did it just because I asked and I'm cute.
You asked, and because you're cute?
Is it possible for an Israeli soldier to serve in the territories with a clear conscience?
I don't believe a soldier who served in the occupied territories has clean hands. It's not that every soldier murders innocent Palestinians, but no Israeli soldier who served in the occupied territories, his hands are clean after that. Because at the heart of what you do, there is no way of seeing Palestinians as equal human beings to you.
That's it. And that is why people act as though what I said is so ridiculous, because they don't know. They don't know that. And I didn't know at the time either when I did this podcast. Like only a year after I was done with Leftovers did I ever even find out about Hila Khan's participation in an illegal raid in the West Bank. And for the record, I know people will get mad at me for saying this, like pro-Palestinian people will get mad at me for saying this, but like the reality of the matter is, even if someone had done something so inhumane, if they had actually reflected on that behavior and spent every waking moment advocating against that sort of behavior from continuing with that experience that they had, I would never hold them. I would never hold that against them. I would never be like, well, you served in the IDF at one point. Okay. That is also something to remember. That's the difference, is the very fact that like she's also still unconditionally defending the actions of Israel over and over again, promoting girl boss fighter pilots that bombed Iran, and on the way back with the additional munitions that they had, deployed it in Gaza, saying that Orthodox Jews or the Hasidic Jews that don't want to serve in the military are actually selfish for not wanting to serve. Like all of this stuff that they've done over the course of the past year and a half, actively trying to silence any kind of dissent, not only against them, but also against...
Ethan seems like a dude who thinks thin equals max hotness. He will go down it with the ship, although his epic body might make him froggy. You know, what?
The Israeli
make up for lost time.
State is crazy. In a just world, if people truly did see Palestinians as human beings, they wouldn't be coming in here and being like, "Wow, I can't believe you
invoked." I actually do know somebody that happened to, so
invoked Hila's name for participating in an illegal raid in the West Bank. You'd be going, "I am horrified with this new information that I just found out."
Trying to see that Bobby Kelly joke where it's just like, yeah, but dude, like, I was hot growing up, and then I went through my first fat, realized I liked being hot, got hot again, and he's like, I'm on my 5th fat now.
And you'd be going over there to ask them Do you still think what you did was appropriate? How do you value your service within the Israeli occupying forces with your current understanding? What is your current understanding of what Israel is doing? Do you have remorse for the actions that you engaged in? That
Ozempic has stifled his appetite, so now he doesn't eat as much. He's starving his brain. That's why he's become so stupid.
would be the appropriate line of questioning. The appropriate line of questioning isn't to be like, Hassan, I can't believe you brought up an illegal raid that Gila Klein participated in. It's so crazy. Yeah, this is what I was talking about when I said girl bossing. Female pilot who participated in attack on Iran, Israeli women are heroes. And then she apologized because people yelled at her. I would like to apologize for a recent story reshare about the female Israeli pilot being a hero. It came off as glorifying violence, which wasn't my intention at all, but I understand how it came off. I wanted to highlight the difference between women's lack of rights in Iran under the Ayatollah and women in Israel being given agency to
Elon might just want to shut the fuck up.
even fighting
Usually, I don't like saying that,
combat.
but holy shit. Like, at what point do you just stop?
That being said, it's not the best time.
Like, she is inviting this shit.
A situation to make such a point. War is
and then she's sitting here just like, why is everybody attacking me?
Terrible and should never be glorified. And I'm very sorry for the post. Yeah, this is the Orthodox refusing to enlist the kill Palestinian in Gaza. Utter confusion to their.
Oh my God, they really are just insufferable.
Boy, Tom.
Well, the big disagreement was that people are fighting for the Orthodox Jews to get drafted as well to the army because they're not. But Israel...
That's an issue?
Yeah, the Orthodox don't serve.
They don't serve.
Yeah, it's like Amish people, too. They don't do that.
But everybody else has to. Everybody has to do it.
Sure.
So it's like, what the fuck?
Dude, the Orthodox are such leeches there.
Oh, you're saying the Orthodox Jews in Israel
Yeah.
don't serve? I thought that like everyone had to.
Exactly, except the Orthodox.
Oh,
And then the Orthodox...
because they need to sit and pray for God all day.
Oh, I'd be Orthodox as fuck. I would have the things, the wrath and everything. I'd be all about it. The film.
Yeah. They're more mad at the Orthodox Jews not serving than Israel forcing people to serve in a genocidal army, than Israel doing a genocide. I understand why you don't want the streamers that agree with you to put themselves in harm's way, but to your second point, we need more people in power to speak up and combat these lies about Palestine primarily and about you too. It's like how we want the Dems to speak up, use their power and numbers to push left. I speak up, but in real life, and I'm no one, it would help prominent streamers across platforms set up for what's right too. Yeah. Sarah Seam, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. It's also funny because I got out of mandatory conscription in Turkey, and Ethan has said I was selfish for doing so, and so is Gila. And also the new meta is claiming that I'm a Turkish ultra-nationalist who throws up.
I mean, that is, I don't know. I know I had a guy that I worked with that got called back to, oh my God, I almost said Israel, Italy.
The gray wolf sign, sincerely.
No, you're getting too close to the comic books.
Because I'm secretly dog whistling.
Come on.
I can't even go back to the country that I grew up in to see my goddamn family.
You win. Come here.
Okay, and there are living in like Iowa and in the comforts of New Jersey and Philadelphia and all around the country being like, this Hassan guy, I learned a lot about Turkey in the last Reddit thread that I read. And this Hassan guy seemingly is famously a nationalist. It's so crazy, dude. Even when I literally, then they'll point to me criticizing. Then they'll point to me criticizing a prominent Turkish national team player throwing up the Grey Wolf sign, and then go, and he knows what it means, so he's clearly doing it as a dog whistle. Okay, then why would I not defend the other guy? That literally, it does not make sense. That is so inconsistent. You're using a video of me criticizing a prominent Turkish athlete throwing up that sign and saying it's a fascist symbol, and then you simultaneously go, oh, dude, you're throwing up the Grey Wolf here. Clearly, you also are an ultra-nationalist, a Turkish fascist or some
shit. The comics. Come on.
Did you go to a Gulen school?
Come on, man.
No.
No.
You kidding me?
No.
Gulen. Yeah. The funny thing is, yes, as this Turkish chatter says, the Turkish nationalist broadcasters hate me, and they say I'm racist against the Turkish race for all of my criticisms of ultra-nationalism in Turkey. The Erdogan guys hate me because they say I'm a agent of the West. Ironically, Erdogan is the biggest agent of the West, but that's besides the point. They say I'm woke and gay. I just don't understand how you can be so far off base with the reality. Like, even if you're just an onlooker, you look at the things that this guy is presenting, and then you look at like what I'm saying, and you still go, yeah, this Hassan guy, he's bad news, man. Like, look at this. This is like, this is his 4th thumbnail.
Oh my
Hassan Piker put my family in danger. I need your help to stop this. And then it's a photo of me holding up a airsoft gun, okay? And he's making it seem as though like I'm literally trying to hunt down Gila Klein or something. Like, this is just so psychotic. This is just pure defamation, you know? Good luck, man. I'm sure this'll do it. I knew you were grifting.
Once I learned the history of Turkish, the Young Turks, I will forever be miffed as to why old-ass Jank would call his network
10
that.
years ago when you were saying the same things you are saying now. Exactly. Like, how are you going to A/B test thumbnails and
while having an Armenian co-host? Yeah.
Of your A/B test.
That was never lost on me.
This is just straight up pure slander. Roach had a similar thumbnail with "Killed Him" next to you. I know. Anyway, it is what it is. It's not the first time a bunch of hyper-nationalist, weirdo reactionaries have actively called on my death and my deplatforming at the same time while perceiving themselves as the victim.
Well, I mean, with Ethan, he's at least making this kind of like a... God, was it monthly at this point where he has something new? Oh. I'm wondering, like, is he going to stop with Denims and Casey Tron? And, once he gets the... Because he wants this to go into Discovery. I said this earlier. Like, he wants this to go all the way to Discovery to force the mods to come out and have their retribution. Because he legitimately thinks that, like, the Snark mods are the ones who called CPS. Well, thanks. I mean, if it came from anywhere, I'm pretty sure it came from there. Which I do have to preface, not cool. I've always been very consistent in the anti-doxing policy here, and for people to just literally be like, oh, yeah, he's got dog shit on the floors, you know what? You need to go check this. It's like, that's bridge too far, folks. Oh, legal fees. Well, thank you.
Tried him $2.
Just in case.
Legal fees.
Well, the legal fees are going into the dog's mouth here, so. Marrow treats. Nope. Marrow. That was cute. He just like stopped his little fang from like biting down on my finger. He was just like, "Oh, he's a great lawyer." He is. Your Honor, he had a tail wag. Well, I find you not guilty. Look at him. Look at those eyes. Look at those eyes. Come here. Dog lawyer, I'd watch that anime. Yes. I would too, actually. Oh man, I need to finish Sekihiro? I think it's called Sekihiro. Sekihiro Days. No, Mr. Sakamoto. Sakamoto Days. Law Bud. The Bud Attorney. I mean, pretty sure that's a guy. Although that job cannot be garnering too much unless you live somewhere like, I don't know, like Tennessee or something. But U.S. Appeals Court blocks New Mexico 7-day waiting period on gun purchases. Oh, come on. Really? Can't wait a week? You just can't wait a week, huh? All right. That was a bridge too far, folks. Meanwhile, I have to wait like months just to get a card. Thank you for the $5 donation,
$5.
dude. Oh.
Do you swear to tell the wolf, the whole wolf, and nothing but the wolf?
The wolf. The wolf. And bark. With him, it's actually "Arroo!" Like he's a straight up hound, man. He goes nuts. He is he's a funny ass dog though. He really is. One of my friends noticed the other day I had to go somewhere like really quick. So I came home like within 5-10 minutes. And it was so funny because like he reacted the same way that like if I had been gone for days. My buddy was just like, man, he really does not know, but it's also hilarious how much he loves you. I'm like, oh. Oh, look at him. Just like, hey, oh wait, hold on. That's the wrong camera. There we go. Just hanging out. He's so cute. So help you, dog. Oh yeah, like how did I miss that? So help you, dog. All right, that was a good one. That was a good one. I appreciate that. That's a good one. Again, Try, thank you for the donos, man. I really appreciate that. Got us to 20% of the goal. Look at that. Just so you guys know, I did talk to Uni, and we are going to be doing the braids coming up here. We found some hacks that we can do here. You know, maybe a hat, maybe there are some things that we can get around the whole, you know, not being able to do the front-facing camera thing. God, that's so annoying. Yeah, contracts be contracts. Oh, by the way, guys, if you have not already, here's my Twitch channel. You guys can go hop on over there and help out the channel. Oh my gosh, that sounds like so much fun. Yeah, we already reached that goal. We were gonna do Viking braids for Ren Fair, which it's kind of tentative right now whether or not I'm gonna be going, but hopefully. But even if I'm not, we talked about it, and she wants, like, yeah, you guys paid for it. We did make the promise. It was just ran into a snag, you know. Didn't really think about it. I'm glad she did, though. I'll be honest, man, because that could have been bad. Just have her on here for fun, and all of a sudden it's just like, by the way, you were in breach of contract. It's like, my client has been doing 2 tricks at a time, and the owner splits 1 treat into 2. My client deserves back pay of treats. Well, you gave the 5 before I could even get this one for him. Which 2 of these are also going upstairs to the other pupper, who she's still with us, still doing good. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Man, just knowing that time is coming, that sucks. All right, you're gonna have to catch this one. 1, 2, 3. Yes. It's not always good at it, I have to say. If you ain't gonna braid it, I think it's fair compensation for us is Uni shaves your head. No. No. Oh no. I spend way... No. Keep this going. Alright, spend enough. God, that's the one thing that sucks, because as I was saying, no sponsorships. I was like, oh, but I'm so close. Damn. To possibly doing one that rhymes with root truck. call. Otherwise, I'm calling CPB, the Pet Bureau. Once you get your hair braided, you really are you ready to infiltrate my? Oh, right, yeah. So I should get a Molnir necklace and just like be like, yeah, I'm here to represent my Nordic roots. I mean, I do have them, but found out technically not from Norway, more Danish. Those damn Danes. That's my favorite thing that I found out about my like lineage. That's the fact they're like, you're technically Danish. I'm like, I am? No way. As the Prepper Pepper. Or wait, the Pepper Prepper. Man, you want to talk about a tongue twister. You did it right there, man. You did it. Guys, welcome to the Prepper Pepper. Or the Pepper Prepper. I can't even say my own damn name right. You got some Norway in you? Yeah, I just know that, like, my family, like, my main lineage or whatever, yeah, they migrated from Norway to a Dutch colony, lived there for a couple hundred years, shared it with the Germans, and then migrated here. Ken and Ken skid as Prepper Pepper. Oh my god. I just realized, is morning radio even a thing anymore? I know, completely random, but still. Major update as release Epstein release or files release hit deadline. Israel protest? Ooh, that could be good. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Speaking of the Vanguard, here we go.
Did you see that ContraPoints deleted her Twitter?
Yes, let me go ahead and pull this up here.
Yeah,
I saw
really?
the original tweet from ContraPoints the other day that led to this. We can throw it up here.
What?
She got mad.
Whoa, can I just say, like, I'm not trying to be mean, but why now? Like, dude, most of the heat was on her, what, 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago?
Fucking ratioed.
I mean, dude, I can't believe, I still can't believe she put that out.
Yeah,
that was wild.
Put this up here so people can see it a little bit better. Love your hair, hope you win, but I will never go to Marxist church, which is just a weird thing to say because it's just like a DSA gathering. Like, obviously, there's Zoran, you know, because he wasn't an AstroTurf guy. Like, he's been around, he's been in DSA, and you know, 320 people at tonight's DSA.
Doesn't she do that all the time? I guess.
That's a really good turnout. I don't understand.
Honestly, I was kind of annoyed by like the fact that it was every time that a ContraPoints thing would hit, then all of a sudden it was just like, oh, time for the left to sit down and go to church.
What you could possibly be taking issue with this image, like Marxist church, like they're just gathering for a DSA meeting, and it happens to be at a church because it's New York City and it's really expensive.
What is the line referencing? What line?
To find meeting spaces, and churches will often let community groups organize there for reduced or no cost.
Yeah. Also, go ask a real Marxist what they think of the fucking DSA. You're going to hear a bunch of stuff about, oh, they're fake fucking leftists. They're actually just capitalists in disguise working with the Democrats. Like, actual Marxists don't really fuck with the DSA. So, you know, it's a bad joke off the bat. You're trying to act like this is some super radical organization, when in reality it's not. It's a progressive, you know, sock dim organization.
Natalie wasn't going to be on that show with that Asian. Oh my God. Her thing.
And yeah, it's just weird. And I think if this was just a one.
Oh shit. He's on point, to be honest.
I'd be like, if anything, I might think it was a little bit funny, you know, like, oh, I'm not actually going to go hang out with these people. I don't care.
Oh, love your hair. Hope you win, but we'll never go to Marxist church. Dirk Effner.
Like, it's just a joke. But this comes after several bad takes from Natalie that have got her in hot water with
Natalie,
the actual left, who she's shitting on here. So this is in the context of her, you know, being triggered by DSA types after her terrible statement on Israel and Palestine, for example. She put out this terrible, mealy mouth, like Tom York coded statement about Israel Palestine and how she was concerned about the anti-Semitism and all stupid shit, right?
She sounded like fucking Pete Buttigieg.
Exactly. She sounded totally like Pete Buttigieg. She got called out by a bunch of people from the left. So now, of course, she's taking the opportunity to take these little subtle jabs at the left for no good reason. Because as you said, it's literally Zohran Mandami's in that picture. You can't pretend that this is an unserious group of people.
Well, the right can suck it. Howard Stern just signed a new deal.
They just fucking.
Oh, was he gonna resign? Did Trump and MAGA make him resign because he said that MAGA shouldn't listen to him? Megyn Kelly, go cry me a river.
Got the Democratic nominee in New York.
Can't wait for her to start raging about that. We're gonna cover that on Monday.
Elected or not elected, but they got him
or whenever she does it
to win.
I just realized it's not Friday.
The nomination, right, for the Democratic Party. So you can't pretend that these are a group of unserious people. Again, it would be one thing if it was just a total joke, but I don't think it is. I think it really is speaking to her bitterness and resentment to.
She does the Blair take. You can be trans if you're hot. You know what's kind of fucked up? I have been seeing this kind of happen where so in my own life, I know someone that is going through this, and they kind of made a comment about the whole well, I'm passing now, so I really don't have to worry about that kind of thing. I'm like, well, does that mean that you're gonna stop fighting for other people? Because that kind of determines whether or not you're not just being close that door.
The DSA left.
Oh, 100%. It's totally resentment. Not only did she have that horseshit take on Palestine, she also came out and simped for Jeffrey Epstein for some reason. She was talking about how, oh, come on, Jeffrey Epstein acted alone, or not. I guess she didn't simp for Jeffrey Epstein, but she simped for the people who were obviously in cahoots with him, talking about how, oh, he acted alone, basically on some weird Michael Tracy shit, talking about how Ghislaine only procured young girls for Epstein. It seemed very much sympathetic to Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton, which I brought up with ContraPoints, and she promptly blocked us on Twitter because it got 500 favorites in her replies, and she went on a tear. Obviously, she deleted her tweet because she can't take criticism. But another thing,
when Mr. Garrison becomes a woman and then hates gay people,
that people
her whole account.
Oh yeah, sorry, her whole account. Excuse me. Yeah, that's right. She deleted her entire Twitter. But the other thing that's weird here is pretty much any organizing that you do, even outside of the hardcore left, if you are just a person who is in a
Sylvia, are you talking about Contra leaving, or what I was saying about someone I know?
Organizing space, whether it be a tenant group, whether it be oh, I'm trying to organize things for a food pantry, I'm trying to tend to the unhoused community. Pretty much whatever the fuck you're doing is going to take you to a church at some point, right?
Contra's comment on Epstein and Ghislaine.
People were quote tweeting this original thing, and it was tell me that you've never done activism in your life. If you're an activist for 3 seconds, you're going to find yourself in a church, because that's where people can congregate. That's where people can discuss things. And yes, you might have a preconception about the religious right and all of these things, but on a granular level, a lot of people do meet to organize in churches, and a lot of them are pretty
because they're also spaces to rent out. What are you again? They're essentially halls.
Decent about letting you do it, right?
Speaking halls. This is nothing new. We do this in Chicago all the time.
When I was a kid, I went to Boy Scouts. It was in the bottom of the church, right? That's just things that happen, particularly in flyover country, but as this is evidence too right here, also in New York, just very out of touch. And it really does remind me that she started her career as an edgy atheist on YouTube, and sometimes we forget about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really interpret it as actually being a dig at religion or the church itself. I just thought it was just a weird bad joke about how the DSA was actually just left wingers version of church. Oh, they don't have any actual church community, so they'll have to get together and pretend and be a part of this movement together. So that was how I interpreted it. Not actually at a dig at them for organizing in a church, but for them kind of creating their own version of a church by, having this service and, these ceremonies or whatever they're fucking doing in this meeting. That's how I interpreted it. But either way, it's a bad joke. It's a stupid fucking thing to say. And it's also okay, you don't like the DSA. You don't want to go to the Marxist church. What activist organization should we get involved with?
Oh yeah.
I mean, you just want to fucking volunteer for your local Democratic Party. Not that I have anything against that. But really, you think anything other than that is cringe? Really? You think that's how activism works?
Oh yeah, for sure. And my point was only that she's clearly like making a jab that Marxism is like a religion because they're organizing at a church, but it's like
I fully condone
where the fuck
getting together, create your little hell
else
yeah,
were they
man.
gonna organize for something like this for DSA? Like in somebody's apartment, in somebody's living room, they're gonna get 320 people. Like, do you think in New York City the DSA has an office that could, handle? What if 500 people come the next week, right? So that was only my point. Was not that she's
soon we're gonna have a pep rally.
making fun of them being in church, but she's trying to like point to the irony of like, oh, it's a church and they're like this is their religion or whatever.
Yeah. Either way, it's a stupid thing to say. And again, as someone who claims to be a leftist, it's like, so what? Are you supporting Andrew Cuomo? Like, what am I supposed to take from this? You think DSA is cringe? You think Zoran is cringe? You're like against radical pro-Palestine protesters. So what? Are you just a shit lib? You're just an establishment Democrat?
Yep.
And I really think this all started, Zach, her turning on the left. It all
even worse. She's trying to go like the full Blair White.
Started when people like us
Like you were
roasted
saying.
the fuck out of Natalie for a period in that stupid Hillary Clinton Hulu documentary. I think it was called like Girl Boss or some stupid or Nasty Women or some stupid shit like that. And ContraPoints appeared in one of the episodes where Hillary Clinton like came to her apartment and chatted and all this crap. And we gave her shit for it. We were like, this is fucking stupid. Like, you don't have to hang out with Hillary Clinton. We get what you're trying to do, but it's not necessary. You don't have to hang out with Hillary.
Yeah.
And I think after that, because of the fact that everyone didn't just like applaud her for doing that, I really do think that's when she started to turn on the left. She can't handle being roasted. She
Actually just made my I harvested my first pepper yesterday and made some really bomb ass eggs with them.
can't handle people, posting mean jokes about her on fucking Twitter. It's so cringe, but it's a tale as old as time. How many
Can't wait for my hot peppers to be fucking ripe. They're so close.
people have we talked about turning on the left because they can't handle being roasted by the left?
Oh yeah, it's the Matt Taibbi maneuver, right? It's the I'm burned, so now I'm a boomer, right? Like I'm scorned, right? Like that's like it's basically the like why I left. It's the Anna Kasparian shit. It's like
Hey.
I was challenged.
Hey, check it out. Fusion. Ha! Whoa!
Challenged by somebody, and now I'm gonna make my entire personality,
With their powers combined.
entire identity, the opposite of whatever these people are. It's like, oh, you like this? Well, I'm gonna go that way. You go left, I go right on basically every issue. And it's totally exhausting. It just shows how superficial her politics are. And to be honest, last thing, I should have known all of this was coming. I should have known that she was not down with the cause. I should have known.
My merch should be my own brand of hot sauce. I'm talking to somebody about this. I have an in with this. I'm
There was something sus in there when she tweeted out that
if you guys will actually buy, if you guys can sell out like between all of you just a single case of hot sauce, I will do this.
Indians have the worst food. Indian food is some of the best food ever. And she tweeted out that she hated Indian food and that it was disgusting and that only people who try and look woke will try and get you to eat it. And I was like, you're a racist. I don't trust you. You have the shittiest palate I've ever heard in my entire life.
To be honest, leftist roasts hit hard because they always want to hit home due to wanting to be as detailed and truthful as possible.
Like, we'll go fucking eat cream cheese or some shit. But I should have known then.
Yeah,
Spicy levels are different political views. Yeah.
Indian food is literally probably my number.
It's kind of what I was
number one like favorite ethnic cuisine. It is fire. I also grew up eating a ton of Indian food. Like I probably went to this
I can tell you right now, it's going to be habanero.
place called India Palace in Overland Park every single week as a kid. I would make a huge mess with the rice all over the table and floor as a kid, according to my parents. But either way, it's like literally baked into my palate, probably more than any other cuisine, potentially even including American. So I find that to be genuinely insane. And it's okay to not like a cuisine as much as someone else. Like there are certain.
Meanwhile, the right will just lob some sort of weird conspiracy insult at you, and it won't resonate, so you just can brush it off.
Ethnic cuisines that I like more than others. It's okay. It doesn't make you racist to not like something as much as another thing. But to tweet that, just saying that Indian food is bad, Indian food is gross. It's like, yeah. And also, you're not going to be able to find that probably because she deleted her Twitter account.
I'm hoping that somebody took a screenshot.
Hopefully, yeah. Because that was fucking crazy. I mean, come on. I just could not entertain that. It's insane to say that Indian food is bad.
Oh, it's just all the QRTs of people, but not the original tweet's gone.
Yeah, that's crazy. Indian food is objectively the fucking best cuisine, in my opinion. Honestly, one of my favorite meals.
I like Thai food
that we had when we went to.
I really like Thai food, Japanese food.
New York was a Sri Lankan
Let's
dish,
see.
and the lady was kind of talking shit on Indian food. She was like,
And then Indian food.
she was like, Indian food is fine, but it's not Sri Lankan.
Hey, I
Like,
got
that
one of those.
entire portion of the world, and
We are
honestly, man,
brothers.
like Asia's so rich and diverse, and there's so many different cuisines going on. But that portion of the world, that very large portion of the world, the flavors, the layered sophistication, the ancient roots of all the fucking cuisine there. I mean, India has been a fucking subcontinent with a culture for
butter chicken. I mean, I love me some good tikka.
what, thousands and thousands of fucking years. They've been refining the flavors. Same when you eat like Chinese food, Thai food, all these things. If you don't have a palate for it, it's something that you should maybe consider trying to grow into, because it is peak.
Look, it's me. All right, guys. I hate to do this, but it's time to hit the old dusty trail. I have done 7 hours of streaming today. Pretty happy with that. No, I hope you guys enjoyed the show today. Definitely go back and watch the LETTERHACK interview at the beginning of the show. It's the first hour. Also, check out my video that I just dropped. It is the isolated bit of James Carville falling asleep on the Piers Morgan show, which, again, I'm so glad that I did that, because that was a joy for me to relive. It is legitimately one of the funniest things that happened on a show in a while. So definitely go check that out. Tomorrow is Wednesday. I don't actually have to leave early or anything. So yeah, I'm going to be starting at 4 tomorrow. Look out for me at the normal time. And yeah, we will have some fun. So any other things I got to take care of before I get going here? Not really. Why do I still have one tab? Hold on, this is fun times. See you later, y'all. Thank you for being here, Pinkerbell. Appreciate you. Appreciate you guys hanging. Tried. Thank you for the donos. I know that the pup is. Oh, he really appreciates it. Oh, speaking of, I gotta go feed him. So, all right, guys. I do appreciate y'all. I will catch you all tomorrow. See you guys.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.